The first thing I see when I squeeze through the crack is a broken bar, barely anything. It's too dark. I look around, searching for light sources. There was ambient light illuminating the rest of the dungeon, but not here. It's too dark. A broken bar. There are wall lights, but some are broken, and this green substance and moss hide the rest. A broken bar. Corp used the time while I struggled to pass through the crack to investigate the area. He could have helped me, but instead decided to go and explore alone, the perfect recipe to get himself killed. Sigh. I suspire. You know what? I won't care anymore a broken bar as long as I'm close enough to hear and see him cry when the time comes. I'll take it. This area a broken bar. I scan our surroundings once more as I talk. ... feels very dangerous. My muscles are warning me of danger. Corp tilts his head. Your muscle is a broken bar? Yes, my muscles. My muscles are tingling since I crossed the crack, giving me a mix of dread and excitement for what's to come. This means there are very dangerous monsters in this place. Do you have some kind of sixth sense-y broken bar? Corp doesn't seem to believe me. Well, if this area is dangerous, it means we'll have a great adventure. Yes, you're right. A great adventure is right in front of us. Right? Then, let's go forward to the unknown. I don't know if he'll enjoy this kind of adventure, but I'm sure there's an adventure awaiting us if we don't go back right now. Me, the orc, and the goblin mage follow after Corp as he walks in front. With each step, there's a splash sound as we step on the film of water that covers the floor. Underneath, I can see a mix of old and worn-out tiles and the metal plates. The walls have signs of being excavated, and the ceiling is a perfect arc. There's no doubt this is a human-made area. This doesn't fare well a broken bar. The most dangerous stuff has always been in the laboratory areas, the only human-made ones in this dungeon. The other areas have traps and monsters that are more random and annoying, but the actually dangerous stuff is mostly in the laboratory areas. But if this is a human-made area, why does it look like this? The water covering the ground, the moss and slimy substance on the walls and ceiling, and the broken lights a broken bar. No way. Is this supposed to be an abandoned and sealed area? If it is like that, I can't stop myself from shuddering. This is really, really bad. Hey, Corp. Are you sure about this? We're still on time to go back and see the rest of the dungeon. What are you saying? We're the first to come here. Our duty is to explore as far as we can and report what we saw. Okay, fine by me. Not like I really care. Then, in a lower voice, so he can't hear, I add. Don't say I didn't warn you. Latter a broken bar. We can hear cries and the sound of people talking. As we move forward, they grow louder. The passage we're in, the one that connects with the crack, splits into 3 more paths. We can see some rooms on both sides of each passage. About half of them have iron bars, and the rest have a wall with a glass window. Wow! Don't you think it looks like an abandoned lab? This is so great. What mysteries will we find? Corp is very excited about the situation. On the other side, yeah, broken bar. Now I'm sure about it. We're screwed, I mutter. Huh? Corp didn't hear me because he was shouting. Did you say something, leader? No, I didn't say anything. A broken bar. I did, but I don't want to change his expectations. It'll be funnier if he's unaware of what's to come. Corp runs to the closest glass window and peeks inside. Now that we're closer, I can see it's one of those special chambers to isolate whatever is inside from the exterior. There's nothing. A broken bar. He turns around and says to me, do you think the others will be empty too? No, look there. This one has a hole on that side. Whatever was inside is no longer there. I'm sure there will be monsters inside the other rooms. Nice. I've been thinking this for a while, but where did all this bravery come from? Corp, you were so scared at the beginning of the dungeon invasion. A broken bar. Corp enters the left passage and runs toward the next room. I follow closely behind him. This one's empty too. A broken bar. There's something in this one. They're rabbits. A bunch of rabbits. Rabbits. A broken bar? He's right. Behind the thick iron bars, dense enough to stop the rabbits from leaving the prison cell, there's a group of 6 rabbits. The only rabbits in this damned dungeon should be the Notter rabbits and the critter with the death curse skill. From my experience, there's no way those are simple rabbits. Corp, you should be happy, I'm sure you're going to have your first A discovery here. When the rabbits hear Corp, they turn their heads to look at him. All of them. At the same time. Scary a broken bar, but Corp doesn't seem to find this weird. And here's a red button. I'm sure it's here to open the door. Blip. Wow. He pressed it. He didn't hesitate at all. He lacks so much experience when it comes to this dungeon. On a broken bar there isn't a single player who would press a button, any button, without taking several precautionary measures. This applies to any dungeon, not only this one. I decided I wouldn't care anymore, so I won't say anything to him. But still, a broken bar, he was so fast to press it I couldn't have stopped even if I wanted to. Corp was right. After the A blip sound, the cell's door opens and soon all the rabbits run in his direction. Now we'll see what monsters they, who are wearing a rabbit's skin, actually are. They're all coming at me to say thanks. They're so cute. Cute my ass. Just wait until they transform. I sneakily raise my battle axe and prepare for combat as the rabbits surround Corporation. It's good they're ignoring me. Seems like I won't have to suffer this time. Corp, be careful, a broken bar. I try to warn him, but he's too busy with the rabbits to listen to me. Why were you inside that awful jail? Come here, I'll take care of you. He knows this is a game, right? And that these rabbits aren't real, right? Maybe he's weak to rabbits and this is why he's acting like these. A broken bar? Corp bends his knees and is about to pet one of the rabbits when, what was bound to happen, what I was waiting for to happen, happens. The rabbits shake for an instant and all of them transform into their real forms. The process takes only an instant, but I see it clearly from my position. It's one goblin, one kobold, two elves, one dwarf, and a mermaid. All of them have rabbit ears on their heads, and fluffy rabbit tails on their butts, indicating they aren't normal monsters. What's going on? What's this? Corp looks at me, eyes wide open, waiting for an answer. But before I can open my mouth, the rabbits jump at him from all sides. Save me, leader. He starts running around the passage, but the rabbit monstrosities are faster than him. There's no way he can shake them off. Ha, ha, ha. I knew this would happen. A broken bar. I laugh at the spectacle. Help me, please. As much as I enjoy the spectacle, I'm supposed to help him. Okay, here I go. Combat is combat, after all. There's no way I can renounce to one. My orc pride is at stake here. I order the goblin mage to support from a distance and me and the orc chase after Corporation. Stop running away if you want me to save you. I can't. He's so useless. A broken bar. There's no other way. Then, I'll have to use my only ranged attack and hope I can get their aggro. Phantasmal weapon. I use the skill and a phantasmal version of my axe flies in a straight line in the direction of the rabbits. It passes through 3 rabbits, and through Corp's champion too. Shit, I hit him too. I hope he doesn't die because of me. The worst way to sully your honor is to kill your own allies. The rabbits turn around and come at me. It worked. I got their aggro. I almost died because of your skill, leader. Oh, looks like you're fine. I'm sorry, Corp. It wasn't on purpose. It was the only way to save you. I shout. Well, maybe it was a broken bar. I had to release my accumulated stress somehow. The orc and I clash against the rabbits. They're fast, but that's the only thing they have going for them. I'm sure their purpose isn't to kill us. There must be another and more evil purpose I can't hope to understand. It's the evil mastermind. There must be a plan hidden behind the surface. Then the real reason is hidden behind this plan, which has a spin, bifurcates. Then there's another plan, hidden in plain sight. Finally, everything comes together into the most convoluted plot in all of history. A broken bar. A broken bar. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Does it make sense? It doesn't, right? The only thing I understand of all this mess is that whatever I do, I'm screwed. So I better enjoy myself the best I can. Eat this, you weaklings. Let's see if you can entertain me for a while. Ha, ha, ha. It's 2 against 6. But I don't need to worry, because he broken bar. Fireball. With a disgustingly high-pitched and distorted voice, the goblin mage shouts the name of the skill from behind, and the orc and I quickly retreat to avoid the area affected. A huge ball of flame comes flying in our direction and bursts into an explosion as it hits the rabbits. The fire burns 3 of them, those who met my phantasmal weapon, to a crisp, and the others are left at about a quarter HP. Good job, Goblin Mage. This isn't a normal goblin to which I gave some magic skills. This is a true Goblin Mage, the Goblin Shaman. It is one of the rarest units in the Savage Horde faction because it's a ranged unit, a mage unit at that. There's a hard cap on how many of them I can have at a time, and each one needs a very expensive totem, but I always bring one with me into dungeon invasions because they're very versatile. It's a shaman now, but I got used to calling it a mage, so I still call it like that. I finish the remaining rabbits with a few slashes. With every 1 or 2 attacks, a rabbit falls. Leader Corp runs at me as soon as the last rabbit dies. Thank you. You saved me. His knees give way as he starts to cry. He then grabs my legs and continues sobbing. What's wrong with this? Sniff. Dungeon? This is a very uncomfortable position. A broken bar. His head is too close to a very special area and I don't like it. Don't cling to me. And this is nothing. I'm sure there's stuff a lot more dangerous than those rabbits. He opens his eyes wide. There'll be broken bar more? Sigh. I suspire. This is why I don't like noobs. A broken bar. Come on, man, you can't be like this. You must get ready for what's to come. Let's start by standing back up, I say, extending my hand. Corp shudders but accepts my help to get back up. It's a good thing this is a game because there are no tears, and my special area isn't soaked. Ha, ha. After being so excited and irritating me so much with the whole exploration thing, he's back to the scared mode. Nice. This way I'll enjoy his reactions better. Bring it on, evil mastermind, I say, trying to raise core morale, so that he doesn't collapse before I can fully enjoy his reactions. I don't fear you. You can do whatever you want and I'll defeat you and any monster you created. Ha, ha. Corp opens his eyes wide in fear. He then looks around, as if wanting to spot any danger that might come because of my words. Are you sure you should be taunting him like this? I've read that nothing good comes when you taunt the owner of this dungeon when in the middle of an invasion. A broken bar. Why? What could go wrong with me saying it? Don't you know he can't be watching every single player invading his dungeon? Don't worry, Corp. The bad stuff will come on away. A broken bar. It doesn't matter if I taunt him or not. But then, as if to prove me wrong, all cries and shouts that filled the area, coming from who knows where, are extinguished at the same time, followed by a sound I'll never forget. Blip. The blip sound echoes through the passages. Who knows from where? Is that a broken bar? Blip. Corp tries to ask me something, but gets interrupted by another similar sound, followed by a third. Blip. After the 3 blip sounds, chaotic cries and shouts fill the dungeon once again. Was it done on purpose? Did the evil mastermind actually come? Oh, fuck. We're so screwed right now. Why is it always like this? Why did I have to open my mouth? Why am I always so unlucky? I never wanted to explore this new area, at least not when there's somebody else who can see me despair. I only wanted to see Corp despair because of his ignorance. I never agreed to be part of it too. Leader. Everything's alright, right? No, I don't think so. I can't bring myself to lie to him anymore. I'll need his help from now on, even if it's only his moral support, to avoid collapsing myself. We must both be on the same page right now. I think we're screwed. A broken bar. I add. Like this, both I and Corp shudder, not knowing what awful things await us. The dumbest thing you can do in this damned dungeon is taunt the owner in some way. You can comment on how easy the dungeon is, call him stupid, yawn a few times as a sign of boredom. A broken bar. Whatever you do, from that moment on, you're screwed. Nobody knows how, or why, but the evil mastermind knows everything that happens in his dungeon and punishes everyone who belittles him or his dungeon. My recommendation is to immediately flee the dungeon if possible. Press the surrender button. Otherwise, hope for your death to be as painless as possible. Because he broken by you will die. That's a fact. The only thing that changes is the how. The only other thing you can do is somehow kill yourself. For this, I recommend bringing a skill that kills you when you use it, or area skills with which you can kill yourself. Believe me when I say this. You don't want to stay there after taunting the evil mastermind. Extract from the chapter A Unexpected Dangers from A How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rats Lab. L Leader. It will be fine, right? Sure, believe in me. I'll take us out of this mess. And once again, I'm forced to lie. I'm sure Corp knows it's a lie, but at the same time, he really wanted to hear me say that everything's alright. We're so screwed, a broken bar. It's all because of Corp's carelessness. When chasing after him and the bunnies, I lost track of where we were going. Now, neither of us knows how to go back, and we're relying on luck to find the crack that leads outside of this area. I have awful luck, and Corp seems like he has even worse luck than me. That's why we're so screwed. Aga broken bar. Save me. Corp cries from behind, so I turn around, prepared for the worst. But what I see is his champion submerged up to the waist. He fell into a hole. That's all that happened. It looks like he's about to die out of embarrassment. Come on, Corp, a broken bar. I know the area is obscured and it's difficult to see the ground because of the water, but his reaction was normal. A broken bar. I would have enjoyed it in another situation, but not now. I'm too preoccupied with whatever the evil mastermind has prepared for us. I sent him a reprimanding gaze before helping him get out of the hole, and we continue our exploration. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, it's been quite a long time since I last checked my broken bar. I quickly open the status screen to check it. It's finally a broken bar. I exhale in relief. Corp, you check it too? I'm on it. He nods. He then furrows and looks at me in confusion. The HP is stable, but is it normal the MP is being reduced? The MP, you say? I check once again, and he's right. My MP is dangerously low. It's getting lower. Fuck this. I'm going to die soon at this rate. I really don't want to repeat that experience of being drained to death, so the first thing I do is order the goblin mage to hit me with an area spell. Whoosh. When the fire dissipates, I look at my MP again and it continues to decrease. Fuck these, a broken bar. This is bad, a broken bar. I thought it was another butterfly, but it must be something else. I scrutinize everything in my sight. There must be something, a broken bar, something, a broken bar. Hey, leader. My MP is only reduced if I look this way. If I turn around, it stays the same. An MP drain effect that's only active if you look in a certain direction. A broken bar. It reminds me of the Abyss faction. But so far, there has never been an Abyss monster used for any of the monsters. This is weird. Everybody thinks there was some reason why the evil mastermind wasn't using any of the units with the nastiest innate skill, but now I understand. All along, it was a plot for the invaders to lower their guard, so that we died in this place. But not this time, because we noticed it before it was too late. We beat you to your own game, evil mastermind. Ha, ha, ha. Corp, there must be a monster somewhere that's depleting our MP. We must find it. Okay, leader, leave it to me. We both search for the culprit. It takes a while, but Corp points in one direction before saying, "Doesn't that spot look suspicious?" "What spot?" "I don't see anything." "A broken bar, a little further ahead." "Oh, you mean that?" Corp is pointing at a part of the floor where there's a blob of water. It looks identical to the water on the floor, but it's raised over the water level, which means it can't be natural. It looks weird, but do you think this is at our broken bar? I make one step in its direction, and the water blob moves some distance away from me. Aha, I got you. Let's kill it before it runs away. At first, the blob tries to run away, but I'm faster. When it notices it can't run away, it decides it's time to defend itself and launches several transparent tentacles at me. The monster grabs me, but it's all according to the plan. There isn't a single monster who can beat me in melee, except for those that can, but this certainly isn't one of them. Ha, ha. Ha, a fight for survival. It's you or me. But you'll never beat me. Ha, ha, ha. Our fight intensifies as I release a barrage of attacks. If not for the activation of some invulnerability skill the monster had, the fight would have ended very fast. Ha. Nothing can stop me. I turn around as I flex, but I didn't expect to see what I do. Corp, what's up now? I was wondering why Corp didn't say anything at all during the fight, but now I understand why. He's got his own troubles right now with that slimy-like creature stuck to his face. Sigh. I'll have to help get him out of these broken bar again. But on my way back to him, another one of these slime creatures falls on my head. I try to tell Corp to kill the monster before it's too late, but I can't talk. This is weird. A broken bar. This is a game, so it shouldn't prevent us from speaking or breathing even if the monster is choking me. Maybe it has some kind of silence skill. Regardless, what I have to do is the same. I get close to the closest wall and smash my head into it with as much strength as I can. I then repeat the process until the monster dies. The problem with monsters that try to choke or cover you is that it's easy to hit yourself with the attacks if you're not careful. But if you smash yourself into a wall, you never take damage while the monster does. I know about this because of the dungeons full of slimes. This isn't the first time a monster tried to choke me to death. Ha. Ha, ha. Did you think you got me with this, evil mastermind? You have to try harder. Meanwhile, Corp is struggling the best he can, but he won't achieve anything like this. He needs to kill the monster or he'll die. To save him, I grab Corp like a battering ram and start smashing him, headfirst, into the wall. He tries to resist, but I'm too strong for him to get free. I'm trying to save you, so stop moving around. Finally, after my warning, he stops and I can save him. Save him by smashing him headfirst into the wall. Ha, ha ha. Broken bar. That was Clusie. Broken bar. I'm under 100 ha. Broken bar. Why didn't you try to attack the monster, Corp? I don't know. A broken bar. I thought it was a trap and not a monster. We survived another encounter, but I don't have any hope. He broken bar. Corp is too low on HP, and my MP is almost gone. We reach another crossroads and I peek around the corner to see what's ahead. Oh, no. A broken bar. I step back in panic. No, this can't be broken bar. Why is it always me? A broken bar? We must run away, Corp. Right now. What did you see? Asks Corp, curiosity etched on his face. It's normal. He's so curious. It's the first time I reacted like this, and the reason is because what I saw is that dangerous. Fuck. A broken bar. Why did he have to come? I hope he didn't see me. A broken bar. It's the evil mastermind. The fucking evil mastermind. Corp jumps in fright. I clearly saw him, acting crazy as he ran in the opposite direction. He's looking for us. The only saving grace for us is that once the owner of the dungeon enters an instance to defend it, he or she can no longer see where the invaders are. It's possible to avoid him. But we're talking about the evil mastermind. I'm sure he has everything planned. Let's run away, Corp. But I freeze once I turn around. Why? How can this be possible? He was running in the opposite direction 5 seconds ago. We both stay side by side, frozen, as we watch the evil mastermind running in our direction, white foam coming out of his mouth. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. He laughs. Corp, full speed retreat. I shout, but he doesn't react. He's looking at the evil mastermind as if his soul left his body, so I slap him 2 times to return him to reality. Run. We start running, chased by the evil mastermind. He's faster than us, but we might be able to lose him by hiding inside the closest room after the next turn. But when the passage turns to the left, a broken bar. No, this can't be. It's impossible. In front of us, another evil mastermind is looking at us with an evil and crazy grin on his face. How can there be 2 of them? This is impossible. I'm going to die. I never wanted to come. It's all my boss' fault. I'm going to take revenge for this. I'll make sure he suffers for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Yes, my revenge is going to be legendary. Seems Corp has lost it after the shock of seeing another evil mastermind. We can't run away anymore. There's one of them in front and the other at the back. There are no other side passages. Instead of attacking, the 2 evil masterminds are laughing and pointing at us. They're mocking us, aren't they? I take this chance to inspect one of them, and what I see makes me furious. Failed clone? Those are clones? You dare make a fool of me once again, evil mastermind? I swear, one day, I'm going to crush everything you have to the dust and show everyone how cowardly you actually are. If this wasn't a game, I'm sure my skin would have turned red instead of green because of how angry I am. Prepare yourself, clones, because I'm going to turn you into minced meat. Before I can finish my monologue, the 2 failed clones raise their arms and prepare to cast a spell. I know that pose, It's the pose he always has before releasing chain lightning. Everyone, scatter. I order everyone to scatter, and the orc and goblin mage immediately follow my orders. Then, I'm going to put salt instead of sugar when he asks me to bring him a coffee. When he has an important meeting with the other bosses, I'll put one of those farting pillows on his chair, and spike his drink with laxatives. Ha ha ha. A broken bar. But Corp doesn't react, so I kick him away, making him fly to the wall until he smashes into it with quite an impact. Maybe it was too strong? Well, at least he didn't die because he continues his monologue about the revenge. The lightning immediately follows, both of the spells hitting me and only me. Am I their target because I taunted the evil mastermind, or am I just unlucky? I shout to motivate myself. I'll use this time between casts to take the initiative. You two take the other one. This one is mine. I order my 2 remaining support mobs. As soon as I reach the clone, I unleash the strongest attack I can, the mighty blow. About half of his HP vanishes like this. Weakling. In retaliation to the attack, a lightning burst comes at me. I take some damage, but the feared stun from the lightning shield doesn't activate. It might be because I have the battle focus skill or simply because I was lucky. Battle focus, passive skill. You have a 0.5% chance to resist stuns and immobilization status effects for every 1% of HP lost. Battle focus is a very useful skill for melee champions like mine, especially when we have to fight against ranged enemies that have means to prevent us from getting closer. In this fight, in particular, it's incredibly good. Die. I release my pent-up anger and stress onto the clone. He's already dead, but I continue to mutilate his cadaver. I swipe my forehead when I'm finished before turning to the other battle. They should be finished by now to a broken bar. Boom. What greets me, instead of a victory scene, is a dark and light explosion that swallows the whole passage. The dungeon trembles. 2 more explosions happen right after the first one. Boom. When the light and dark energies dissipate, the only thing remaining there are the corpses of my orc, goblin mage, and the clone, as well as the corpses of 3 monsters I haven't seen before. What was that? Asks Corporation. He finally snapped out of his trance and is staring at the corpses. He's lucky I kicked him away because, otherwise, he would be dead by now. Broken bar. I don't know anything anima a broken bar. I can't give him the answer he wants. We should be glad we're still alive. Broken bar. This is it. This is it. I've been waiting for this. After so many stupid monsters and tricky situations, I finally encountered a monster that is worthy of my time. Leader, I can't move a broken bar. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. The giant spider releases another bunch of spider silk at me, but I'm not affected by the immobilization and our battle continues. Thank you very much, Battle Focus. I'm really glad I picked this skill. After our fight with the clones, we discovered a room with 2 of these monsters inside, and I decided to fight them. They look like a giant spider with a mushroom on their backs. At this point in the fight, I've killed the first one, and only the second one remains. The spider releases a cloud of spores. They're spores that paralyze the enemies that stay in the range, but I resist them once again. As my HP gets lower, my chances to resist the spores and the webs increase. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. I swing my axe once again and the spider takes some damage. This is fun. They're resilient enough so that I can't quickly kill them, giving me enough time to enjoy this fight. High up, I avoid the spider's bite and attack once again. In retaliation, ice bursts at me and I'm momentarily immobilized. Well, I can't resist it every single time. Our fight continues until the spider is at about half HP. I'm free now, leader. Good, then stay in a corner so you don't get targeted again. Sure thing. I don't want to waste my little remaining EP with another mighty blow, so I only use basic attacks. It's also a good way to prolong the fight. Save me. Come on, Corp. You know I'm in the middle of a fight. I told you to stay in a corner. No. It wasn't me. A broken bar replies. Corporation. Help. I turn around, ready to rebuke corporation. Again? He looks at me with a weird expression. It wasn't me, I swear. He says, do you think I'm a fool? There's nobody else here. Broken bar. Why did I come here? I miss my home so much. Broken bar. This time I can properly see that Corp didn't open his mouth at all. Then a broken bar. Did the real evil mastermind come? After all, guess who's on the menu today? I feel the spider bite me from behind. Bar, I can't waste time with this. There's something more urgent I must do. Corp, you're in charge of those voices. I'll focus on the spider first. Me? Yes, you. I and the spider resume our fight. Meanwhile, the voices continue to talk. Give it back, you thief. Give it back. I never stole anything. I hear Corp reply in fear. Why did you come here? Oink. Didn't you know this place is dangerous? Ha oink. Ha don't come closer. Ha don't come closer. I'm certain the first of those two was corporation. I'm not so sure about the other. A near broken bar. Pet my head, pet me. I'll forgive you if you do. No. Get away from me. It's disgusting. You'll make a lovely stuffed human, you know. Oink. I'll bring you to Mad Rat to stuff you. Ha oink. Leave me alone. This is getting ridiculous. They don't seem to be dangerous, but Corp is having a hard time against them. Join us, I said. Feed me, I'm hungry. Can I take a bite out of you? A little tiny bit will do. Everything's real. The end is nigh. I was an adventurer like you, but the Mad Rat captured me and now I'm like this. You'll be next. Don't come, I'll defend myself. I swear. I know how to fight too, shouts corporation. My grandma can punch harder than that. Oink. Save me, leader. Finally, the second spider falls to the ground, dead. When I turn around, I see Corp surrounded by a bunch of monsters. He's grabbing his legs while sitting on the ground, hiding his face behind his knees, sobbing. What's this? They're animals with a human head? Gross. A broken bar. I walk closer to them and swing my bat-leaks once, killing the closest man-pig. But before it dies, it turns around and says this, but I loved you. A broken bar. I shudder. I don't feel bad for killing this monster, but I do feel awful because of that last sentence. A broken bar. Why did it have to say something like this? So cringy. I'll have nightmares because of this. Wah, sniff. Leader, you came to save me. Sniff. Thank you. Sure, I'll save you. I raise my bat-leaks once again, with the intention to save Corp from the talking monsters, when I receive the following message. You have died. What the hell? How did I die? I scan my surroundings, looking for what could have killed me until I see another one of those suspicious water blobs standing out of the water a few steps away. This must be a broken bar. I died because I reached 0 so after my MP was depleted. Why did it have to be right now? I finally got to enjoy myself in a battle, and I had to die immediately after. Are you kidding me? After the surprises, monsters that choked us, the clones, the exploding monsters, the giant spiders, and even the talking monsters, I die because of MP drain? In a non-abyss dungeon? Because of MP drain? A broken bar? Really? Fuck you, evil mastermind. I swear, one day, I'll make sure one day you're the one to suffer instead of me. I raise my fist in anger and blame the evil mastermind as the custom dictates. Meanwhile, Corp is staring at my phantasmal champion in dread. He just realized the thing he feared the most, being alone in this damned dungeon, has actually happened. And now, what should I do? I'm a linear broken bar. I lower my head to look at him. I'm going to be the better person here and forget about enjoying his despair. I suggest you surrender, Corp. I can help you get info about this dungeon another time. Okay. Not long after this, the attention of a certain person's boss fixated on the Mad Rat's lab. This marked the beginning of what was going to come in the future, something Andreu never expected to come, but would catapult his dungeon to the top rankings. But that's a thing for the future. The four heroes reach the place where the dark ritual is taking place. There, a hooded person is chanting a sinister melody, forbidden words in an already dead language. Hanayu small d for a broken bar. The heroes get close to the hooded figure. Then, he stops the chanting and looks at the heroes one by one. So you're the famous heroes? The hooded figure pauses, assessing them. A broken bar, you don't seem like much, he says before continuing with the chant. The woman warrior, in front of the three other heroes, raises her giant axe, pointing it at the hooded figure, and shouts in response, "You're right. We came here to defeat you, the evil apostle of the god of death." "Ha! You, puny mortals, came to defeat me?" "Me? I'm the god of death's chosen." The hooded figure raises his arms and a dark whirlpool appears between the two. "You can't kill me. I rule over death." "So what if we can't kill you?" "We just need to vanish you from existence, your soul included." "We'll first destroy you, and then go find your god, kill him, and end the war between the living and the dead once and for all." "You dare come here and put all the blame on me? It's you who invaded this dungeon and destroyed my minions. Now, it's time to take revenge. I'll feed on you tasty sweet souls and use them to feed my eternal legions. You'll soon be part of your enemy's forces." Ha 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 ha. The dark whirlpool grows as the hooded figure laughs. The warrior woman clenches her fists, and the other heroes take battle positions. "Now, raise, my strongest minion. Raise once again, champion of the past eras. The time to show your prowess has come. Go and slaughter the champions of the current era." Ha ha ha. From the dark pool, a giant skeletal arm appears, followed by another. Then, they grab the whirlpool's edge and the creature pushes itself out of the darkness. A skull with freezing blue fire inside the eye sockets emerges, and the massive body of the skeleton giant soon follows. "Keep them busy. I must finish the ritual to resurrect our god." The hooded figure resumes his chanting as the giant skeleton rushes at the hero team. They're about to clash with a broken bar. No, 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 no. The warrior woman shouts. "This isn't how it's supposed to go. We're the good guys trying to save the world from your evil plans, and not the invaders of your dungeon." The hooded figure scratches his head awkwardly. "A broken bar. Sorry, I'm too used to playing it the other way around. A broken bar. I forgot the proper lines. ... It's fine." "Everyone, let's repeat the scene from the start." The heroes enter once again the same room, decorated with skulls and candles. Then, the same scene repeats. Until broken bar. "No, not like this. You need to be more evil. You need to instill fear in the audience." "But I thought I was quite evil like these." "A broken bar. Not enough. Let's repeat it once again." "No, again. This isn't good." "Can't you properly say your lines without adding unnecessary stuff?" "What?" "But I said everything you asked." "This is what you say, but can you stop talking about the 8 tasty sweet souls, please?" "It was okay the other times, but this time you said it thrice in the same phrase." "Is that so?" "It's the habit of saying it all the time." "A broken bar. From the start, once again." "No. We'll repeat yet again." "Come on, Baldy. I know you can do it properly, so let's focus on the dialogue, okay?" The hooded figure raises his hood and reveals a tall and handsome man, with bright blue eyes and extremely pale skin. "Oh, come on, I nailed it this time." He complains but gets ignored. Why did I have to agree to do these? A broken bar. It was a big error." He thinks. "He's right, barbarian. We're tired too." "Can you stop complaining so we can move on?" "It's hard to be cool when doing the same thing again and again." A broken bar. Even I can get tired of interpreting my character in the same scene. "Wizardess, we can't keep repeating this indefinitely. Can't you tell her to stop?" "You're the only one who she listens to." "I'm sorry, Druid, but we all agreed she would be in charge of this." "Though I'm tired of this too." "Yeah, I'm in charge, so I decide how everything must go and when we need to repeat the scene." "So, everyone, get ready for another try." This was the first filming day of A Journey to Defeat the God of Death, a series about 4 heroes who fought against the God of Death, the most powerful necromancer. It featured a group of 4 friends who liked to role-play together and the special guest who played the role of the evil undead characters. "How can you be so bad at this?" "She has been playing for less time than you and knows how to do it better." "Marta is starting to get tired of me doing whatever random stuff comes to mind." He. "I'm better than you." The pro said it. Clara spins round in glee as she laughs at me. It isn't like this. It's because I want to have fun and don't care about winning or anything. I swear. EA, Yeah, broken bar. Don't worry, Andreu, we understand a broken bar. Clara comes near me and starts to pat me with her horrible tentacles. I don't need you to console me, I'm telling the truth. Also, it should be the other way around. It should be me patting you and not the other way around. I'm the older brother. I tremble in a mix of shame and disgust as I grab my sister's arm, tentacle, to stop her patting. Slimy a broken bar. I can't understand how I ended up losing against you all the time. Yeah, broken bar, you're a fool. Why couldn't I win a single time? You're still mulling about this, Marta. Didn't we agree we would forget everything? Also a broken bar. It's because you can't adapt to random things. You expect everyone to do their best, and when somebody doesn't, you can't react on time. I shouldn't have come here, broken bar. I should have stayed in my dungeon, creating more monsters. A broken bar. I cross my arms and mutter. But then you would miss our 8 together time you insisted so much upon, Andreu. And more importantly, you would miss my amazing training course to turn you two into decent DMA players. You should be grateful, because thanks to me, you'll be a better player soon. She smiles, a smug expression on her face. So irritating. Let the broken bar shatter it. I get close to her. We're about the same height. Our eyes look straight at one another. But I don't need your help. My dungeon is doing good, don't you know? Maybe in a few months, I will be more famous than you. Then, I'll beat you to the ground and show everybody who's the best. A broken bar. You'll beat me when the pigs fly. Well, in my dungeon, they do. So this means I can beat you anytime. Ha ha ha. Then a broken bar. Aha, broken bar. Aha. I got you there, Marta. You don't know how to retort. Ha ha ha. In your dreams, you'll never beat me again. Clara takes this chance to sneak up on us and starts patting our heads, the two of us at the same time. Yeah, broken bar. Not again, Clara. Please, not again. She knows I don't like it, so she does it on purpose. What the hell are we doing, you ask? I'm sure you can imagine from bits of what we said, but I'll explain anyway. Remember when we decided to leave our differences behind and restore our previous relationship? This is the result after talking about what we could do. And spending time together was the perfect opportunity for Marta to take the lead and force us into a training session with her as the trainer. These were her exact words. I want to die out of shame when I see your pathetic actions, Andreu. So I'll teach you two how to move and plan your dungeon invasions. Clara, you're a lot better than this pathetic worm, so I'll also teach you how to beat the crap out of any enemy you find, okay? It's kind of amazing how she manages to diss me so many times in a short conversation without it sounding forced, don't you think so? Anyway, the thing is, we're now in a special area inside Marta's main account dungeon, a secret area close to impossible to discover unless you know it's there. She prepared a special course to train me and Clara and is now using Mackerel's account to dive into it with us. She could use her main account too, and protect the dungeon from our invasion. But this way is better because she can better help us if needed, and you can't invade your own dungeon, so she had no choice but to use the second account. By the way, her main dungeon, the one we're currently in, is a divine blood dungeon, the faction with the celestials, angels, demigods, Pegasia. Broken bar. Very powerful stuff. If you can remember, when I was first creating my champion, I found one unit called demigod, the stupidly expensive one with equally stupidly high stats. A broken bar. If you do, nice, because my sister's main champion is another highest tier unit from the same faction, with only slightly lower stats but with the ability to fly. I'm talking about the Seraphim, the strongest angel, an angel with comparable strength to dragons, demon lords, and the abyss cosmic horrors. This is the champion she uses in the top 100. I asked her before, and the reason she used a Dragonoid A, or however they're actually called, A in the tournament was because she likes flying a lot. Doubly so when it comes to combat. The Seraphim is so strong, plus you can fly. I'd love to play as a broken bar, but I'll never admit this in front of her. Also, my champion is better, cooler, stronger. Well, maybe not the last one. I wanted to ask her to bring a Seraphim into my dungeon so I could capture it, but it's so expensive to create a broken bar. Even if I captured it, I wouldn't be able to create the unit using it for a very long time. It would drive me mad. having a seraphim inside a stasis chamber with which I couldn't do anything, so I decided to forget about it for now. But wasn't she a dragon, you asked? No, that's Mackerel, not her main account. She didn't want people to realize it was her before she fought against us. She thought it would be too easy to recognize her if she used a similar champion with similar skills, so she chose another faction. In my opinion, she failed at it. Similar ways to fight, plus both champions with wings, and a similar roleplayer broken bar as demonstrated by the rumors before our fight. Her fans immediately realized it was her, only that she was playing with another champion. So, as I was saying, she's now training us. She prepared a special course to work for us, one for me and another for Clara. I can swear mine is specially crafted to inflict as much pain as possibly broken bar. The main reason she tells me I suck is because I get too absorbed into the traps and monsters, and then miss the next ones. What did you expect from me? I'm always looking for new ideas, new monsters, new ways to use the traps. Skills I didn't know existed. A broken bar, it's a treasure trove. It's the first time since I've started playing this game since I've had so much fun, excluding when I'm inside my own dungeon, of course. When I find something interesting, I think of ways to use it in my own dungeon and fall into the next trap, or don't see the next group of monsters a broken bar, or I walk into a wall a broken bar. The usual stuff, really. Then there's the other part of the training course, which is combat training. I like to call it a hell mode. Marta is obsessed with this part. She wants me and Clara to be good enough to avoid attacks and skills from somebody at her level. Yeah, her broken bar, it's worse than you can imagine. How am I supposed to avoid the attacks of somebody who can predict where I'll move to avoid them? For God's sake, I'm a mage. Why do I need to learn how to dodge attacks? What I need to learn is how to use my brain so that the enemy never gets close. That's the important stuff. Okay, you got me a broken bar, that's an excuse. I suck at it and I'll admit it. On the other side, Clara's doing a lot better than me in the combat training. She can now avoid almost one attack from every 20 Marta makes. I'm not envious. No, I'm not envious at a broken bar. She's better than me. But I'm not envious, especially so when Marta praises her but never praises me. As I said, I'm not envious, not at all. Also, I'm a mage. I use my brain to fight. It's normal I'm not that good at moving my body around. The proper way to plan your dungeon in normal times and in PvP is very different, explains Marta. You should already know it's bad to put the invaders into impossible situations, but on the other side, it's a good thing to achieve in dungeon battles, or in matches like in the tournament. But can't I make my dungeon very difficult? I want all the invaders to die. He asks Clara. If you really want, you can. But then there will be very few players who will come, and you'll have a hard time obtaining rewards from them. Ah, I see. So this is why there's almost nobody who comes into my dungeon. I shudder. If I had no intentions of going inside Clara's dungeon, now I have even less. Lately, Eva is the only one who comes regularly a broken bar. Eva? Who's this Eva you're talking about? I ask her. I thought she only had contact with me and Marta. Did she find somebody else? Clara answers. She's my classmate. She then clenches her fist and furrows her brows. Well, I imagine her doing so because of her tone. She has no brows after all. It's her fault my slaves aren't coming into my dungeon anymore a broken bar. Hey, Clara. You said the word a slaves once again, you know. Should I retort a broken bar? Nah, let's feign ignorance. I look at Marta to check her reaction. She looks at me, and we both nod at the same time. I'm sure she's thinking the same as me. The next one to say something is Marta. Then, let's move to combat training. Today, you'll be fighting between yourselves. Yes, I want to practice my strangling moves. Brother, you're my target today. Prepare to lose. A broken bar. Not combat training. I shout, falling to my knees in despair. Somebody save me. Literally, anybody. I'll pay you whatever you ask, so please come and take my place. I don't want to die so soon. I'm too young. And this time it isn't simple combat training, but it's against Clara's champion. It's the worst. It's like mixing the two things you like the least into a single, horrifying experience. I look at the game's clock. hoping for it to be close to dinner time. This way I can say it's too late and quickly disconnect a broken bar, but there's still an hour left. I'm screwed. You know what? You've been talking a lot about how to build better dungeons and other stuff, Marta. But you've never been to my dungeon yet, am I right? You're right, I haven't. Maybe I can change the topic like this? Let's push my luck a little bit more. Then, how can you be so sure of what I need to know and what I don't? Shouldn't you invade my dungeon first, instead of wasting time like this? And then, once you beat it, you can tell me how to improve my dungeon on a broken bar. It makes no sense doing it the other way around. Yes, a broken bar. Maybe I should invade your dungeon first. A broken bar. Sometimes what you say makes sense and it surprises me. A broken bar. Nice. It's going according to the plan. Let's push a little bit more, and let's ignore the last part. As much as I respect you for your experience, if you don't know what I like, I'm sure you can't make good judgments. Yes, we should go to my dungeon instead of wasting time like this. Then, I want you two to come to my dungeon too. Interrupts Clara. I too want to improve it. I shudder. There's no need for me to go too, right? Why are you talking in the plural, Clara? Didn't we agree you would never ask me to go inside your dungeon again? I need to get myself out of trouble before it's too late. I'll help you too, Clara, but I asked for help first. So we should go to mine first. A broken bar. Marta interrupts me. Your dungeon is doing kind of fine if I'm to believe what I read in the forums. As much as I hate to admit it, you must be doing something good. We can go to yours later. Clara's dungeon comes first. Shit, it backfired. But it's still better than this. At least I can skip the combat training part. If I have to choose between the Abyss Horrors, and the Abyss Horrors plus combat training, I would obviously choose the first. Then, let's quickly go to Clara's dungeon on a broken bar. What are you saying, Andreu? Today, we're doing this. We'll reserve Clara's dungeon invasion for the next time, don't you agree? Clara nods. Yes. Today, we fight. Marta grins as she rubs her hands together. Then, let's start. She says. I'm sure she's enjoying my suffering a lot. I try to run away, but she reacts faster than me and grabs my shoulder, stopping me. Where do you think you're going, Andreu? She asks. A broken bar. I remembered I have something important to do, so I must leave right now. A broken bar. My bad. Haha. Broken bar. My eyes spun around in fear as I look for a way out of this. You have something more important than spending time with your two sisters, which you insisted so much upon. Really? That grin. It's the evilest one I've ever seen. No. Leave me alone. Somebody save me, devil. I'll give my soul to you, so please save me. God, I'll pray to you every day from now on, so a miracle would be really appreciated. I wait for some divine intervention. A broken bar. Nothing. Andreu, let's fight. He. I have no choice but to accept my horrible fate. For Andreu, these training sessions were way worse than the training of heroes in films and movies, where the main character trains to the limit of their body. It must be said, he tended to exaggerate things. After the light flash that signals we reached our destination, I get ready for the dungeon invasion. All right, let's get ready for Thieves. A broken bar. Right next to me, Marta asks me an obvious question. Are you really going to use that a broken bar? Aren't you exaggerating quite a bit? She's right. It's obvious I'm going to use this. Why obvious? You ask. That's an easy thing to answer, my friends. It's because I don't want to see absolutely anything of what's to come next. So I'm obviously putting a blindfold on myself. This way, I won't see anything, even if I feel the urge to open my eyes at some point. But this isn't all I've prepared for today. No, it isn't. I still have something else. Broken bar. The next thing I take out of my inventory is earplugs. Oh, come on, Andreu. We're supposed to play together. How am I supposed to test Clara's dungeon if you're like this? I don't care, I say. It's your fault I have to come here. You forced me to do it. So I'm going to do everything I can to avoid suffering. Yuga. Broken bar. If I had known a broken bar, she mutters. Ha. Serves you right. You were the one who practically forced me to invade Clara's dungeon, even after whining the whole time about how much I hated it. Now, you must face the consequences of your decision. Ha ha ha. After yesterday's psychological and physical torture, also called battle training with my little sister's champion while Marta taught us. I couldn't sleep, and I already decided a long time ago I wouldn't enter an abyss dungeon ever again. A broken bar. Since I have no way to avoid coming here, I'll do everything I can to prevent myself from suffering today too. What are we doing here? Isn't it obvious Marta came here today to check up on Clara's dungeon and tell her how to improve it? As for me, a broken bar, I got dragged against my will into this mess. These kinds of things happen sometimes, especially when your sisters decide things without taking your opinion into consideration. Anyway, let's move to my last protective measure. I take a heavy fur coat to cover my whole body in it, followed by thick gloves and some other protective clothes. They will prevent me from feeling almost anything. Things like slimy tentacles, for example, or slimy tentacles. Did I mention slimy tentacles? A broken bar? The only spot the thick clothes don't cover is the eyes, but there's the blindfold there. Broken bar, it's the perfect defense against disgusting things. Ha ha ha. Oh, come on, you're kidding me now. I hear somebody complain near me, but I ignore it. Did you say anything, Marta? I can't hear you with the earplugs. Oh nah, broken bar, foo fa-foo. Ha ha ha. Oh, and by the way, these are just cosmetic elements. DMA has a lot of personalization so that players can make their champions look as they want without preventing them from playing the game properly. It's possible to make a blind monk, for example, similar to what I'm doing right now, but still be able to see. What will prevent me from actually seeing, hearing, or feeling anything aren't the blindfold, earplugs, or thick clothes, but the game options. I lowered all sounds and feelings to the minimum possible without actually turning them off, as well as disabling the sight completely. And as I put the protections on my champion, I also modify the game options appropriately. It's fun that the game allows for so much customization while not limiting gameplay, but at the same time has options to impose those same penalties if you actually want to. Penalties like being blind or deaf. I turned on the blind mode but didn't activate the deaf mode because I still want to be able to communicate with my sister. Instead, I turned the volume to the minimum. What the game doesn't allow is to completely turn off the sense of touch. I suppose it's something about player mentality. Something like not wanting players to play as if they were invulnerable to damage and then think it's the same in real life. A broken bar. Did you say anything? I can't hear you. I shout. I'm a broken bar. It's kind of weird to almost not hear my own voice when I'm shouting. I'll need some time to get used to it. Don't shout, you jerk. I'm right next to you. Oh, I can hear her properly now. I'm sure she's shouting too. Is that so? I can't see you, so I don't know where you are. I didn't move, and neither did you, so of course I'm next to you. And I said, don't shout at me. I'm sorry, but I can't stop. If I don't shout, I won't hear my own voice. I can't. Uck, you really a broken bar? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You are broken bar maybe? I hate you. I feel something hit me, and then I hit something hard. Hey, this is fun. I'm sure she just kicked me and I fell to the ground, but I almost didn't feel anything. Hey, why did you kick me? Just because I wanted to. Okay, but I'll need your help to stand up. Here. I extend my hand for her to grab and help me up. She doesn't say anything but still grabs my hand and I feel myself flying for a moment before finding myself standing up again. Ha ha ha, her champion's strength is the real deal. Oh, by the way, she's using her main account for this, so she's using the Seraphim champion. It's a matter of fact her STR stat is monstrous right now. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, I'm glad I didn't fall into the void because of her previous kick. I'm sure she must have controlled her strength. She can be a nice too. Yuga broken bar. I hate these. A broken bar. It was Clara, not me, who wanted you to come. You know, I would have preferred to come alone if I knew it would be like these. A broken bar. I think I heard Marta say something, but I'm not sure. This minimum volume thing is kind of annoying, but it's indispensable to protect my mental health, so there's no way I'm going back to the normal volume. Did you say anything? No, I didn't. She didn't. It must have been my imagination. Then, like this, we start our dungeon invasion. You'll have to protect me from all the dangers, okay? Also, Guide me so I don't step into a hole and fall into the void. Okay? Sure. Yes. Wait for a broken bar. I'll take this as an extra handicap to train myself. Or broken bar. Did you say anything? I said yes. I'll protect you. Thank you. I love you. Ha ha ha. You got broken bar. You were broken by you. I feel myself falling to the ground yet another time. Did I trip over because I can't see where I step? Or a broken bar? Did she kick me again? Sigh. This dungeon invasion is going to be hard on several levels. A broken bar. Marta, are you there? Am I still following you? Or did I get lost? I can't see anything. A broken bar. This is weird. A broken bar. It's been some time since I've last heard her say anything. I don't know where I am, nor do I know if there are any enemies. A broken bar. And I don't know where my sister is either. Of course, it's my fault that I can't see, and also that I can barely hear or feel anything. Michigan makes me completely useless. Scratch that. It makes me worse than useless. I'm the worst baggage I could possibly be right now. But she's a pro player, isn't she? She should be able to carry me even in this situation, ain't I right? That's why I find this situation weird. It can't be she's dead, and there's absolutely no way she got lost. So broken bar, does this mean it's me who got lost? Hey, are you there? Did you leave me alone? A broken bar? I wait for an answer, but I hear nothing. A broken bar. Did I fall into the void? A broken bar. But I should have felt like I was falling if I did, right? I didn't feel like I was falling, nor flying, like when Marta kicked me before. So it shouldn't be. Then, did I take the wrong turn and we split up? That's a broken bar possible. I mean, I can't see where I go. If she told me I go right and I went left instead, she might be somewhere else. Obviously, it's her fault for not guiding me properly. Me, you say? I'm the victim here. Okay, so we all agreed I'm the victim and it's definitely not my fault. But this doesn't make the situation any better. Should a broken bar leave the dungeon? For blind people, or for people who disable the sight sense like me, or for anyone who wants to do it, it's possible to control the game through voice commands. This means I can surrender whenever I want. I could do it, but then Clara will be sad about it. Let's stay here for a while. Broken bar. I anxiously turn my head around a few times. I can't see anything. But what else can I do? It's scary being here alone, not knowing when an abyss monster can come and attack me. Hello, Marta? Broken bar? A broken bar. How long do I have to wait? This is oppressing. A broken bar. It's so dark, and I can't see, feel, or hear anything. A broken bar. It might be even worse than having to suffer one of those horrible hugs with the slimy tentacles, or having to see one of those mind-shattering horrors. A broken bar. I have to admit, I didn't think this properly. I can't stop myself from imagining the tentacles dragging me into a giant eye with teeth, as I struggle to survive. You know what? I take it back. This oppressive feeling is way better. At least, I won't get nightmares from this. Just at this moment, I can feel something touching my arm and slowly crawling upwards. Since I have the feeling sense set to the minimum, I can barely perceive it. Maybe a broken bar. Maybe it isn't real. I was fantasizing about this exact situation a moment ago. It could be my imagination. I can't feel anything. This is just a broken bar. My imagination. Why yes. It's my imagination. Stupid imagination. I hate you so much. Why did you have to be so good at it, Andra? This isn't real. Nothing is touching me. I'm safely. A broken bar. Wait a moment. A broken bar. This shouldn't be possible. I should be surrounded by my good followers right now, and they should take care of everything near me. It isn't possible for an enemy to reach me unless a broken bar, unless I'm completely alone. A broken bar. Oh shit. Shit. Am I actually alone? Did all my good followers die and now I'm alone? The feeling continues to go up my arm until it reaches my shoulder. Then, it trails up my neck. It isn't disgusting, don't misunderstand. Since I turned it to the minimum, I only feel a gentle touch that goes up my arm and my neck. The problem is with what might be causing me to feel this. Oh okay. I think the time has come. It's time to surrender. Sir. I try to speak, but the something that's grabbing me reaches my face and prevents me from talking. Shit. Like this, I can't talk. And if I can't talk, I can't give the voice command to surrender and leave the dungeon. This is very bad. A broken bar. I struggle the best I can to free myself, to no avail. Whatever's grabbing me is stronger than I am. The feeling of oppression from before is now getting worse. I can't move. I can't talk, nor see, hear, feel. The last three are on me, but still a broken bar. In this absolute darkness, the only thing I can do is wait for death. Will it come soon? I hope so. I can't even see the HP bar because I disabled the sight completely. Wait a moment, a broken bar. I can't talk? The game's monsters shouldn't be able to gag a player unless it's by accident or with a skill that allows them to do so. The only ones that can do so freely are the other players. This must mean a broken bar. Are you fucking with me? PFFT. Ahaha. Right at this moment I hear somebody laughing right next to my ear. It must be broken bar. It must be broken bar. My sister Marta. Ha ha ha. Your reaction was so funny, Andreu. Ahaha. While laughing, she releases me. I'm sorry, but I had to do it. After annoying me for the whole dungeon invasion, I somehow had to make you regret your decision to turn off the sight, hearing, and touch. Are you fucking with me? You know the reason I disabled the three senses, so why are you making me scared like this? She strikes me on the back a few times as she continues to laugh. At least, I think she does. Ha ha ha. Phew, a broken bar. She slowly breathes in and out to calm herself. Come on. It wasn't so bad. I'm sure you couldn't feel almost anything on a way. A broken bar. That's true. A broken bar still. This doesn't justify your actions. It doesn't. Do you know how annoying it was to guide you through the whole dungeon? Andreu, step to the right. Andreu, there's an enemy in front. Andreu, beware the hole. Andreu this. Andreu that. A broken bar. I'm not your babysitter. Also, you brought it upon yourself. You could always say no to Clara and be done with the abyss stuff. I hate to admit it, but she's kind of right. I brought it upon myself. If only I could say no to my little sister when she asks a broken bar. And it was me who proposed to invade Clara's dungeon. Sure, it was to avoid Marta's teaching session, and it didn't work anyway. But a broken bar. It was me who said it first, and if there's one thing I'll always do, is to keep my word. Only when I want, or when it comes to my little sister. But I'll always keep my word. It isn't funny. You're right, it isn't. Guiding you through the whole dungeon wasn't funny. You know I'm not talking about that, huh? I'm sorry, did you say anything? I think I disabled my hearing sense too, so I couldn't hear what you just said. You're doing this on purpose. Broken bar. I sigh. Alright. Let's forget about these. A broken bar. Should we continue? How long do you think it is until we reach the end? Don't you listen to what I say? We're almost there. I said a guide through the whole dungeon, didn't I? Does this mean we're done with this? Not yet. But I can see the dungeon cow from here. Nice. I can finally leave this horrifying dungeon behind. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I'm not sure if I'm making the proper laughing pose or not because of my limited senses. But I hope I do. I see you recover quickly. If I had known, I would have stayed quiet until the end. A broken bar. Well, what's done is done. Wait here, Andreu. I'll come look for you once I finish this. She wants to leave me behind, again, alone, in this dark space where I can't feel anything. A broken bar. I shudder. See, can you not bring me with you? Didn't you hear me? I'm not your babysitter. Please, I beg you. Can't you guide me as you've been doing all the time? I'm tired of it. And there's no reason to because we're almost at the end. Tivina broken bar. Can I broken bar? No, this won't work. Please. I beg you. Don't leave me behind. What are you complaining about now? Weren't you scared of the monsters here? I do. But I hate this dark isolation too. I try to make puppy eyes at her. I'm really worried if it'll work or not. A broken bar. After all, I've got this giant rat head. And I can't see. Maybe I'm not even looking in her direction. Sigh. Fine. You can come. But don't hope for me to give you instructions. You can. I don't know. Just grab onto one of your best followers of whatever they're called and make it follow me. This way I don't have to look out for you. Okay, I'll do it. And it's good follower, not best follower. I stumble around until I grab something. It doesn't react, so I guess it's one of my good followers. I really hope so, because if it's one of the monsters I'm going to cry. Good follower, it's time to switch our roles. This time, it's me who's going to follow after you. We walk like this for what feels like a minute or two, though it might be less. It's hard to keep track of time when I can't see the game's clock. We're broken bar. Couldn't have we done this from the beginning? If I had thought of this before, I would have had an easier time. Mia broken bar TSK. Damn it. Looks like both of us are thinking the same thing. This was the second time Andrew invaded an abyss dungeon. In the future, he would avoid them the best he could. Clara's dungeon included. In fact, from then onwards, when he got randomly paired with an abyss player in PvP, he immediately surrendered. Even before the match started. This was the reason he never reached the top PvP rankings. While pouting, Clara crosses her arms and shouts at me. It doesn't count. This is the first thing she says once Marta and I disconnect from the game. What doesn't count? I'm sorry, but I don't understand. You'll have to elaborate a little bit more. I tilt my head to the side to show her my confusion. What do you mean? What do I mean? She interrupts. Do you really don't know what I mean? Oh my god. The dreaded question. If a woman asks you this question, or something similar, it means she's angry and you screwed up. The problem is that it usually doesn't help at all to know exactly where you screwed up. Her broken bar. So now I'm in a situation where I must feign I actually know what she's talking about. I look at Marta, asking for help. She stares back and mutters, I knew this would happen. A broken bar. Then she covers her face with her hand and doesn't say anything else. You're smiling, aren't you? Yeah, you're smiling. Instead of helping me, you're laughing at me. How can you be so evil? Why can't you help your little brother when he's in need of help? Clara stomps her foot a few times in annoyance, waiting for me to say something. I turn my head to Marta once again, hoping she'll reconsider helping me. But instead, she opens her mouth and moves her lips to form a phrase. I believe she said, you brought it upon yourself. What did I bring upon myself? What did I do? Broken bar this time. There are so many possibilities. I don't know which one might be broken bar. Clara? I don't know what you're talking about. A broken bar. Don't lie. It's you who said you wanted to go into my dungeon to help me improve it, but then turned off all sense. A broken bar. Now I understand. It's about that, ... and I wanted you to see it. You lied to me. You never wanted to come. She pouts and turns her head away. Hey, cute. In case you don't understand what's happening, she was watching our invasion as the owner of the dungeon, so she knows everything that happened while we were inside. But we already talked about this, didn't we? Didn't we agree I wouldn't have to come into your dungeon ever again? That's not true. What we agreed is that I would never ask you again. It isn't the same. It isn't. It sounds the same to me. A broken bar. But now isn't the time to argue about this. I must first calm her down. That's why I went into your dungeon. I just a broken bar. I just disabled my senses so I wouldn't have to see the monsters. You know, because he broken bar. I'm scared of them. Oh, so it's like that. I thought you were just stupid and wanted to annoy me, says Marta from the side. You're not helping, Marta. If you're going to spout bullshit and add to the fire, you better stay quiet. Her broken bar. And you already knew the reason I did it, so don't lie. Clara continues to look at me with an angry face as Marta quietly laughs at me, her hand still hiding her face so Clara can't see it. I don't care, says Clara. It was you who said you wanted to help me improve my dungeon, but you didn't keep your word. Yeah, broken bar. Oh, come on. I said it to avoid the training session. I really wanted to avoid the training session, because I not only had to follow Marta's lead but I also had to fight against you. I'm about to complain and say this, but managed to stop myself before doing it. Wow, that was Clusie broken bar. I look at Clara, then at Marta. Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to say the truth. I mean, if I said I wanted to skip the training in any way possible, even if it meant having to go to Clara's dungeon when I actually didn't want to go into it ever again, a broken bar, I would anger both of them at the same time. Instead of solving the current issue, I would create two more, and I really don't want that. The worst is I know I'm right. I have the right to not like something, and I shouldn't have to suffer because of it. But, and it's a very big but, who dares to say it to my angry little sister and demon-like older one? Maybe we're broken bar, because I don't. We can switch places anytime you want. Sayoka broken bar. I slowly start to speak, dragging my words so that, I don't know, a broken bar, a miracle, maybe? Happens before I can finish my sentence. I'm sorry, Clara, I won't do it again. The next time, I won't turn my senses off. Clara's face brightens for a moment before returning to her previously angry expression. She can't completely stop the tips of her lips from curling upwards. Then, you'll go into my dungeon right now, right? And after dinner, we'll have the review session as we were supposed to, right? Fees, a broken bar is what I like to call coercion. Who volunteers to take my place? No? Nobody? ... Yes. Sigh. Clara claps her hands and, with shiny eyes, asks, really? Yes, really. Really? You promise? ... I do. Yay. ... But you'll have to come with me again, Marta. Me, a broken bar? Why me? Marta's smile disappears as soon as I mention her name. Well, there's no way I'm going alone, a broken bar. Perfect. If you both go into my dungeon again, I'm sure you'll find everything that I need to improve. Clara makes a victory pose. But why me? I just came out of it. Why do I have to do it again? Only because of his stupid actions. Hey, bad luck, Marta. There's no way you can get out of this deal now, a broken bar, unless you want to make Clara sad. I forced you into this mess. Ha ha ha. Also, don't insult me, please. Still a broken bar. I want to cry. Hi there. Nightmares. Did you miss me? I didn't. In fact, I hoped to never see you again. But shit happens, and it seems we'll meet each other sooner than expected. Well then, until we see each other tonight. With love, Andreu. PD, if only you could leave me alone, I would really appreciate it. Clara clasps her hands together as if praying. Why don't you get yourselves get killed because of MP drain so I can get both XP and the despair? Pretty please. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. I a broken bar. There's absolutely no way I'm going to stare into one of those aberrations until I die. Pretty please, he broken bar. Clara makes puppy eyes at me, trying to force me into it. But I have my secret weapon against this tactic. It's called a fear. I already said this before, but puppy eyes don't work when I'm scared to death. Though I would prefer to be in a situation where they work. Eat a broken bar. No, yeah. Alright, we'll do it, says Marta. Nice. Clara jumps in excitement around the room after hearing Marta agree. No. Why did you have to agree, Marta? Is it payback for forcing you to come with me? I'm sorry, Clara, I don't think I can. Let's go, Andreu. We don't have much time until dinner. We have to hurry up. Marta interrupts me and puts the virtual helmet on my head before turning it on. Wait, I never agreed to this. I don't want to again. I can't finish speaking. No, I don't want to do this. If I had known it would turn out to be like this, I would have done it properly from the start. I now regret my previous actions, but only a tiny bit. It was worth it to get Marta annoyed. As soon as we finish eating dinner, Clara sits on my bed and asks me. Her current expression and behavior are exact opposites to the one she had when I turned off my senses. So, how was it? Did you like my dungeon, Andreu? Marta furrows her brows in annoyance. Hey, why do you only ask him? Why don't you ask me instead? Yeah, broken bar. I shudder. ... I really don't want to remember. I finish my sentence with an empty look. I hope I can sleep tonight, a broken bar. I don't want another sleepless night filled with nightmares. Marta takes this chance to take the lead, while I try to recover from the horrors I saw not so long ago. Okay, so I, the great pro, will go first. She turns her head to me with a triumphant look on her face before continuing. Yeah, as if I cared. Clara, the first thing I noticed in your dungeon is that it's too short. Too short, a broken bar? But I thought it was okay with this length. Mine and Clara's thoughts overlap, but for very different reasons. Too short? 15 minutes of cosmic horrors is too short for you? I'll admit it's kind of short for a player level 5 dungeon, where they usually take about 1 hour to clear. But when it comes to the abyss creatures, the shorter the dungeon is, the better. In fact, even a single second is way longer than it should be. Yes, too short. How do I say it? Our broken bar. It's like a broken bar. When I was starting to get immersed into it, I could already see the dungeon core, breaking the illusion. And it was even clearer the second time. Then I'll make the dungeon bigger. Clara pumps her fist before cutely tilting her head to the side. But how much bigger? About 4 times bigger. Players expect a dungeon of your level to take an hour to clear on average. Marta smirks at me as if saying, aren't I amazing? No, you aren't that amazing. I knew that too. You know, Ricard made sure to drill it into my head some time ago. Broken bar. That's easy. I just need to add more stuff and I'll be done. He. It isn't that easy, Clara. Broken bar. Marta rubs her temples with a dry smile. Have you ever been inside a dungeon where everything was the same, where there was no change from the start to the end? I do. But they were all boring as hell. Broken bar. See, you got your answer. ... What answer? Asks Clara, tilting her head to the side again. Marta and I exchange a glance. Sometimes, Clara can be like this. I like to see her as cute, but since they're talking about aberrations and horrifying stuff, I can only see her as airheaded right now. I've come to suspect she does this on purpose so that I lower my guard and she can do whatever she wants with me. But what can I say? I'm a sucker for her. Sigh. Marta suspires before continuing. That you can't make the whole dungeon look the same. What else could it be? Is that so? Then, I'll create a bunch of random areas and stake them together, as Andreu did with his dungeon. Will be the same. He. Clara raises her hand up high and looks at me, waiting for a high five. Reluctantly, I raise my hand up when I shudder. And this time isn't because of the abyss stuff. What's going on? I look around and quickly understand the reason. Marta is sending me a death glare. What did I do to you now? I swear I didn't do anything. I'm not trying to poison her with my actions, okay? She's poisoning herself, okay? I swear it's her who wants to do what I do and not the other way around. So ignore me. Leave me alone. Shivering. Alone. I repeat alone twice because it's important. I quickly retreat my hand. I'm sorry, Clara. She's currently scarier than you. Marta resumes talking. It doesn't work like this, Clara. Broken bar. It doesn't. Yes, she's right. You can't just simply put random stuff together and hope for it to work, like I did. But it doesn't work. Usually, that it worked for me doesn't mean it'll work for you. It doesn't. What I think you should do is create different areas, with new monsters. But we'll talk about this in more detail the next time, in our next training session. Now let's move to the next thing I wanted to tell you. Bring it on. Isn't Clara way more excited than usual? I'm starting to get worried. Does she really like those aberrations so much that she's excited about Marta teaching her how to improve the dungeon? It's a broken bar kind of suspicious. She usually only gets like this when it comes to doing something with me, like playing together. But they're talking about the monsters I fear, so it can't be related. It can't a broken bar, right? I'm sure it isn't. Yeah, it can't be. It's impossible. A broken bar, right? So the next thing I noticed is both a lack of monsters and variety. I know a broken bar. Clara awkwardly scratches her cheek. But I couldn't decide which new unit looked cuter, so I didn't unlock any broken bar. See? Airheaded. While Clara and Marta talk, I continue to tremble. My fear of the past slowly turns into fear of the future. The fear of what I've seen slowly turns into what I'll see. What the hell are you doing, Marta? Telling Clara to make the dungeon longer and adding more monsters to it, and new zones? What if I ever have to go back into it? I won't survive. And I'm not talking about the game but about my mental sanity. A broken bar. Why do you despise your brother so much? As expected, they ignore my inner thoughts and continue talking. There's a problem with how you use your monsters too. I'm sure you don't receive much despair from the invaders, do you? I don't. A broken bar. But how did you know? It's easy. It's because most of your monsters are hidden until the players get close. This is nice for ambushes and the maybe killing the invaders, but this won't give you any despair. So that's why I was getting so little. I got almost all of it when I invaded other dungeons. A broken bar. Clara looks sullen as she lowers her gaze to the floor. I suppose it is. Marta pats her chest to show her superiority. But don't worry, with my help, you'll soon be swimming in despair. I'll teach you everything you need to know to bring the most fear and despair to your enemies. Yes. For example, putting the monsters in plain sight but too far away to attack. so that the invaders have no choice but to walk in weird poses to avoid looking at them or to have their MP reduced all the time. Oh I like it. Please, number. Or like rising the monster's defense with skills, to increase the time their passive effect works. Nice. Like this, the A battle report session between my two sisters ends and we can go to sleep. Or try to, because I'm sure I won't be able to sleep today. A broken bar. Or maybe this isn't the end. Marta and Clara are looking at me. The latter one, with an expectant look. What? Weren't we going to sleep now? I ask. What are you saying, Andreu? Shouts Clara. Now it's time for you to give me feedback. I don't want to. I don't want to remember what I had to go through inside your dungeon. I'm sorry, but I can't. Now, it's my time to stay silent. Hey, I try to stay silent, but Marta kicks me. Don't be like this. It was you who wanted to do this. She says, please, let's not return to this topic yet again. A broken bar. I already did my part, so now it's your turn. Please, adds Clara, making puppy eyes, from my side. It hurts. My heart hurts. My heart, love, and brain, fear, are now fighting each other. Why did you have to be so cute, Clara? Should I? It's my responsibility as the older brother. Plus I was the first one to suggest this. Buta broken bar. I really hate having to think about Abyss stuff. I did come up with a few changes she can do to bring as much despair to the invaders as possible. Mostly because it's stuff I would hate to happen to me. That's why I'm so reluctant. I would hate for it to happen to me. But I'm sure I won't have to go inside her dungeon ever again. So it should be okay. Right? Okay, broken bar. I'm going to tell you how you can improve your dungeon to give your invaders as much despair as possible. Yes, thank you. I love you. Clara kisses my cheek. Well, maybe a broken bar it isn't so bad. Hey, why didn't you kiss me, Clara? Isn't this discrimination? All right. It's time to show the A-Pro how the A-real stuff is done. Foo. Ha. It wasn't a surprise to anyone that I regretted my decision to help my little sister sometime later. On the screen, a heavily armored man slowly advances through a rocky tunnel. He trembles and shivers. Then, he looks around with his eyes wide open, searching for something. He lowers his head, trying to see what's on the bottom of the cliff. A weird cry resounds through the tunnel and the man jumps, surprised. But he does so with such bad luck that he slips, falling to the bottom of the cliff. Before the screen turns black, a phantasmal version of the same man appears right next to its lifeless body, complaining about something. Ha. Did you see that? He was surprised because one of those goat birds cries and literally fell to his death. Ha. How can you be so unlucky? Did you see his face when his foot slipped? Put it again. I want to see it again. This one clearly goes to the top 10, don't you think? He died to the stupidest mob in the whole dungeon. Of course, we have to put it on the list. Yeah, sure. But I still like that one who dies to his own water spell hitting his crotch better. That one is the undisputable top one. That's true too. I like more that one who dies when his own mob falls on top of him. Ha. That one is hilarious too. But then, if we add this one to the list, we will have 11 deaths. Which one should we remove? The one with the worm? Yes, the one with the worm. I agree. As funny as it is to see a guy running away in fear, get devoured, and die in despair, the rest are better. The one with the worm it is, then. Now we have to name it. PFFT. Ha. What's up now? Ha. Nothing. I just remembered the one with the Minotaur boss and started laughing again. Oh, yeah, that one is very funny too. I don't think I can achieve something like that even if I try to do it on purpose. Broken bar. Hey, let's focus. I'll add this new video, but we first have to decide how to call it. A scared to death? Nah, that's lame. A unwanted suicide is better. Yeah, broken bar. I don't like it. It's too gruesome. How about a deadly jump scare? Ooh, I like it. Let's name it like that. So broken bar, does anybody have another video with a stupid death? Oh, Yes, I have this one here. Broken bar. The guy was so stupid he went inside the eternal rest zone while poisoned and fell asleep. I believe he's the first and only player to ever actually die while inside of it. But what's funny is his rambling and insults after his death. A broken bar. The Mad Rats Labs top 10 stupidest deaths. Temporary ranking. 1. Wetted his pants. 2. Mob deadly. 3. Jump scare. 4. Man-thing brainwash. 5. It's so cute. Save me. 6. Minotaur bowling. 7. They're everywhere. Everywhere. 8. Slimy Benny Hill. 9. Minus 100% damage. Am I healing my enemies? 10. Poison dreams. This top 10 deaths list, with the links to the videos, went viral and the players who created it decided to make a new one every month. The surprising thing is they never got tired of it, nor did they ever run out of videos. Oh, yes, this is life. I chuckle as I spin around. Right now, I'm seated in one of those luxurious office chairs in a dark room. In front of me, several screens illuminate my face and give it a mysterious feel. I put my feet on top of the table and lean backward in the most comfortable position. Then, I start petting the octocat resting on the armrest. Welcome. Welcome to my dungeon, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, no, it's only ladies. A broken bar. KHM. I make a fake cough. Welcome to my dungeon, ladies. I've been waiting for this day. Let's see how far you can go before falling into despair. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. As I laugh, I raise my hands up high. Hey, look at the shadow. It is such an epic shape. They're here. I stare at one of the screens. This one shows the entrance to my dungeon. In it, 2 light flashes appear, followed by several more light flashes of less intensity. The teleportation has finished. The first A lady spins round in glee as she talks to the second A lady. We're here. He. Yes, we're here. This is the first time I know more than you about what's to come. Do you want me to be the guide? No, there's no need. I want to see everything for myself. Is that so, broken bar? But I wanted to guide you. A broken bar, says the first A lady in a sullen tone. Next time. Okay, yes. A broken bar. I'm sure you know what's going on by now, so I'm not going to explain anything. Okay, you got me. A broken bar. After the tournament match where we used this control room, I improved it and placed it inside my dungeon. Now, if I decide to defend my dungeon, I can come here and watch and hear everything the invaders do while comfortably sitting on my chair. And in case I want to say something, I installed speakers throughout the whole dungeon. Today might be the first day I use them if I want to say something to my sisters. Oh, and I can also control some of the traps and mechanisms from here too. For example, the other day I manually opened a few of the sealed doors in the failed experiments area. It was because I got angry at some random orc player spouting bullshit about me. Marta, in her Seraphim champion, calmly looks around. So this is his dungeon. Huh? She furrows her brows. Is this all you have? Compared to what I read in the forums, it's too lame. Of course not. The funny and interesting stuff is inside. We're just at the entrance. Thank you, Clara. You're so adorable. Sometimes a broken bar, though your behavior and an aspect don't currently match. As you expect, this is because she's utilizing the usual tentacle aberration champion. I had enough of this stuff yesterday, and I didn't want to have anything to do with them today. But I couldn't tell her not to come only because of this, don't you think? Andreu, I'm sure you're watching this, says Marta. Are you ready to see how I crush your dungeon? Crush my dungeon? Easy to say when you bring your strongest champion and support mobs. I don't think it's possible for you to die, not at all, unless you literally fall into every trap and ambush. But the question you should be asking isn't that one, Marta. What you should be asking yourself is how far you can go without suffering. Ha ha ha. You can try it if you want. My voice sounds through the speakers. Hi. Marta makes a cute cry. I'm sure she didn't expect to hear my answer. But she quickly calms down. I'm a broken bar. Are you using speakers? Yes. You sure know your stuff. Of course I do. Who do you think I am? Who do I think you are? You're my annoying and stuck-up older sister. Hey, Andreu. Since we can talk freely, you'll answer any question I have, right? Clara ignores our bickering and asks me a question. I don't see any reason I shouldn't. Sure, Why not? Also a broken bar. Can you give me one of those octocats for me to hug please? I don't mind, but don't you know you'll kill it as soon as your decaying touch activates? Well, there's no reason to say no, and she'll be happy, so who cares? Okay, I'll put it near the entrance. Yay! The two finally start the invasion and soon reach the cave's mouth. As they come in and see the glowing screaming mushrooms and giant claw marks, Marta furrows her brows. My broken bar, she groans. Is that disdain, or disguised approval? It's hard to see through the screen. A broken bar. I'm looking forward to seeing her cry and despair during the invasion. I don't think she will die, and the chances are even lower since Clara, who knows everything about my dungeon, is with her. But this doesn't mean she can't get annoyed at what might happen during the invasion. I'm sure she won't expect most of the stuff I've prepared. I mean, the usual dungeon stuff. It isn't as if I have prepared anything against her in particular. Oh, yeah. Before I forget, I must ask for assistance with something. Clara, before ending the dungeon invasion, do you mind going to a place I'll tell you so I can capture some of your abyss units? This way I won't have to come into your dungeon. Own a broken bar. Sure thing. Eh? Why should I do it for you? Also, what would you gain even if I do it? My units are too expensive for you to use right now. I already know. And I didn't ask you, Marta. I only asked Clara. She drops her head and mutters, ... Is that so, broken bar? Is it disappointment she's expressing right now? Can it actually be possible? Can it be she actually wanted to help me? Nah, no way that's true. Let's ignore her comment. Don't worry. I'm going to help him since you can't, says Clara while patting Marta's back. Yuga broken bar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what you call a rubbing salt into the wound. See this, Clara? This is what I was telling you yesterday. It's been 5 minutes since we started the invasion, and the only thing that happened so far is that the dungeon's theme has been established. I see a broken bar. In contrast, in your dungeon, by the time the mood was set, I could see the dungeon core. As they approach the entrance to the big cave, Marta turns her head around and starts to teach Clara. By the way, our broken bar. Is Marta praising me? Of course, this is an unnecessarily long entrance that takes too much time to cover. Even if you run, it would take about a full minute, which is too much for any player. So you don't have to copy it because it's useless. But you get the idea, right? And a broken bar pop. The bubble burst and I returned to reality. Yeah, there's no way she can simply praise me. There must always be something else. That something else is usually contempt. Marta makes the first step inside the cave. She adds, okay, so this is it. From now on, don't warn me about dangers or tell me what's going to happen next. I need to see it for myself to give the best feedback. Sure thing, answers Clara. She's tightly hugging an octocat's corpse, the one she asked me for. Is she going to drag it through the whole dungeon? I wonder if there'll be an octocat plushie somewhere. Broken bar. It's so cute. For once, we both agree on something being cute. Marta advances with a hand on her chin as she looks around. By now, I'm sure they can hear the cries and the moans of the demonic swarmers and other stuff. Maybe they already saw some of their shadows moving through the cavern. My broken bar. Giant mushrooms, rocks and rubble, cliffs, stalactites and stalagmites. A broken bar. This looks like a perfect place for ambushes. But ambushes from the get-go? Isn't it a little too much if this is the first thing the invaders encounter? You're only 50% right, Marta. First, ambushes aren't everything that can happen here. And second, the monsters that can ambush you are kind or random, and weak. It's close to impossible for a player to die as soon as he or she steps in here. And talking about ambushes. A broken bar. Swish. A black projectile flies in Marta's direction. It comes from behind her! She jumps forward right before the impact, successfully avoiding it. Then, she counterattacks with a flying blade. But it's too bad for her because the goblin hides behind the rock on time. How did she do it? Does she have eyes on her back? How can she not only avoid the attack but also launch a perfectly aimed counter? All of it without seeing anything. TSK. Marta clicks her tongue. Sneaky one, huh? Wow, that was amazing. How did you do it? Asks Clara. Yeah, How did you do it? I want to know it too. Practice. This is the only answer she gives before furrowing her brows, turning around, and continuing the dungeon invasion. Will I be able to do it in the future too? Asks Clara with gleaming eyes. Well, I'm sure they would be gleaming if her champion had eyes. I'm sure you will if you train hard enough. Clara pumps her tentacle fist. Then, I'll train even harder. The goblin peeks from behind the rock to see what my sisters and their support mobs are doing. Right now, its AI should be assessing if it should attack, follow after them and look for an opportunity to strike, or run away. But before it can make a decision, Marta swings her sword once again and a second flying blade rushes in its direction, killing both the goblin and imp halves before they can hide behind the boulder. And she does so as if it were completely natural. No, 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 wait a moment. This isn't possible. I could understand if she heard the first attack, predicted where it came from and counterattacked. But not this time. The goblin was standing still, doing nothing. The only reasonable explanation is that she can somehow see behind here a broken bar. Now that I think about it, didn't she have her eyes closed? I'm sure she must have used some kind of vision skill to impress both of us. Wow, so cool. How did you do it? Marta smirks after confirming the kill. Hey, this is nothing. I knew it. She's doing this to show off. The worst is that I must admit it kind of works. Only kind of. You need a lot more to impress me. After this short fight, if you can call this a fight, the two continue the dungeon invasion. The following monsters they find are a group of demonic swarmers, as well as the two goblin pests that take this chance to strike. The disgusting shouts echo throughout the big cave. Since Marta told her to stay put and leave everything to her, Clara puts her hands on top of the ear area to muffle the sound. Does it work at all? Your champion doesn't have ears, after all. A broken bar. The shouts call for the closest demonic swarmers, and they soon join the fight. Or should I say massacre instead? That's the only way I can describe it. It's like throwing eggs into a rock. The demonic swarmer comes close to my sister's group and dies in the few strikes. Those that end up fighting Marta die in a single one instead, two if they're really lucky. This scene repeats until there are no more of my monsters remaining. These monsters area broken bar. Interesting, says Marta after the fight ends. But if you're even slightly smarter than this pebble I'm stepping on, I'm sure you know what's wrong with them, am I right? What can I say? She's right. The demonic swarmers were okay in the past. I'm talking about when I and the dungeon were in the beginning steps. But now a broken bar, they've been left behind. Whoa, behind. I didn't notice until now because they're still an obstacle when it comes to some players, but I saw it clearly in this fight. They aren't strong enough to act as strong monsters, and there aren't enough of them to act as swarmers either. Plus the main reason I created them, the mushrooms, makes no sense because the place most players fight them is inside this cave, where there are no mushrooms. A broken bar. Right now, they're useless. Kind of. I'll ask you more about them later because I can't really understand what they're supposed to do with only this fight. Sure, a broken bar. Hey, what's wrong with them? I don't understand the broken bar, asks Clara. Don't worry about it, Clara. I'll explain it later to you too. Clara pouts. At least her tone is the same as the one she uses when pouting. Mew, a broken bar. I'm always the one left behind. This isn't fair. In my opinion, the best way to improve your dungeon is to ask somebody else for help. Ask them to dive into your dungeon and give their honest opinion on what they liked, what they didn't, and most importantly, what stuff they thought was missing. Of course, the best is to get feedback from an experienced player, but if you can't, any player will do. Though it's possible your vision of the dungeon and theirs don't align. In that case, making the changes they suggest would instead damage your dungeon. Excerpt of an interview with a high-ranking DMA player. Yes, give her hell. Make her feel all my accumulated rage after so many years. Make her cry until blood leaves her eyes. Come on, my minions, I know you can do it. This ice a broken bar. Don't run away. Stop. I said stop already. Marta is desperately chasing after the goblins as she shouts in anger. She's going up and down the same area, but she isn't able to kill a single one of them. They've been at it for some time already. Meanwhile, Clara is sitting on the ground watching everything, her head going from left to right, before going back from right to left, like watching a tennis match. You see a broken bar to avoid all goblins behaving exactly the same while still having the same AI. I set it so that, randomly, each one prefers one type of action over the others. There are those that are more aggressive and choose to attack if they can. Then there are those that like stalking the players, and only attack when they're busy with something else. And of course, there are those that like to run away as soon as they spot the tiniest danger. So far, Marta has killed all goblins that dared come close enough for her to see, by using the same trick as before. But those were mostly the stalkers and the aggressive ones, leaving the scaredy cats alive. In this terrain that's advantageous for them to hide, filled with obstacles that prevent Marta from chasing them properly, a broken bar plus the fact that they hide or run away as soon as they stick their heads out and see Marta A, or to be more specific, a champion A close by, she can't manage to kill them. If only she weren't so proud, the situation would be different, but she just can't turn around and leave them be. It would be so easy if she just ignored them for a while and chose an advantageous location to kill them, a broken bar. She could also split her support mobs to surround the goblins for an easy kill. But I'm sure she believes it's too lame to mobilize her little army for such weak enemies, because she doesn't do it either. She can't quite get them, even with the flying slashes, but her pride prevents her from turning around or seeking help. It's the first time I've seen her doing something so stupid in a long time. Now, I'm waiting for her patience to run low enough, at which point I'm sure she'll do something crazy. I'm actually looking forward to what she'll do. Alright, I've got enough of this shit. Ooh, the show is starting. Fear for your lives, for heaven's wrath will fall upon you. As Marta shouts this, she raises her hands up high in a dramatic pose, which I have to admit is quite decent, though it doesn't reach the epicness of my lightning cast pose, and a blinding light orb starts to form on top of her. Soon, the orb flashes, disappearing for an instant before reappearing near the place the goblin was hiding, and an explosion happens. Bam! The light covers about a quarter of the big cavern as everything in its area dies. Ha, ha, ha. Nobody can stop me. Ha. Ha, ha. Marta laughs as she confirms the goblin is dead. Yeah, good job there, Marta Broken Bar. You managed to kill a little rat with a nuke. You sure can be proud of it. What did it take? Only about a fifth of your maximum MP, to be more precise, a fifth of a maximum level Seraphim's maximum MP. Ridiculous. Clap, clap, clap. Oh, Clara exclaims as she claps. Ha ha ha. Good job, you finally managed to kill one of them. I say through the speakers. Yes, you're right. The best part of this is that she only managed to kill one of Goblimp. There are two more alive that continue to play hide and seek with her. Don't worry, Clara. Your big sis will finish this in an instant. Just look at this. Ha, ha, ha. No, we're not worried about this situation. What we're worried about is your sanity, or lack of. A broken bar. I'm not sure about Clara, but I sure am. Marta raises her hands up high once again and a new light orb appears. After the explosion, the process repeats for a third time, reducing the number of alive goblins to 0. I say all goblins died, but in fact, not only the goblins but absolutely everything inside the giant cave died, except for my sisters and their mobs. This includes all the critters as well as the few monsters that were hiding in some corner, and the water ants swimming in the underground lake. And it only took 3/5 of Marta's maximum MP. Let me repeat it because it's important. To kill 3 goblins, it only took 3/5 of a maximum level Seraphim's maximum MP. Crazy, right? Ooh, nice job, Marta. You killed them all. Well, them and everything else in the cave too. But don't worry, there are a lot more monsters ready to make you go crazy. It was really funny to see you running around like that. Foo. Ha ha ha. How dare you taunt me? I'll show you how I crush everything else. Yeah, keep dreaming. I'm a broken bar. Where do you want to go next? I'll guide you, asks Clara. Marta turns around to look at her with furrowed brows. Didn't I tell you I will do it myself? I'm a broken bar, but I want to be of help too. and a broken bar, and there are 2 paths now. I can guide you through the one you choose. Okay, broken bar, but you choose which one. I don't want you to tell me anything in advance. Oh, and I want to see everything this dungeon has to offer, so don't miss any part. Sure thing. Clara spins around before starting to walk toward the rabbit area. Cute things, here we go. Didn't I just tell you? No spoilers. Sigh. It's a lost cause. Let's not get angry at her for a broken bar. You're ignoring some crucial information, Marta. Given that Clara considers the Octocats, as well as the Abyss aberrations, as cute, a broken bar, don't you know she could be talking about literally anything? Though this time she's talking about actually cute rabbits, a broken bar, and they're not so cute half-orc ambusher cousins. Now that I think about it, this is one area that makes some players go crazy in anger. Either by the ambushes or because of the damage debuff. Maybe Marta will get angry once again and blow everything up. It'll be funny because it's possible that, with the damage debuff stacked, her damage will be low enough that she can't kill stuff in a single strike anymore. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. Ha ha ha. I'm not a lost cause, Clara complains. I look at Clara's hand. She's still hugging tightly the Octocat's corpse. I notice that Marta's gaze too lands on the poor creature's corpse. I'm sure both of us are thinking the same. She's a lost cause. Oh, of course you aren't. I was joking. Ha, ha, ha. You were right, Marta. She's a lost cause. And you're too. Me? Nah. I'm a perfectly normal and sane person. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I start laughing for no apparent reason as I continue petting the Octocat that's resting on my armrest. I'm not crazy. What am I doing, then? You ask. I'm practicing my evil mastermind persona. After being called like that so many times, and having the perfect chance to roleplay it with the screens displaying the heroes, the comfy chair, and the cat on the armrest, I had to try it. Maybe I'll roleplay as the evil mastermind in the future, a broken bar, who knows. Not long after blowing up the giant cavern, my sisters reach the rabbit area. Curious about what happened in the mushroom-filled caves? Well, a broken bar, nothing much. Marta just ignored everything and pushed through with her high stats, and Clara followed her without saying anything. My broken bar, decent change of environment, but only decent. I can think of at least 1,000 ways to make this better. Marta nods sagely at her own words before turning around. See this, Clara? This is what I told you when I was talking about new zones. In contrast to the previously dark, oppressive, and dangerous zones, this open area filled with harmless rabbits is a nice change of pace. Yeah. Thanks. If you think this is a nice change of pace, I'm looking forward to what you'll say when you reach the failed experiments area. But the rabbits aren't a shhhht. Marta puts her finger over Clara's lips, or in the general area where they would be if she had lips. Didn't I tell you not to spoil anything? Clara nods. Then, let me discover it on my own. Downcast, Clara lowers her head. Okay, broken bar. Yes, Clara. Let Marta discover the surprise on her own, but she quickly recovers her mood. Then, she intently gazes in the direction of the closest rabbit. My eyes go back to the Octocat's corpse in her grip. She isn't going to do what I'm thinking she's going to do, right? A broken bar? Wait for a broken bar. Let's feign ignorance. Unaware of what's happening behind her, Marta starts to walk into the natural valley filled with grass and rabbits munching on it. You know, a broken bar. It's weird to have a safe area like this. It makes no sense. This shows how green you are, Andreu. Safe area? What a safe area are you talking about? I don't see any. Also, it's way too big. I was a fool to even think it was possible your dungeon would be decent. It's clear you just smacked some random stuff together and got lucky with the results. A broken bar. Marta keeps talking bullshit about me and my dungeon. She bends her knees and focuses her gaze on a random rabbit, sometimes surprising the players with something they don't expect, like a safe area, can be okay. But then you must have something on hand to exploit it. And it's clear you don't. She continues her monologue. They're just normal rabbits. A broken bar, that's what you want me to think. Her expression changes to an angry one. Ha. Do you think I wouldn't notice this is a trap? As if I didn't know how you like to do everything. Do you think I'm stupid? She kicks the rabbit, which flies for a few meters until it hits a rock and dies. So it was an actual rabbit, a broken bar. What the hell, Andreu? I expected more of you, a broken bar. Can you make up your mind already? Are you praising or dissing me? Marta decides to ignore the rabbits and continue the dungeon exploration. Hey, she didn't notice the damage debuff she got from killing that rabbit. Wait for me, don't leave me behind. Clara runs to catch up with her. I can't avoid noticing she's now dragging 2 of my monsters' corpses instead of 1. Their numbers are growing. I don't know if she's ever seen an annoyer, but I wouldn't be surprised if the canary with tiny goat horns and a goatee is her next victim. Let's continue to feign ignorance here. Broken bar. Marta reaches the closed door with a lever next to it. Is this the door to the next area? It certainly looks like it is. Yes, this door leads to the laboratory, skipping most of the tunnels. If you want to see everything, we can go back whenever you want to. Clara, what did I say about telling me what's next to broken bar? I'll stay quiet. Marta pulls the lever and the door opens. They all enter the passage that leads to the laboratory, a broken bar. It happens at this moment. You see, the thing is that for some reason I can't quite comprehend, Marta decided it was her duty to protect Clara and her mobs from danger, so her mobs are surrounding the group. They look like bodyguards. And, because the group is so big and they're placed like that, the Notter rabbits don't know when to attack. So they didn't so far. But things change when the last mob steps into the exit tunnel, which is also the first and only time they can confirm the condition I put for them to attack. The enemy runs away. In short, the Notter rabbits strike the same unlucky mob with the ambush damage bonus not once, not twice, but 3 times. And Marta's a squishy mage dies. Yeah, you're right, a broken bar. It's a squishy mage. A squishy mage with low HP and defense, that only needs 3 overpowered attacks to take down. Oh, how much I wished I was as a squishy as that angel magia. Broken bar. Stupid monsters. How dare you kill one of my precious subjects? It's one of your mobs. It isn't the end of the world, you know. This is it. I've got enough of you. I'll obliterate all of you for the sins you've committed. Is this the only way you know to solve things, Marta? I thought you were a broken bar. I don't know better. Once again, the light orb appears on top of her before flying off and blowing up half of the rabbit area. It's smaller than the giant cave, so even if the explosion comes from a corner, it still covers half of it. As a result, all the Notter rabbits, as well as 5 curse rabbits, die. And she gets a wonderful total of 6 stacks of the curse, reducing her damage by 60%. This includes the one she killed before but didn't notice. No, you shouldn't have done this, Marta. Huh? Why not? It's because of the curse. Look at your status, quickly. You've been cursed. Cursed? Oh, shit, you're right. This is a broken bar. I believe it's the first time I've seen Marta make an expression like that one. It's an amazing mix of despair, anger and shame. She keeps opening and closing her mouth for a while without saying anything. This is a broken bar. Obnoxious, says Marta, when she finally recovers from the shock. PFFT. Ha ha ha. You did it. You did it again, Marta. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. Shut up. I'll show you. This is but a tiny setback. Even with this debuff, I can still crush your whole dungeon. Yeah, ha, broken bar, whatever you say. Ha ha ha. Look at your face. Stay still. I'm going to take a screenshot to save it forever and show it to everyone I know. Don't you dare. She hides her face with her hands in embarrassment. Too late, Marta. I've been recording the dungeon invasion the whole time, so I have everything recorded. Of course, this includes your face and reaction right now. Ha ha ha. Yuga broken bar. This means nothing. I was distracted. But from now on, I won't fall for any of your tricks. Yeah, ha, broken bar, whatever you say. Broken bar. I repeat the exact same words. If you want, I can warn you next time. Yeah, broken bar. Clara offers Marta a helping hand, but she doesn't reply. I'm sure she's now conflicted between her pride to do this alone, and the shame of falling for more of my tricks. Oh, no, I must stop this deal before Marta agrees. Hey, that's cheating. I thought you were a pro player. I make sure to put emphasis on the word a pro. And as the best player in our family, It's obvious you won't need any help, am I right? Of course, I can do this without any help. You'll see my true power from now on. I'm looking forward to it, I taunt. Yes, it worked. My tactic, which is called A, make her angry so she can't think and continues to fall into my traps so I can laugh at her, has worked perfectly. It's all going according to plan. I've seen some of her replays and the matches and she isn't usually like this. I'm not sure if she wants to show off her amazingness to us, or if she's too nervous about having to face all my crazy stuff which, and I'm talking about proven facts, usually causes her to lose a broken bar. Regardless, the important part is that she's playing worse than normal. In her matches, she doesn't accidentally blow up stuff, nor does she get angry and act recklessly. She wouldn't be in the top rankings if she did, though I won't complain if she's like this today. It's funnier this way. It was a good thing the recording of this dungeon invasion never left Andrew's hands, because Marta would have died in embarrassment. What's more, not even her most devout fans would have been able to identify her if not for her champion being the same she always used. So this is the laboratory, huh? Marta looks around as she enters the laboratory. This is the first one, which only has a single lab assistant. She sees a half-dwarf half-elf monstrosity, wearing a laboratory coat and holding a notepad and a pencil. I feel that monster is stronger than the one so far, but I'm not sure. A broken bar, they're all weaklings to me. Do you feel superior or something? I say, come back with a champion in our level range and we'll see if it's strong or weak then. It doesn't count when you compare it to your stupidly overpowered champion. Everything's weak in comparison. All right, a broken bar. I'll stop saying they're weak. A broken bar. Thank you. It was getting annoying. You're right, it is stronger than the others. But, a broken bar. You should. A broken bar. No, it's nothing. Clara wants to add something else but stops. I'm sure it's because Marta told her to stay quiet. The lab assistants continue to be the strongest mobs in my dungeon. The only one that's stronger is the Minotaur. Win a broken bar, but it's a boss, so it doesn't count. Now, the fact that they are the strongest doesn't mean anything when they have to fight against a ridiculously overpowered player. The only saving grace is that my sister has a minus 60% damage penalty for the next 5 minutes. Maybe, if the stars align and she isn't too aggressive, will the lab assistant survive for 10 seconds? I'm not sure. A broken bar. It'll depend on how her support mobs act. Let's do this. Marta unsheaths her sword and flies toward the lab assistant. I think this is the first time I've seen somebody fight against it with so many stacks of the curse. Usually, the players avoid killing the rabbits after the first time, or they wait until the curse wears off before continuing. My sister really is different, in a not-so-good way. When I created the curse rabbits, the idea was to use them to give the players a headache, to confuse them, to make them think between attacking the not-a-rabbits preemptively, and maybe getting cursed instead, and ignoring them and risking to take a surprise attack. But my sister ignored everything. Something that shouldn't have been possible. The funny thing is that the reason curse bugs a witch, if you forgot, are the original critter unit that gives the curse debuff when killed were initially implemented to counter behaviors like hers, to prevent players from blowing everything up regardless of the situation. So she didn't fall for my evil plans, but they worked anyway. The lab assistant reacts as soon as Marta enters its detection range. It jumps into the air and both of them clash in the middle, before touching the ground. Only this little damage? Marta complains after seeing the lab assistant's HP bar. This curse is too much, Andrew. I can't understand why more players don't complain and give you bad ratings. Oh, but they do complain. Only that they accept their own failures and don't put all the blame on me. Also a broken bar. Generally, they don't continue the exploration until the debuff wears off. Unless they didn't notice. By the way, she's complaining because her normal attack only dealt about a fifth of the lab assistant's maximum HP as damage. Let me repeat, just in case you didn't understand it correctly. She's complaining that her normal attack which deals the absolute lowest damage possible in the game added to her 60% damage reduction curse and to the lab assistant's 20% innate damage reduction which, by the way, stack, since one affects the attacker and the other the defender and my strongest mob, excluding the boss, only received 1/5 of its maximum HP as damage. It's like a broken bar. I don't know, like complaining it took you only 3 seconds to run 100 meters because you were running on one leg. Crazy, a broken bar. After hearing her complain, Clara tries to join the fight. I'll help you. I don't need help, I can do this alone. Yep, she doesn't, ... but I want to help earn away our broken bar. Sigh. Okay, come here. Let's fight together. A broken bar. Yeah. I'm kind of sorry for the lab assistant now. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 now. A broken bar, not like it would make any difference. Unlike every single player I've seen so far, my sister actually went and looked out for the monster train. What's more, she's actually defeating all the monsters and will surely emerge victorious. She's got help from her mobs. But still, a broken bar, isn't it too much? What about the mushrooms, you ask? She forced her way through. Her stats are so high that some poison damage can be ignored. And what about the tunnel mimic? Not worth mentioning. She ended up inside one, but she killed it from inside within a few seconds of it closing its mouth. It was so fast that she emerged in the same place where she got eaten. It didn't have time to move at all. I didn't even see what happened because there was no camera inside its stomach. But the tunnel's nightmare sure made her despair, right? Nah, I wish it did. Butte, a broken bar. She's got a resistance skill. I don't know which one, but she's got one. Clara had more trouble, but since she knows how everything in my dungeon works, she also knows how to fight against it. She broke the forced look skill by walking behind a wall and then moving far enough so the howl didn't reach her. Pretty smart, in my honest opinion. The fact that you're forced to look at it doesn't mean you can't move, and if you move behind a wall, it breaks the skill's effects and you can move normally from then on. An overpowered skill like this one is bound to have some way to counter it. They only lost 3 support mobs from the encounter, 2 of which came from Clara's side. But not everything is going smoothly for them. I mean, a broken bar, so this can be possible, too. I never expected it to go like this. I chuckle. Fuck this. How can they teleport through walls? The game doesn't allow this shit, shouts Marta. Yep, you're right. In the middle of the fight between my sisters and the monster train, a group of hauntlings decided to pop up and wreak havoc. And this time, I'm not exaggerating. They're truly wreaking havoc. The hauntlings, the meatbags with 4 legs but no head or any other features, are running and teleporting as they wish in the middle of this battle. They behave as I set them to. They start by pouncing on their victims, then teleport away to pounce again, and then repeat everything from the start. A broken bar. Or until their HP is low, at which point they retreat for a while to heal. At first, it was only one that casually walked near this place. But then, thanks to the shared senses, a few more soon joined this chaotic battle. My sisters don't know about this, but they happen to be in one of those places where several tunnels come near each other. It's only because of this that the hauntlings can move as they please, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Andreu, I'll report you. I don't know how, but you're clearly cheating. I ignore Marta's complaint and continued to enjoy the show. Where is my popcorn? A broken bar. In the cramped tunnel, filled with my sister's mobs and a large amount of stitched from my monster train, there's barely enough space to move. But this doesn't stop the hauntlings from teleporting, sneaking a few hits in, pouncing on some unlucky support mob or one of my sisters, and then teleporting away to heal. First of all, I didn't expect them to be so resilient. Why aren't they dying? My mobs have hit them a few times, but they don't die. If Marta could see their HP bars, she would notice they do take damage, but they soon recover thanks to the regeneration skill. The problem is there are way too many units in this closed space, so the HP bars are all bunched up and it's difficult to see anything. In fact, there's one dead hauntling, though its corpse is covered by the stitched's corpses and can't be seen. Second point. I didn't expect them to be so annoying, either. But this is a good thing. They can escape from my tentacles. Mew. This isn't fair. A broken bar. I can't target them like this. There are too many of those disgusting zombie-like mobs. It was you who wanted to fight the monster train after asking Clara if there was something else in this area. Don't complain now. If you can't focus your attention on the hauntlings because there are too many monsters attacking you, it's your fault. And the last point, something I wouldn't have imagined, not even in my wildest dreams, is that they're coordinating flawlessly. Stun lock. Is this a stun lock? How can they stun lock me like this? Did you change their AI? How did you do it? For some time, Marta has been trying to cast the same light ball as before. But every time she tries, one hauntling pounces on her and she's stunned, interrupting the casting. This might actually be the first time she's trying to blow things up when it's actually needed instead of it being caused by a burst of anger. But they don't let her do it. Ha ha ha. Sigh. This sister of mine, always blowing up stuff or broken bar. Hey, Andreu, a broken bar. Will you help me to create something similar to this for my dungeon? I want my cute monsters to be as intelligent as these headless doggos. Pretty please? Clara begs me. I shudder at the image of abyssal horrors teaming up. But she's asking me a favor. A broken bar. How a broken bar? Well, I guess I can't disappoint my little sister. Okay, broken bar, but I'll only tell you how to do it. I won't come inside your dungeon. I reluctantly agree. Yes, thank you. I love you. Clara sends me a flying kiss. Yuga broken bar. It isn't the same when you're using your champion, you know? The hauntlings might be the best measure against overpowered and higher level players. From what I've seen so far, nothing could really stop or bother Marta broken bar until now. Now that I've seen how strong can the hauntlings be, I'm surprised there weren't more complaints about them in the forums. What can be the reason? A broken bar? Maybe they weren't so bothersome because the other players weren't so strong compared to my sister. If the hauntlings killed the invaders with a few attacks, they wouldn't be too annoying. They'd be lethal, but not annoying. No, this can't be the reason. If they killed the invaders too easily, then the complaints would be about that. My broken bar. I don't know. So instead of thinking about it, I'm going to enjoy the show. Andrew, you little shit. Even if you're my brother, I swear I'm going to report you for cheating. How dare you do this to me? Don't run away, doggo. Let your big sis hug you to death. A broken bar. Where was he? A broken bar. Oh, yes, my popcorn cup. Here it is. Ha ha. Broken bar. It was horrible. Marta shudders as she remembers the fight she just finished. It's impossible to change the AI of any monster so much that you completely redefine how they behave. How did you do it, Andrew? What cheats did you use? Marta is lying on the floor, complaining. Right now, she looks similar to all the corpses surrounding her champion. Cheats? I didn't use any. Hell, I wouldn't know how to cheat even if I wanted to. We beat them. He. Clara spins around in glee. Until now, I had to run away every time I found them. But this time, we fought and survived. It's all thanks to you and your mobs, Marta. It was amazing. Thanks. Marta waves her hand at Clara before dropping it once again, going back to her corpse-like posture. Shared sense. A broken bar? Is this the reason they could teleport through the walls? She asks me after inspecting a haunting corpse. Why are you always so lucky? Why do all your crazy and stupid plans always work when it's against me? A broken bar. This is so ridiculous. I'll ignore her insults. You're right. It's thanks to this skill that they can teleport through walls. There are other tunnels close to this place and they were going back and forth all along. Marta doesn't reply and keeps playing dead. I feel kind of bad for her being so depressed. A broken bar. I'll have to taunt. I'm a broken bar. I mean, they motivate her somehow. But it was really fun to see, you know? To see my amazing sister struggle like that until she managed to turn everything around and achieve victory. A broken bar. When did the situation turn around? It was when the damage reduction curse wore off. From then on, Marta could defeat the Stitched from the monster train in a single strike, significantly reducing the time it took to defeat them. After clearing a chunk of space around herself, Marta started to kill every haunting that dared to come close enough. After hearing me, Marta twitches but keeps ignoring me. I'm a broken bar. This isn't enough. I'll have to try harder. Meanwhile, Clara keeps poking at her with her tentacles and chuckling to herself. Do you want a stick, Clara? Maybe it'll help you. But I must say it. It's amazing what you did there. It's the first time I've seen somebody annihilate the monster train and survive to tell it. A few of them blew everything up, killing themselves in the process, but it doesn't count. You achieved what nobody else could. Maybe with these a broken bar. Ha, of course. There's nothing that can stop me. If I had to struggle like I did, It means nobody else could beat them. She finally reacts, but soon closes her mouth and returns to her previous posture. Not enough? Let's take the heavy weaponry, then. But what a shame, a broken bar. You struggled so much with my amazing stuff that now you're exhausted. Her eyebrows twitch. You couldn't cope with my weak hauntlings and almost got done in our broken bar. She clenches her fists as her expression warps. Being reduced to this state, a broken bar, this means I won yet again, right? You wish. Marta stands up with a jump. This was but a setback. This is nothing. You'll need a lot more to beat me. Who says I lost? You must be blind if you think I lost. As expected, it worked. So easy. Too easy. I like this spirit. Let's taunt her a little bit more. Now, let's see how far you can go before you face despair again. Ha ha ha. Marta raises her right hand and takes an epic pose. There was a time I could do nothing against your random schemes. But I'll show you. I'll never fall for any of your tricks ever again, for I've been training too long for this day. I was taking this easy because you were my brother, a broken bar, but I'll change to serious mode now. I'll show you what a true pro player can do. As she finishes her monologue, Marta starts to walk back to the laboratory area. Confidence and power can be felt from each step. Is this the pressure released by a pro player? I feel a broken bar intimidated. Kind of. It's as if I awakened something I shouldn't have. Maybe. She's really going to crush everything in my dungeon now? Well, at least I hope I'll get decent feedback from it. A broken bar. How cool. Can you teach me how to talk and take a pose like this one, pretty please? Puff. Like that, the epicness of Marta's speech is shattered. Clara, broken bar, you need to learn to read the mood. Andreu didn't know yet, but the reason there were few complaints about the hauntlings was that there were too few of them. In the vast tunnel area, it was hard for less than 10 monsters to be close enough to share their senses. Most players who found them alone, or at most in pairs. But this would soon change. It would change as soon as Andreu created a few more of them, at which point it would become a lot more dangerous. A broken bar for the invading players. Of course, this can't be broken bar. This is impossible. I stare at the monster's corpse displayed on the screen. Am I dreaming? Yes, I must be dreaming. A broken bar. That was so cool. You were like a hero, splitting the evil guy in two with a single strike. Clara is waving her tentacles around, excited by what just happened. Marta smirks. Hey, this is nothing. I'm sure you're confused right now, so let me go a little back in time to show you what happened at a broken bar. Those words were the starting point. The start of the end. When my fun stopped. When the stomping started, they marked the appearance of a true pro player. As I remember what happened, time moves backward until it reaches the desired scene in the past. Everything turns foggy and is displayed in black and white. I shouldn't be suffering like this in your stupid dungeon. From now on, I'll get serious, said Marta while stretching. Yes, I've been waiting for this. I knew you would be forced to get serious if you didn't want to fall for more of Andreu's tricks. Clara gets excited at the prospect of seeing our older sister in action. It isn't every day you can see a pro player live via broken bar. Well, we do see one every day. But this and that are two different things. Maybe my taunting was a little bit too effective. I only wanted to make Marta angry and not to get serious. Serious? I ask. Weren't you serious already? HMPH. You haven't seen even the tip of my skill. I was trying to accommodate you and Clara. I also wanted to see everything similar to how one of your usual invaders would. This is why I let stuff hit me. Is that so? I don't know if I should believe you or not. Everything, including your reactions, felt too real to me. A broken bar. From now on, I'll treat this as if it were a PvP battle against a top player. You'll soon see the difference. But don't worry, I'll make sure to test every trap, monster, and area, and then give you feedback. Is your feedback the consolation prize? I don't like it, but I'll take it on away. A broken bar. It isn't as if I have any other choice. All my hopes to make her go mad disappear. The stat and skill differences are too far apart. Her broken bar. If she continued to play as before, I could have a chance to make her cry one or two more times. A broken bar maybe. But I don't think my tricks will work now. And I relied on those tricks. Don't you, too? Think this is unfair? My sisters continued the dungeon invasion. They've now finished the exploration of the first areas of my dungeon, so they return to the first laboratory room. They then step into the freezer. The freezer, where I keep the corpses, always filled to the brim with blood, gore, and frozen cadavers. But as they go through it, the number of corpses skyrockets through the roof. Through the screen, it looks as if Marta is swatting flies away. A broken bar, poor stitched. As much as I hate, love, them, I didn't want them to end like that. The next room they go into is the second laboratory area. The one with the lab assistant and the 4 panicky spitters. Marta assesses the monsters inside the room before giving orders. Stay here. I'll do this on my own. But I want to help. A broken bar, complains Clara. I'm tired of only watching. Then a broken bar, how about I leave this fight to you? Yes, thank you. After reaching an agreement, Clara and her support mobs enter the room while Marta and her mobs stay near the door. The fight starts, and Clara soon takes the advantage. She knows where the traps in this room are, and also what the lab assistant is capable of. So you can do it like these. A broken bar. I'm absorbed by my little sister's fight. In part because I can't take my eyes off of their terrifying visages, but also because she's fighting the lab assistant in a way I never expected. She's good. A broken bar. Is it thanks to Marta's training? I'm not sure if that's the cause, but she has improved. Clara is controlling the aggro so that the lab assistant targets those monsters close to the lightning rods. This way, they get destroyed by the lab assistants or damage, while Clara and her mobs can focus all the attacks on the lab assistant. Pretty good. The last time she came to my dungeon, she didn't fight like this. Hey, Andreu. Marta's voice snaps me out of the trance. What's up? What's a broken bar? What's wrong with them? Theme a broken bar? Who are you talking about? I stop in the middle of the phrase. I look at where she's pointing. It's a broken bar. It's the panicky spitters. They don't know what to do or where to go because Marta and her support mobs are blocking the door, so they're running randomly inside the room, trying to stay as far away as possible from all invaders. Meanwhile, they keep spitting slime against random targets. Sometimes they hit Clara or her minions, and sometimes Marta or her minions. They sometimes hit another one of their kind, and I saw one projectile landing on the lab assistant. This is ridiculous. I never saw what happened when they were ignored but couldn't run away until today. Sigh, they're trying to run away. I'll explain to you later. For now, you can kill them so they don't disturb Clara's fight. Sure, I will. A few flying blades later, the 4 panicky spitters are turned into corpses. I'm always amazed at her skill in predicting where another player or monster will move, or how will they try to evade. Can she see the future? Because if she can, it will explain so many things. A broken bar. With the nuisances gone, Clara's fight soon reaches the climax. The second ice nova hits nobody because she makes her support units retreat on time, and she herself finishes off the lab assistant. Well done, Clara. With this fight, I've seen how much you've improved. Marta praises her. Yes, you've improved from the last time I saw you fight, I add. A broken bar. Clara shyly scratches her knot head with her knot hand. This isn't something I wanted to see, not with that champion. If not for her champion, I'm sure I would be thinking, how cute. She's weak to praise right now. After this short conversation, the two cross the door leading to the Minotaur Queen's area. Their minions follow behind. Marta looks around and nods. Good, this is a perfect place for flying. She then moves her wings for the first time in the whole dungeon invasion. Maybe? I'm not sure if it's the first time or not. She beats her wings once, then jumps and starts to fly. Don't leave me behind. I can't fly, shouts Clara. Don't worry. I'm just scouting ahead. Until now, she hasn't used the wings once. Not that I can remember, at least. Is this what she was talking about when she said, I'll get serious? So far, it was hard to fly because of the narrow passages and obstacles in the caves, tunnels, and laboratories. But there were a few times when she would have had an easier time if she used her wings. I thought she forgot, but it might be she didn't fly on purpose. Marta raises over the laboratory equipment. From this position, She can see most of the room's layout. She then notices a small dot moving through the room. There's something flying. Is it a monster? She mumbles to herself. Something flying? It must be the boss, replies Clara with enthusiasm. But when she receives a glare from Marta, apologizes. I'm sorry, a broken bar. I blurted it without thinking. I'll keep my mouth shut in the future. Marta returns to where Clara is standing without replying. I'm sure she's tired of Clara spoiling most of the stuff when she asked her not to do it. And not once or twice, but a lot of times. Is this why this area is so big? So it can fly? But it also gives players that can fly the advantage. A broken bar. Are you listening, Andreu? I am. I always am. I'll have to see it for myself, but maybe you should put some stuff that prevents players from flying, or from seeing. In case you don't know, there are skills that allow players to see from above. They don't need to fly to use it to their advantage. I see a broken bar. I'll think about it. Watch everything from above. A broken bar. This is troublesome. I can do little about flying, and there aren't a lot of champions that can fly by default, but the sight skills are a problem. Now that I think about it, in the tournament, it felt as if the other team knew everything we were doing. Could it be because of one such skill? Maybe they could see everything from above. If that's the case, it's a shame. But too bad, it's too late to do anything about it. A broken bar. Should I raise the walls to the ceiling, or make the ceiling lower? Illusions. A broken bar? Maybe some traps could help. A broken bar. I'll have to think hard about it. Let's talk about this later. I'll now focus on crushing everything on my path. Ha, ha. I feel an imaginary cold sweat on my back. There's no need, really. You can relax. Relax. A broken bar and fall for all my tricks. Foo. Ha. Let's go, adds Clara. I'll show you the way this time. There's no need. A broken bar. Marta scratches her cheek. You know what? Do what you want. You'll do it on away. A broken bar. But leave the flying monster to me. Sir, I'll guide you. Sir. It doesn't take long for the Minotaur Queen to detect the intruders. Its shadow flies at a fast speed toward my sister's group. Furthermore, it happens when they're right next to a water canal. Oh, no. What are we going to do? Shouts Clara. I forgot about it. What if we fall into the water channel and get separated? I won't be able to guide you if it happens. So you're worried about not playing the guide role, and not about being separated from one another? Your priorities are all over the place, Clara. I told you, didn't I? I'll take charge of that monster. Step aside and let the pro do her job. Marta pushes Clara to a side and takes the front position, ready to receive the Minotaur Queen's charge. Go and smash her pride to dust. Push her into the water canal and let her feel despair. I shout with the micro disconnected. The boss increases its speed at the end, right before they clash. Cling, slash. The two exchange attacks. Then, when the non-existent dust settles, I can finally see the results of the clash. Marta is looking at the floor with a surprised expression on her face. There's the Minotaur Queen's corpse. Is this all? I was expecting more. The color returns to the screen and the video returns to the present. My mouth hangs agape at the unbelievable scene. One single strike. This is all it took for Marta to kill my boss. It was like cling, and then whoosh, and then it fell, like that. You're too strong. Clara merrily spins around. The octocat and rabbit corpses are still hanging from her tentacles, but my attention is somewhere else. This is so ridiculous. My strongest monster, a monster that costs almost twice as much CP as my own champion, and with a 100% stats boost thanks to the boss buff, defeated in a single strike. Okay, I'm sure she used some skill there. I saw her parry the attack, then her sword glowed for an instant, and a broken bar. That was all I could see. A broken bar. Maybe she wasn't joking when she said she would get serious. After all, I'm not sure. Was it trying to do something? It ended too quickly, says Marta. It's your fault it ended so quickly. It's also your fault you couldn't see how the boss works. So at least, don't put salt into my wound. It was trying to push you into the water canal. But your strength is so ridiculous, you didn't get pushed. Oh, is that so, broken bar? Well, it wouldn't have worked anyway. I could fly out of it. You're a broken bar, right? I didn't think about it before, but she's right. Depending on what skill the player has, Or if they can fly, they can get out of the water canal before it's too late. Well, I put the water canals to make it annoying, not to make it impossible. We're close now. Clara grabs Marta's hand and starts pulling. I'll show you to the end. I know where it is. Marta allows herself to be dragged. Otherwise, there's no way Clara could force her to move. Okay, then a broken bar. Let's continue. Andreu, get ready, because here we come. She says, it's a monster. It's coming for my life, and there's no way I can stop her. Somebody, save me. I shout in the dark room filled with screens. Has the day when I have to say the you'll never get me. Epic lines as I blow myself up. Because I can do it, I have the grand finale. Maybe this isn't that bad. I've been looking forward to the day I could say ta broken bar. But wait, she's saying this is the end? It isn't. There's the new area, a broken bar. Oh, right. Clara doesn't know about the new area. The last time she came, I hadn't created it yet, and neither does Marta, of course. This means everything they see from now on will be new to both of them. No more spoilers, no more tips, no more it's dangerous. From now on, they'll experience the true terror of my dungeon, not knowing what comes next. You're in for a big surprise. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. My laughter echoes in the dimly lit room. For those who liked diving into other Mad Rat's lab for fun, there was a motto they liked to say. It went like this: what kills you, makes you stronger. However, with it, they didn't mean what you would expect. Instead of talking about improving and making you a better player, they interpreted it in a somewhat warped way. For them, this phrase meant, if you die and feel despair, the next time you suffer the same, it won't matter as much to you. In short, it was a way to comfort themselves after failure. Clara slides her tentacles over the closed door with my logo drawn, the one that leads to the dungeon core. Why is a door here? There should be the dungeon core instead of this broken bar. Andreu, did you make changes to your dungeon without telling me? She crosses her arms and asks me. Yes. There's a whole new area. I just never told you because we were so busy with the training and everything else. See broken bar. Mew. This isn't good. I tell you everything I do, so you should do the same. That's a lie. You only tell me what you feel like telling me. For example, you never explain to me what's that about the slave stuff you sometimes mention. Not like I want to know. In fact, I prefer not knowing. But you didn't tell me anything about it anyway, and I'm sure there are a lot more things you never tell me. As if I could tell you everything I do. But don't you feel bad for your cute little sister? Don't you think it's normal to tell me everything? Well, I don't. Do you believe you're my owner or something similar? Don't worry, Clara. If you want, from now on I'll tell you everything I do. See, aren't I a good older sister? But I don't need it. I'm just interested in him, not you. What? Be beauty broken bar. How? Why is it always like these a broken bar? I'm sorry, Marta. It seems she hasn't completely forgiven you yet. Or maybe she's just joking because she got angry at me. Yeah, broken bar. The latter is more probable. After a little bit of fooling around, Marta starts inspecting the door. Meanwhile, Clara sits on the ground, sulking. There's my logo on the door, occupying most of the double-sided metal door. Right next to it, there's one of those devices where you can put a card into. How were they called again? Well, Ukaisa broken bar. So this is why you asked me how could you put your own drawing into the game. It's a little bit crude, but the rat's head laughing like a deranged and the lighting in the background is quite original. And it fits you perfectly. You're right, and thanks for the compliment. It wasn't a compliment. How am I supposed to take it, then? It sounded like a compliment to me, but she says it into broken bar. Marta puts one hand on her chin and starts thinking. So broken bar, we now need to find the card that opens this door. I wonder where it is. A broken bar. We haven't found anything like this so far, but Clara said this was the last room. A broken bar. Maybe a broken bar. That area I saw a broken bar. She mutters. This is because you're missing the new area, the failed experiments area. A broken bar. What to do? Broken bar? In a standard dungeon invasion, the players would have to avoid the Minotaur Queen while going back and forth between this door, which leads to the dungeon core, and the sealed area. But it makes no sense now because the boss is dead. It suffered a pathetic death. It wouldn't make any difference even if I could somehow resurrect it. It would die immediately again. And I don't want them to waste lots of time, nor do I want to see them go back and forth without any fixed objective via broken bar. It'll be too boring. So I'll give them a helping hand. Okay, you got me. It's mostly because of the latter. Who likes to be bored? Not I, certainly. It's inside the new area I created. Turn around. Marta turns around. Do you see that area on the rightmost wall, where moss grows and there's a weird brownish substance? Oh, that area a broken bar. I understand. Marta nods. I thought it was suspicious when I flew over the laboratory stuff, so it was the first place I wanted to investigate. But Clara led me here instead of broken bar. This shows her experience. With a single glance, she immediately knew what area was the most suspicious. I added the moss and sticky goo near the entrance to help guide players, or to be more specific, so that players knew there was something there when they got near the sealed door. I also made it visible from here so that players would know where to go if they're lost. I just never thought somebody would fly over the laboratory equipment, allowing them to see the hints from the entrance. Yes, that area is where you need to go. I'll guide you through the shortest route to save time. Thanks, I suppose. I don't really need your help, but if it saves us time, I'll accept it. Couldn't you leave it at the "a thanks"? Would it kill you to say "a thank you" without adding anything else? Come on, Clara. Let's go. Clara continues crossing her arms and turns her head away. I don't want to. You don't? Then you can wait here. I'll come back once I get the key. Marta starts to walk. She opens her wings. Now that I'm alone, I can make this easier by flying. Oh, right. Since she's been playing with Clara, who can't fly, she was hesitating to use the wings for exploration. But if she goes alone, she can do whatever she wants to. What can I do to prevent this? I don't want her to be in a serious mode and freely flying everywhere because I won't be able to make her cry. And I want to see her go crazy and explode in anger some more. And talking to her is useless. After falling for my tricks a few times today, she won't listen to anything I say. I guess I'll have to convince Clara to go with her somewhere broken bar. Come on, Clara. Broken bar, I say, in the gentlest tone I can. If you go into the new area, you'll make me very happy. Clara doesn't move or react at all. This won't do. Broken bar. It looks like I'll have to bring out the heavy artillery. I'll be so happy I might do whatever you ask me to do. But what a shame you don't want her. Marta, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Clara suddenly appears right next to Marta, who was a few meters in front of her. Even before I finish my sentence, she grabs Marta's hand and starts pulling. What? How did you get here without me noticing? Exclaims Marta. Yes, my reaction is the same. What? How did she move so fast? Did she get a teleport spell that I didn't know about? Her broken bar? Sometimes, she can be very scary. A broken bar, well, scarier than usual. I mean, did she know I wanted to make Marta cry again, and took advantage of the situation? Please, tell me she didn't do it on purpose. Tell me I didn't fall for her tricks, that she's not playing with me like that. Let's go. The sooner we complete this, the sooner I can get him to do what I want. What should I ask him? A broken bar. He. Okay. But stop pulling me. I was on my way away. A broken bar. Marta turns her head away from Clara and makes a nasty smile. She knows I'm screwed. I shudder. There's a broken bar feeling. This sensation of something coming for me. Oh, shit. This'll come back and bite me. I just hope it isn't that bad. A broken bar. Let's calm down, Andreu. What can she ask? I'm sure it's going to be something normal. She isn't going to ask anything stupid. I'm sure of it. Am a broken bar sure? A broken bar dark, humid, and creepy. Should I praise you for creating yet another area with a completely different feeling? Nah, it'll go to your head. This is the first thing Marta says after opening the sealed door that leads to the failed experiments area. I set it so the boards and rusty door can be attacked and destroyed. It is so they can act as a blocker until the area is open, at which point the monsters inside can start pouring into the rest of the dungeon. I don't call it a sealed area only because it sounds cool. By the way, she only needed a single punch to break her way through. Marta starts going down the stairs, closely followed by Clara. Broken lights. A broken bar. This sticky goo is disgusting. A broken bar mold. A broken bar. Maybe you should go easier on the smell. It's too strong right now, Marta comments as she descends. But I thought you were scared of spooky things, Andrew. Why did you create an area like this if you don't like it? Oh, number. You're wrong. I answer. What I'm afraid of is the abyss stuff. I'm not scared of normal horror stuff, not of monsters, not of phantoms, and certainly not of the darkness. I also don't mind gore and gross things. It's just the abyss monsters, just them. Aha, I see a broken bar. Marta makes a nasty grin. What are you planning now, Marta? Hey, do you think a monster will come and attack us while we can't see anything? Clara interrupts Marta's thoughts by poking her shoulder. This is a dungeon, so yes, I'm more or less sure it will. Then a broken bar. Do you think it'll be a disgusting monster, or a dangerous one? Maybe a cute one? I would like it to be a big and scary monster that chases us and we have to run away. Do you think there's a monster like that? I'm sorry, Clara. The monster you're talking about is still in progress. I didn't have the time or CP to create it yet. But I want to add a unit similar to what you're describing in the future, so don't worry, you'll have the chance to enjoy your monstrous chase in the future. I don't know. And why are you asking me? You should ask Andreu instead. Oh, right. Clara nods a few times before speaking again. Andreu, is there an unstoppable monster from which we need to run away? I don't know what you'll find, I answer. Also, don't you think it'll be better if it's a surprise? I'm sure our older sister, here present, will agree with me. She's been complaining about knowing too much until now. A broken bar. Yes, you're right. It's better if we don't know what's coming next. Okay, broken bar, you don't need to tell us anything. But I wanted to know. A broken bar. Clara lowers her head in sorrow. By the way, I'm not lying. Which monsters are released from the sealed rooms and which ones aren't isn't up to me. It's up to the blips. Of course, this is only true if I don't manually open the doors from here. But this and that are two different things. Also, I don't want to do it because I want their feedback. I need them to experience a normal dungeon invasion. And with a normal I mean a dungeon invasion where I don't personally intervene at all. I've been tempted a few times to activate a trap right on top of Marta, to make her angry, followed by an A-ups exclamation so she knew it was on purpose. It was really hard to stop myself from doing it. Broken bar, but I didn't do it in the end. Aren't I a good person? So I'm not going to intervene, nor am I going to tell them what's next. No help and no obstructions seem fair to me. As soon as they reach the end of the stairs, my sisters start looking around. They're searching for clues of what this area is, or what kind of enemies they'll encounter. Hey, look here, Marta, shouts Clara, there's an empty prison cell here. And next to it, there, a wall with a glass. There are monsters inside. Sigh. How many times do I have to tell you to not shout? The monsters might come after us if they hear you. If they come, you'll instantly defeat them all. So I don't have to worry. This isn't the issue here, broken bar, and don't touch random stuff. Why are you always like these? A broken bar. Hey, Andreu. Do you want to switch places? No thanks. You can take care of Clara's behavior. I don't need that. Hey, honor. But it's best if I don't say anything in this situation, so I don't. I don't want to bring more trouble upon myself. Ugh. They look like monsters. It's disgusting. Of course they do. They're monsters. And what did I tell you, Clara? I'm not touching. I'm just looking. I swear. Clara hides her hand behind her back. But that's not what I meant. They're humans, but there's something growing out of them. It's disgusting. Right before Marta stopped her, Clara was about to press the button that opens the sealed room's door. I saw it, Marta saw it, and Clara knows we saw it. I'm not sure what's she trying to achieve by lying here. Then a broken bar. What are we going to do? Are we leaving them here? No. I'm going to fight them now. I just don't want you to randomly touch things. If you want to get into the top rankings, you must stop doing it. But I don't care about the rankings. And you'll solve everything anyway. I don't have to worry. Marta makes a pained face and turns around. She starts speaking to herself in a low voice so that Clara doesn't hear. Yuga broken bar. I like that she relies on me. and I want her to keep doing it. But my pride as a pro player forces me to train her the best I can. This includes fixing her obsession to poke everything she sees. I want her to rely on me, but I also want her to improve via broken bar. What should I do? Broken bar? Yuga broken bar. Marta furiously scratches her head while thinking about what to do. I can hear it clearly thanks to how the screens and audio works in the game, but Clara can't. It seems you're having trouble with Clara too, huh, sister? Well, a broken bar. I understand how you feel. It's usually me who's in your position, and the decision I took was to embrace chaos. The thing is, can you actually do it? Because if I remember properly, you hate chaos because it reminds you of your matches against me. A broken bar. Foo. Ha ha ha. Do I feel bad for Marta? Hell, no. I enjoy her suffering. Blip. As Marta struggles with her decision, the sound of one door opening echoes throughout the passage. What did I tell you, Clara? I didn't press it. It wasn't me. Look, the door is still closed. True to her words, the door to the cell containing the vine-infected humans is closed. It must have been a blip, randomly opening another room. Let's see. A broken bar. What monsters were liberated? A broken bar. I scanned the screens, looking for the cell that was opened. Oh, here they are. Oh, this is interesting. Very interesting. Let's see. Do my sisters react to broken bar? This is going to be very funny. Ha ha ha. If it wasn't you, then it means another door was opened. Andreu, do you have anything to do with this? Marta asks me. I swear it wasn't me. Then there must be something that's capable of opening the doors. Stay alert. We don't know what we'll face, or how many there'll be. Ooh, you guessed it right. There's something that can open the doors in this place. Sir. Yes, sir. Clara makes a military salute in response. She's still fooling around a broken bar. We're leaving this place alone for now. We must understand what's going on first. Follow me, and stay quiet. Okay. Clara looks at the button that opens the door with regret before following after Marta. Foo. Ha ha ha. It doesn't take long for them to find the first escapee. How will they react? Is that you, Andreu? What the hell are you doing here? Didn't we agree you would leave us alone, Andreu? You came after all. He. Their reactions couldn't be more different. One crosses her arms, furrows her brows, and asks for an explanation. The other jumps in glee and rushes at Amy. Of course, that's not me. It's one of the failed clones. But I'm not going to say anything. I want to see their reactions first. No, watch it properly. It's not him, says Marta. The arms are different, which means this is a monster. A broken bar. Clara stops in her tracks after hearing the truth. Oh, you're right. They aren't black, nor do they release black smoke. They got me. Then, there's no need to stay quiet anymore. Yes, you're right. That's not me. It's one of my failed clones. The failed clone finally notices the intruders and prepares for combat. And the first thing it does is a broken bar, laughing like a maniac with foam on its mouth. Then, it prepares to cast chain lightning, but, before it can, it slips and falls on its ass. No, a broken bar. No way. A broken bar. Why did you have to fail so miserably? Why? PFFTT. Ha ha ha. Marta bursts into laughter. I see now. It's truly your clone. It's as stupid as you are, after all. Ha ha ha. It's true. It even laughs like you do when playing the mad rat, Andreu. No, number. I'm not as stupid as the clone. And it shouldn't be acting like a fool either. What's going on? Then, another failed clone appears from the corner and rushes at Marta, who's the closest invader. At the same time, the first clone finally manages to cast chain lightning. But right at this moment, the newcomer makes a jump, putting itself in the middle and receiving the first hit from the lightning. Sure, after hitting him, the lightning then jumps at Marta and some of her closest minions, but the failed clone takes the most damage because it takes the first hit. What the hell? I programmed them to behave like deranged maniacs, but I didn't expect them to do something like this. Ha ha ha. What's this? Is this a show? PFFFT. I can't stop laughing. Why are they behaving like this? Why are they attacking each other? I want to ask the same question too. Oh my god, This is but a broken bar. I can accept it if I messed up with their AI and they're doing this shit because of me. But why did it have to be now? Why did it have to be against my sisters? I wouldn't have minded if it happened against another player instead. But it's so different from what I've seen so far. A broken bar. My clones, why are they so stupid and useless? All the players I've seen so far were scared of them, you know? They're supposed to be scary, not funny. So why are they hitting each other now? P put hey, shield, and stay p put D don't kill them. Marta orders her minions. I want to see what they do next. PFFFT. This is so stupid. Ha ha ha. Oh, here comes a TT third. PFFFT. Marta rolls on the floor as she laughs. An almost transparent film appears in the passage, separating the failed clones from my sisters and their mobs. Now that the failed clones have lost their target, say, or more accurately, they can't reach them, they start doing even more stupid stuff, like clicking the shield, or climbing on top of another to try and jump over the invisible wall. This is getting better. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Clara is watching everything with a dangerous gleam in her non-existent eyes. How do I know it? If she doesn't have eyes, I know her better than herself. What she's saying also helps me know it. After this ends, maybe I can a broken bar, he, mutters Clara while intently staring at one of the failed clones and tightly holding the corpses of the octocat and the rabbit. Wait a moment. Is she broken bar? She's going to do it, isn't she? Those are the last words I hear before my mind breaks into tiny, minuscule fragments. It was supposed to be fun for me, and not the other way around. I couldn't focus on the end of the dungeon invasion. I was too ashamed. It didn't help that Clara was dragging one of my failed clones' corpses around, hugging it from time to time and murmuring very scary and perturbing things I won't repeat so your mind stays pure. But it was a good thing Marta took the feedback part seriously and I could fix all the mistakes and improve the dungeon. I stare at the screen with dead eyes. The failed clones continued to try to climb over the shield one of Marta's minions created. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. They laugh, cry, and fumble around, randomly casting spells from time to time. I continue watching everything without reacting. It's as if my soul left my body. PFFT. Ha ha ha. This is so ridiculous. Marta laughs. Right next to her, Clara clenches and unclenches her tentacle fist. She's intently watching the failed clones as if about to pounce on one of them. After a while, one of the clones is hit by a chain lightning, followed by a cold blast. It dies. Why are they killing each other now? Look at this. We don't need to do anything. They're killing themselves. Ha ha ha. Marta finally stops laughing and orders her minion to release the shield. She then proceeds to kill the failed clones. The remaining ones, she chuckles from time to time. As soon as the shield disappears, Clara jumps at one of the clones. Why did she jump on top of the one that's already dead? A broken bar. You know what? I think I don't want to know a broken bar. Good job there, Andreu, shouts Marta. It's amazing how you manage them to behave so much like you. PFFFT. Like this, all invaders will know how stupid you are. Most players are afraid of them, you know? I reply in a monotonous voice. That can't be. It makes no sense. They're so useless. A broken bar. My precious. It's mine and only mine. A broken bar. Both I and Marta shudder and decide to ignore Clara, for our own sanity. After this absurd situation caused by my failed clones concludes, my sisters continue the exploration. The only difference from before is that Clara is now dragging 3 corpses, and Marta chuckles from time to time, recalling the last fight. 3 corrosive chokers drop from the ceiling at the same time, aiming for the first 3 victims in the group, which happen to be both my sisters and one of Marta's mobs. Ambush, shouts Marta, immediately turning around and slashing right through the one that was aiming at her. She then proceeds to kill the remaining 2, not giving them enough time to stick to the victims' faces. Well, I say kill, but it isn't as if they could die so fast thanks to the Chimera's innate skill, Eternal Pain. What she does is slash them once, with enough damage to kill them, before ordering one of her minions to put them to sleep and let them bleed to death. If you're asking why the sleep status doesn't disappear when they take damage, It's because they don't take damage. The A pain pool, the accumulated excess damage dealt in the next 10 seconds, doesn't count as A damage. I'm sure it's to avoid abuses with resistance skills, or skills that trigger when damage is received. And that's all the corrosive chokers can achieve, to die a slow, silent, and painful death. How ironic. Maybe it's because of what has happened so far, but I was kind of expecting this to happen. With something stupid or unexpected, like monsters that teleport through walls, I might be able to upset Marta. But when it comes to a common thing like an ambush, she's unstoppable. I keep looking at the screen, a blank look on my face. I wish the sense sooner broken by. I want to forget about my clones and the shame they brought me. Unaware of my struggle, my sisters meet the next monster obstructing their way. It's one of the invisible horrors, my abyss near invisible creations. The A fight starts. Well, I say A fight, but can you call a staring contest to A fight? My monster moves at the same speed as they do, keeping itself in the general direction where they're looking. I notice Marta turning her head for a moment before returning to look at the front. Did she notice the monster? I'm sure she did. Then, why didn't she attack it? She must have thought something like, hey, why should I care? It's like an ant to me. In fact, Marta and her minions barely feel the MP drain. It's Clara and her minions that do. But at the same time, the invisible horror's MP starts to fall too, and at a very fast speed. Why? That's a very easy question to answer, my friend. It's because Clara's minions are from the Abyss too, so they share the MP draining skill. So the Abyss monstrosities unknowingly stare at each other, slowly getting drained of all their MP. And yes, this is for both parties. The staring contest continues until my monster falls, dead, with its mind shattered because of looking at too many Abyss horrors. Ironically, the ones to suffer the most from this are my monster, who died, and Clara's support mobs. Marta and her minions, with their stupidly high stats, almost didn't notice. The mind-shattering monsters are the ones who have their own minds shattered. What an irony. Nothing interesting happens for a while. Only a few more corrosive chokers get themselves killed, and another staring contest occurs. My sisters also find another sealed room and massacre the monsters inside it. They were the kidnappers number 2. They stood no chance against my overpowered older sister and my tank killer little one. Blip. Right when they're about to leave the room, another blip opens one of the remaining cells. What will it be this time? I'm kind of curious, but I can't find the drive to search them. I still have to recover from my trauma. I'll wait for them to show themselves. Marta announced she wanted to see the whole area and find and kill all monsters, so it's a foregone conclusion they'll meet at some point. It doesn't take long for the escapees to show themselves. It doesn't take long for them to die. Either a broken bar. However, this time, it isn't a consequence of Marta's actions. Boom! Right behind their group, there's a very loud explosion, followed by a few more of similar intensity. Boom! Boom! The culprits? The bombers. Who else could it be? Oh, they managed to kill some of Marta's mobs. I didn't think it was possible. A broken bar. I see. It's 2 of those squishy mages. The total death count of Marta's support mobs has now risen to a total of 3. No, my poor minions. Marta shouts as soon as she sees the corpses who dared to attack us from behind and kill some of my precious minions. In her angry outburst, she doesn't see the corpses of the culprits, which are right next to her own minions' corpses. It's Clara who points this out. I don't think you'll find them. They're dead. After all. Dead? Marta finally sees the corpses of the bombers. She inspects them. Are you fucking kidding me, Andreu? Why the hell did you give them those skills? And you also upgraded them? How much do you want to upset your invaders? A lot. I want them to cry or overreact, if possible, similar to what you're doing right now. But thanks for your concern. How dumb can you be? If you put something like this, players will complain about how difficult it is, and give you bad ratings. I knew it. You don't have any idea of how to design a dungeon. Yuga broken bar. I want to forget about everything and finish this soon, but I can't stand her complaints. Animera broken bar. I'll have to say something. You just need to poke them and they'll self-destruct. You simply need to spot them before it's too late. Also, they'll stay inside the cells most of the time, so they won't appear unless the players open their door or they're unlucky. You're right. A broken bar. Marta lowers her head in defeat after taking a closer look at their HP and skills. But still a broken bar. Invisibility and charm? Didn't you go a little bit overboard? I don't think so. Yuga broken bar. I hate you and your tricks, Andreu. And what am I going to do with this? Now, the ones I wanted to blow up are already dead. Marta looks at the light sphere right on top of her head. I don't know. Don't ask me, it's your skill, not mine. I know, chimes Clara from behind her. You can use it in the next room we find. And be like boom, blowing everything up. He. Let's do it. I need to relieve some stress anyway. Oi. Don't use my monsters to relieve stress. What did they do to you? A broken bar. On second thought, blow as many of them as you want. I don't want you to focus any of that stress on me once we leave the game. Use them as punching bags, torture them, blow them to smithereens. A broken bar. But whatever you do, don't do it to me. Okay? They turn around the corner and soon find the desired target. Clara opens the door, and Marta throws the light ball inside, blowing everything up. Poor man-sheep. They were obliterated before they could say a hello. Oh, look here. There's a card here. It must be the key to the dungeon core, says Clara. She inspects the corpses of the man-sheep and finds the key inside the room. This must be the real one. There's no way one of the monster keys would have survived that insane explosion. They're very resilient, but not immortal. While Clara is rejoicing, Marta puts a hand on her chin. A broken bar. I don't think this is it, Clara. He's too convoluted to do something so simple. Anyway, I want to see the rest of this area, so we're not leaving yet. Broken bar. I wanted to receive my gift soon. A broken bar. Okay, I'll follow you. A broken bar. Like this, they continue their dungeon exploration, murdering anything that dares cross their paths except for the critters. Hey, Andreu. I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. Are you opening the doors from wherever you are? Asks Marta. No, I'm not. Then a broken bar. Why are they opening and releasing the monsters inside? It's because of some critters I created. They're very weird bugs. I think you've seen them once or twice already. Oh, so it's Thema broken bar. It's nice to know. Marta clenches her fists tightly while grabbing her sword. She then releases a flying blade to a faraway location. Wow. How did you manage to hit something that small from this distance? Says Clara. I can't see where the attack went. It's off screen. Maybe in the next camera. Broken bar. Oh, here it is. Is this one of the blips? But it was so far away from my sisters that I had to find another camera. Broken bar. How the hell did she spot and kill it? Does she have superpowers? This is nothing, says Marta. This is something that must be done. Now that I know the culprits, I'll make sure none will survive. Marta, are you a broken bar? Are you still holding a grudge over the bombers? I continue staring at the screen with empty eyes. I don't have any motivation or drive anymore. I just want this to end. Also, I try to avoid looking in Clara's direction the best I can. I'm sure you know why. Marta negation CKS up a card from the ground. See, I told you it wouldn't be so simple. You're right. But I never expected there would be more than one key. That's cheating, Andreu. Right now, Marta is holding the 4 cards in her hands, 3 of which are monsters, but they don't know about them yet. And Clara can only agree to her words. If only they knew the first one they got was the only one they need. A broken bar. I kind of want to tell them, but at the same time, I also want to see how they'll react if I don't. So I won't tell them. Marta hasn't gone crazy anymore. They fought normally since the A-bomber incident. There were no more anger management issues. This means they didn't attack the monster keys and thus they survived. It's also because it's Marta who's holding on to them. With Clara's passive drain, they would die, sooner or later. But her hands are full right now, so she can't. Don't look at Clara, Andreu. Don't look at her. A broken bar. I force myself to look elsewhere. I think this is everything. Marta stretches her shoulders. We covered the whole area and searched everywhere. We can finally go back and end this dungeon invasion. Yes, finally. Clara spins around. Don't do that, please. A broken bar. At least, not while grabbing my clone like that. A broken bar. My sisters cross the sealed laboratory area and soon return to the already dead boss area. It doesn't take a long time because the sealed area isn't hard to navigate. Sure, it has quite a lot of dead-end passages, but most of them communicate with the central or main hallways. Unless you have trouble remembering where you went through, you can't get lost. Marta spreads the cards and looks at the closed door. Now we just need to introduce the keys into the card reader, and we'll be done. Can I do it, please? Sure, I don't mind it. Unless he put a trap there, it should be safely a broken bar because you didn't, right, Andreu? Why should I put a trap there? A trap that activates when you put the card in a place players must activate to reach the dungeon core? It'll be too nasty. Though, this does give me some ideas. A broken bar. Also a broken bar. You're wrong, Marta. The trap is in your hands, you're holding it right now. Well, not exactly a trap but more like a surprise. I stay quiet and don't reply. As I said before, I'm not going to give any clues. It happens when they get close enough. At the same time, the three mimics, transformed into identical copies of the real card, start transforming into their original shape, a boulder, the smallest earth elemental, with black goo coming out of their joints. What's this? Marta shouts in surprise. She's the first to notice the shape-shifting and quickly releases the cards with a huge yelp. But it's Clara, who's a meter away and can see everything better, the first to understand what's happening. The keys are turning into monsters. I knew it. I knew Andreu would have some hidden trick. It was weird there were 4 similar keys. Ooh, they're small chubby rocks. He. After watching her reaction I burst out laughing. What a cute yelp, Marta. Do you also shout like that when you play ranked matches? I mock her. It was worth it. It was worth staying here. After a broken bar I wanted to disconnect to forget about the clone incident, but this was worth the trouble. I lowered my guard, and it's the first time I found something like this. A broken bar. Marta clenches her fists and lowers her head in shame. Andreu, stop laughing. No. But I'm not laughing at LPFFT. Ha. I quickly turn off the micro as I burst laughing once again. Why you are? I heard you. Oops. I wasn't quick enough. But he's right. Your cry was kind of cute. He. You a broken bar. Not you two. A broken bar. After a few slashes, a 3 to be exact, 1 for each monster key, Marta puts the single remaining card into the slot and the door opens. She immediately glares at the dungeon core, ready to destroy it. I almost forgot. I say, Clara, do you remember I asked you for help at the start of the invasion? Oh, right. It's true you did. A broken bar. Whatever you need to do it fast. I don't want to waste any more time here. Broken bar. Looks like Marta is still affected by the shame and wants to end this as quickly as possible. Let's ignore here. A broken bar. In the core room, to the right, there's a door with a code lock. Introduce the numbers from 1 to 9 3 times and it'll open. Okay. Clara runs to the door and quickly enters the code. What do I need to do now? You don't need to do anything. Just make your support mobs walk inside and I'll do the rest. Okay. Come on, my cute little minions. It's time to follow your mother's orders and make your pappy happy. When have I become the father of such dreadful and ugly children? I shudder at the horrifying image that comes to me. Marta stares unhappily at Clara as the latter makes her support mobs enter the capture room, as I like to call it. Make it fast, you two. Don't waste time, she demands. Sure thing. Okay. Act as if you knew everything in advance. You're never surprised. You never suffer because of a lack of information. If you die, it's because you weren't good enough and never because it took you by surprise. Let your opponents think so. This isn't only to make you look cool, but to help you rise in the rankings. If your opponents don't know what you lack, or which are your weak points, they won't be able to use them against you. The first rule from do you want to be a pro player? A guide some players read in hopes of reaching the top rankings. Marta crosses her arms and raises her chin, giving herself an I'm important feel. All right. Are you ready, Andreu? Because I'm not going to embellish what comes next, nor am I going to soften my criticism. Sure, go ahead, I answer, waving my hand. You say as if it was something new. When was the last time you didn't treat me like shit? Maybe when we were kids, because I sure can't remember. Yes, Yes, go ahead. Clara, sitting right next to me, nods and repeats after me. She makes the same gesture too. And once we finish, we can talk about my reward. Your reward, a broken bar? What reward is she talking about? Oh, shit. Now I remember. Yes, a broken bar. We'll talk about your reward later. Looks like my future isn't bright. I'm going to start from the start. Then, Marta makes a dramatic pause before continuing. The entrance is too long. It might be okay for those coming into your dungeon for the first time, or for those fanatics who like seeing everything a broken bar, but for normal players, it's too long. I understand what you mean, but I don't want to change it. It works perfectly as it currently is, a broken bar, I reply. Marta nods. I knew you would say this, but I have the perfect solution. Ain't I great? She proudly pats her chest. Yeah, you're great. I spin my eyes. So what's the great solution? I want to add an A, and you would be greater if you weren't repeating it all the time. But I shut up. Now isn't the time to anger her. Not when I am the interested party. So, I thought about this. She continues her explanation. The cave is on a lower level than the entrance, right? It is. So why don't you put a hole to go from the entrance directly to the underground lake? This way, instead of taking about 5 minutes, the players can start the actual dungeon invasion in a shorter time. It'll take a broken bar about 1 minute instead. A broken bar? That's a broken bar, a surprisingly good idea. Coming from you, I mean. Hey, what do you mean? Don't you know I'm doing this out of goodwill? It isn't me who wants feedback, you know? Okay, I'm sorry, a broken bar. I apologize before she gets angrier. Aha, broken bar, this is hard. It's hard to stop taunting her after such a long dungeon invasion, doing it all the time. If only it wasn't so easy, a broken bar. If it were Clara instead of Marta, she wouldn't get angry like this. HMPH. As long as you understand, a broken bar. Hey, if it's a fall, why not make it to slide instead? It would be a lot funnier. Clara gives her opinion on the topic. A slide, cue her broken bar, I mutter. I kind of like it, a broken bar. Nice job, Clara. This way, it reduces the time to from the entrance and also makes it interesting. Hee a broken bar. Why do you only praise her? It was me who came up with the idea, you know. Why am I only praising Clara? That's because I'm doing it on purpose. Of course, I knew you wouldn't like it, so I did it. And we're back to where I screwed up. I never learn from my past mistakes. A broken bar. I'll have to give her some praise too to prevent this situation from worsening. Nice idea, Marta, I say. I never thought about it and will help my dungeon a lot. Thank you. It's the truth, so I don't feel bad for praising her like this. HMPH. She turns her head away, but the tips of her lips go upwards. She tries to hide it, but she can't do it properly. She's so easy. Too easy. And regarding the slide or hole, I have a few ideas. I can make it so there are a few landing spots, so the players don't know where they'll end. Or make it a lethal fire broken bar. Okay, maybe this one is a little bit too much. I can also complicate the stuff and add falling traps in the entrance area. There are so many options. I'm sure Marta will continue with her feedback, but she's taking her time on purpose. We don't have all day, so let's move this forward. Okay, let's move to the next one. I'm sure you wanted to talk about the demonic swarmers, the ones that shout all the time. A broken bar. I say. It's true, they're on my list. But there's something else that comes first. Something else? What could it be? There's nothing else between the entrance and the cave. Yes, something else. Marta nods sagely. I'm talking about the giant claw marks. The claw marks, a broken bar? What's wrong with them? There's nothing wrong with them. The problem is they don't serve any purpose. How can I explain it so that even you can understand it? A broken bar. Hey, was there a need to diss me here? The problem is there's no monster that could have created those marks in your dungeon. When I saw them, I thought, hey, what a giant monster. I want to see and fight it, but there was no giant monster in your dungeon. Own a broken bar. What a letdown. Marta continues her explanation. The problem is the expectations you create but don't fulfill. You should either delete the claw marks or create a monster that could actually create them, and I suggest you put it right at the start, in the first area, the big cavern. Expectations. Cue her broken bar. I don't want to remove the claw marks, So I think there's only one way I can solve this. It makes sense, broken bar. Of course it makes sense. I'm the one who says it. Knowing how you think, I'm sure there'll be a giant monster in the future. I want to be the first one to fight it. I'll show you how much I've improved. It's also my specialty to fight against strong opponents. Clara grabs my arm and squeezes it. Please, can I be the first? Sure, you can be the first, a broken bar. I pat her head as she chuckles. Marta looks at us and makes a fake cough. KHM. Let's move to the broken bar demonic warmers. You said a broken bar? It's swarmers. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be frank with you. They suck. They're useless. It would be better to remove them than keep them as they currently are. They're almost as useless as YOPFF. Your clones. Ha ha ha. But let's not talk about them now. Let's focus on the swarmers. Again with the clones? Can you forget about them already? I stare at her with an indescribable look, trying to intimidate her. I hope I'm doing it correctly. But she ignores me, so maybe it wasn't good enough? If you still want to use them, I believe you have the answer in its own name. Swarmers. Add more of them. That should do it. It's a broken bar, a little bit more complex, I say. You maybe didn't notice, but I used elves to create them so that they could have the passive that nullifies terrain damage. I planned to put them in the tunnels filled with mushrooms. Are you stupid? Why did you put them where there are no mushrooms, then? Marta points at me as she shouts. It's the basics of the basics. You're always like this. I shouldn't be surprised. Anima, a broken bar. She holds her head as if she had a headache. I can't understand these, a broken bar. How am I always falling for your stupid shit? You don't even think about it. This is so frustrating, a broken bar. That's because you're not flexible enough to adapt to stupid situations, or those that make no sense at all. As you imagine, I swallow what I want to say, just in case. I don't want to die yet. I still need more time to do all the crazy stuff I planned. It's all written in the to-do list for this time, for real. Don't delete this. I put them in the cave because I didn't think about it properly. Also, I didn't have anything else to fill the big cavern with, a broken bar. I make an excuse. As I answer her question, Marta stands up, comes right in front of me, grabs my shoulders, and starts shaking me. Are you kidding me? Then create something to fill that empty spot. You're playing with the faction with the most versatility. You can do almost anything you want. Marta, stop. It's hard to talk like this. From my side, Clara tries to free me from our elder sister. Yes, stop. Only I can do this to him. It's my little sister's exclusive privilege. Yeah, broken bar. I don't want to retort to that. Sigh. Marta sighs, releases me, and sits on the chair again. Now it's Clara who extends her hands in my direction, but I glare at her and she stops whatever she was planning to do. She hides her hands behind her back and starts whistling. You're not deceiving anyone like that, a broken bar. Marta starts muttering to herself. And I thought I could finally be proud of you, who created one of the hottest dungeons in my broken bar, but you're still doing everything as you always do. No strategy, no planning, a broken bar. It's a shame I can't focus on what Marta is saying because I need to keep Clara in check. If I'm sure of one thing, is that she's waiting for a chance to jump at me. But I did hear some parts, like the word proud. Wait, did I hear it right? Marta, proud of me? I inspect her face, but I can only see disappointment mixed with resignation. It must have been my imagination. Got you. He. The little monster got me. But this time, it isn't a tentacle monster but an ordinary human girl. It isn't as disgusting as when it happens inside the game, but it's still annoying. Clara, broken bar. I use a stern tone and turn my head to look at her. I only wanted to take you by surprise, and I did it. He. She releases me and returns to her previous position, sitting on my bed, right by my side. Yeah, right, a broken bar. Good for you, I suppose. She's always been clingy, but it's getting worse. I think it began when she started playing DMA. Maybe all that grab things with tentacles until they die is affecting her usual behavior. I hope not. There's no way she'll start growing tentacles in real life, right? Because I'll be the first one to run away if she does. Andreu, why are you looking at me like this? Clara asks me. Nothing, It's nothing. I can't say I was searching for spots where she's growing tentacles, can I? About what we were talking about before a broken bar. Having finished fooling around, Clara returns to the topic. What was the topic again? I forgot. Those swarmers a broken bar. Oh, yeah, now I remember. I don't want you to remove them. Why not? It's because they're funny, making those weird cries all the time, and then the screams when they spot you. I'm not surprised anymore. After the acute cosmic horrors, I can accept anything coming from her. Do you want to call the disgusting monsters that make you wish you were deaf when you hear them, funny? Sure. I'll take it. Whatever you want, Clara. Whatever you want. I don't plan on removing them. But I need to think about what can I do with Thema Broken Bar. I want to move them to the tunnels, but it isn't enough. Two things. Marta interrupts my thoughts and extends the index and middle fingers. Apart from making more of them so they do work as a swarm, as well as filling the gap they'll leave, you must do these two things for it to work. Believe in me. Marta proudly pats her chest. Finally, I was waiting for this. The time to follow the elder's advice has come. Oh, great teacher. Please show me how I can improve. I say, making a reverence. I'm sure Ricard would die in happiness if I were to ever say this to him. Oh, great teacher, show us your greatness. Clara imitates me from the side. Marta looks at us without saying anything for a while. It isn't until we return to our original postures that she continues talking. The first thing you should do is increase the tunnel's size. If you add a lot more units into it, especially a swarm, you'll want to give them extra space to move through. I was planning on doing it already, so now I have the perfect excuse. I'll also add more of the other units because I feel like there's too little of some of them. Keep it in moderation. More isn't always better. As for the second thing, a broken bar, raise the swarmlings level by 1 and level up the skill that gives them the stat boost. If I'm right about what are you trying to achieve with them, you'll need to upgrade their skill. I don't remember the name now, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Upgrade Thema Broken Bar. Okay. I'll do it. But I'm sure there are a few available upgrades. Which one are you talking about? You'll see once you look at them. Marta gives me a smile and chuckles. This isn't fair, teacher. Don't give me only half the answer. What if I mess this up? Now, won't I feel stupid? A broken bar. It's a good thing it's easy to go back and edit the skills of any monster or champion, reassigning the points wherever you want. Otherwise, I could screw this up spectacularly. Okay, broken bar, I'll do it. Nice. Then let's move to the next area. The rabbit area, says Marta. I think it was okay. If I had to say how you can improve it, I would say it lacks variety. All the rabbits are the same 2 units. That was the idea, after all, to confuse the players. But now that you say it, I might add some new units. A broken bar. Ooh, I know. I have a few ideas. Clara raises her hand with enthusiasm. She looks at me with sparkly eyes. For starters, you can make a rabbit with an octopus. I liked the octocat a lot, so an octorabbit would be nice too. Then, I want you to create more rabbits that transform into other creatures. I want a goblin or imp because they're small, then something with wings like an Angela. Broken bar. A tree. A rabbit that turns into a tree would be amazing. Then, what else? Broken bar. Oh, right. A bat. One of those that drain life. And of course, let's not forget about the abyss monsters. You have to create at least one of them. She puts extra emphasis on the have to part. Yeah, broken bar. I'm not sure about the rest, but let's forget about the abyss one right now. Also, what the hell is this, Clara? Is this your Christmas list? Why is it so long? A dog rabbit would be nice too, and then a broken bar. Oh. You didn't finish? You only paused to take a breath before continuing. A broken bar? I thought you were already done because the list was long enough already. Marta and I exchange a glance. This is going to take a very long time. Right next to the entrance, there's this hole that leads to the dungeon. Skipping the entrance part and jumping directly into the giant cavern. If it's your first time here, or the second, or the 10th, the broken bar, or the 1000th, don't jump. If you don't want your dungeon invasion to end miserably, don't do it. There's a chance you'll end up in a random part of this damned dungeon, and believe me, you won't enjoy it. So unless you're a gambler, or have the certainty you'll survive, For the fucking sake of your OWN sanity, don't jump. Extract from the chapter A before we get into the serious stuff from A, how to stay sane in the Mad Rats lab, ... And this is all I can think of. Oh, a fire-breathing rabbit mixed with a dragon would be nice too. A broken bar, yes. This was the last one. Clara nods at her own words. Oh my god. I thought I was going to die before she finished speaking. The rabbit list was so long. A broken bar. You'll create them all, right? You know, Clara, broken bar, don't you think this is too much? I have better things, Tar. But you said you'd do whatever I ask. And what I want is this. Is this what you want? Are you sure, Clara? Because I'll take your word for it. I exhale. I dodged a bullet here. Who knows what else could she have asked me to do? Broken bar. Well, this is annoying and I'll need quite some time to do it. This is nothing compared to other things she could come up with. I must agree before she changes her mind. Okay, I'll do it, I say. Yay. Buta, broken bar, don't you think this is too much? How about I make the 5 you like the most instead? Of course, it can't include a monster I can't capture or use, those that are too strong or expensive. But 5 is too little. Broken bar, how about 10? Okay, I'll create 10 of them. Yes. After struggling for a while, I finally agree to her demands. Well, this is at least something I won't have to suffer from. I'll need some time and effort, but that's all. Looks like I and my lab assistants are going to be busy for a while. I'll drag the panicky spitters into this mess too. They were created for this exact purpose, after all. But this does make me ask a question. What the hell am I going to do with so many rabbits and rabbits? Because I can't only create one of each broken bar. Oh, and you must create at least 3 of each so I can play with them. Yep, I can't create only one, I must create 3. But it doesn't solve my question. The only thing I'm entirely sure of is that I'm not going to put them all in the rabbit area. It would be too messy and defeat its purpose. Should I create an isolated area that isn't connected to the rest of the dungeon? That should fix this problem. Or a broken bar, I could also dump all the rabbits and rabbits I don't like into the failed experiments area. There are already quite a few of them, so who cares if there's even more? Yeah. Let's do it like this. Doing it like this I can appease Clara and improve my dungeon at the same time. It's good to have an area where I can dump anything and it'll fit the theme. Failed experiments. Get ready for your future neighbors. The weather forecast warns of a heavy downpour of rabbits, not less than 3 per currently inhabited cell. KHM. Marta makes a fake cough to get our attention. Are you finished now? She waits for us to nod. Let's continue with the dungeon review then. Where were we? A broken bar. My voice trails off, trying to remember what was the last thing we talked about. Oh, yeah. The tunnels go next. Yes, the tunnels. Marta nods. I like them a lot. Hey, thank you, Clara. Sometimes, I'll find some enemies, and sometimes, different ones. When I go into this area, I never know what'll come next, so it's fun. I've only seen them once, but yes, I agree with her. They're unpredictable. Too unpredictable. Even a broken bar. Marta crosses her hands and adopts a teacher-like pose, which isn't necessarily a good thing. I frown my eyebrows. What do you mean? From what I've seen, the only ones who have a fixed spot are the environmental hazards and traps, and the monsters are allowed to move freely. A broken bar, am I right? She asks me. Yes, this can work sometimes, but more times than not it can create boring situations where no monsters show up, or extremely dangerous ones when all the monsters show up at the same time. Yeah, broken bar, this rings a bell. It's one of the complaints most people have. Not when the monsters don't show up, but when they attack all at the same time. But I always thought they were exaggerating. A broken bar, I mean, who believes that half the monsters attacked the player party at the same time? They wouldn't fit inside the tunnel, after all. It's simply impossible. Maybe they found the monster train and didn't know any better. Clara, listen to this too. It's important advice in general. Marta continues her explanation. You can't make everything random. If everything is random, it's hard for players to enjoy the dungeon invasion. But it worked so far for me. A broken bar, I complain. If it worked, it's because you're lucky. If I'm not wrong, there's all this competition with players going into your dungeon and then showing off how easily they reached the end, while better players complain about how difficult it is, right? You're right, Buta. No buts. Marta interrupts me. As I was saying, this is caused because your dungeon is too random. It has worked for you so far, but if you keep adding more random stuff, it'll sooner or later blow up in your face, and no more players will come into your dungeon. Clara, you should learn from his errors and don't do it. Okay, I'll follow your words, teacher. It's incredible how neither of them feels shy about this teacher stuff. They've been at it since Marta started training us, but I never expected it. I mean, I would die in shame if I had to call Marta a teacher, or the other way around. Sure, I've called her teacher once or twice too, but it was in a mocking tone. Sarcasm. It isn't the same as doing it seriously. So what do you mean? I ask. Should I change everything so that there's nothing random? It'll take a lot of effort, and I don't really want to do it. Our broken bar. Also, my dungeon might never be the same again. A broken bar. No, number. Marta waves her hand to signal her disagreement. It's too late to do something like that. If you did it, it would upset your invaders. After all this time, they kind of expect it. Then what do you want me to do? I can't change everything, but keeping it as it currently is even worse. Broken bar. Am I supposed to start everything from scratch? Removing randomness from my dungeon is going to be a pain in the ass. After all, almost all of it is random right now. And I can say with certainty it works. At least, I believe it works. But I don't want to lose everything if the players get tired of it. Our broken bar. My dungeon is gaining popularity, and I'm having a lot of fun creating it. The last thing I want is for everything to disappear in a smoke cloud because the players get tired of the random elements. A broken bar. I hide my face behind my hands. I don't know anymore. A broken bar. Should I get angry at her criticism or cry out of desperation at having to change everything? There's also the option to beg for her help and guidance. I would really hate it, but if it's what's needed to save my dungeon. Own a broken bar. Clara pats my back, trying to cheer me up. I'm sure she's doing it so I don't forget about the rabbits, but I'll take it anyway. No, you dumbass. Sitting on the chair right in front of me, Marta kicks my leg in annoyance. Do I need to tell you everything? Why are you reacting like that? Instead of complaining, I say, please, illuminate this foolish one on the path to victory. I grin. Hey, with this, I've won her collaboration. She might insult me in return, but who cares? As long as I get what I want, she can call me anything she wants. After all, I know she doesn't really mean it when she insults me. A broken bar. She doesn't, right? Sigh. Marta sighs. It's about moderation. Moderation. Do you know what this word means? I cutely tilt my head to the side to show confusion. Well, at least I believe it's a cute gesture. Clara does it to me all the time, and it always works. A broken bar. Except when we're inside the game. A good broken bar. Why are you acting like that now? Marta kicks me again. Moderation means you shouldn't make everything random. Add one thing that is random, or maybe a few, but not everything. And avoid using randomness as an excuse for laziness. Oh, she's good. Really good. She got me with the lazy part. Her broken bar. Many times I leave things unchanged because I'm too lazy. You just need to take a look at my to-do list. I think I'm already at the 4th iteration, and I never completed the previous lists. A broken bar. For example, in the mossy and moisty cell area, having some of the doors opened randomly is okay, because the players will always know when it happens thanks to the sound. Also, the monsters will always be the same. That's wrong. I chime in. I'm going to keep adding more in the future. Marta sends me a death glare. Oh, boy, if looks could kill a broken bar. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. I know, sir, I reply. We know, sir. Clara imitates me from my side. Not now, Clara. Broken bar. What if she gets too angry because of you and stops giving me feedback? What am I going to do then? Marta's glare switches to my little sister. Hey, welcome to the club, Clara. I sometimes don't know why I'm trying so hard. A broken bar. Marta mutters to herself. Let's forget about this and move on. A broken bar. Okay, so as I was saying, the monsters will always be the same, so the players will know what they might find after hearing a door opening. She's right. The players will know something is after them as soon as they hear the a blip sound. They won't know exactly what, but it will be from a limited list. They won't be completely unaware. But on the other side, having monsters randomly move through an area is laziness. It doesn't take you too much time to set a fixed path, or to change the dungeon parameters so no more than a certain number of monsters are in the same area, or set a minimum distance between groups. A broken bar. There are lots of options. Heck, you're studying computer science. I'm sure you could change their AI so that they work a lot better than they currently are. I could. Well, not with the ones that have very low intelligence, like the stitched, but I could change the other behaviors. A broken bar. I see what you mean. A broken bar. Her arguments make sense, but I'm still not convinced. But didn't you have the most trouble when the randomness hit you harder? What if our broken bar? What if this is exactly what I want for my dungeon? She goes beet red at my words, though I am not sure if it's because of anger or shame. I sure hope it's the latter. As I said before, I don't want her to get angry and stop helping me. This and that are two different things. Especially with the blinking monsters, you were incredibly lucky there. If they didn't appear right next to a place with lots of tunnels, they would have been useless. You don't want that to happen, so that's why you should fix their behavior. In the middle, she doesn't forget to kick me once again. Oh, boy, a broken bar. My leg is starting to hurt now. Oh, I see a broken bar. I think I'm starting to understand what she means with a removing randomness. She's trying to tell me I should fix the monsters' behaviors so that they work to their own strengths. Until now, they could start fighting the players in places where they were clearly at a disadvantage, but if I do as she says, I can make sure they are always at their best. In short, she's telling me to make my dungeon harder, and I'm very happy to oblige. I like it. I really like it. If I can fix my dungeon problems and at the same time make more players cry in despair, isn't it a very good thing to do? It's one of those win-win scenarios, isn't it? For me, I mean, of course. Randomness, get ready because I'll soon deal with you. You've convinced me. I'll try to do the best I can to remove as much randomness as possible. A broken bar. Just in case you misunderstood, by removing randomness I don't mean making the dungeon harder, okay? Making the dungeon harder. Making the dungeon harder. A broken bar. I'm itching to start. Oh, sorry, Marta. What did you say? Well, who cares? I already heard what I needed to know. I nod to signal to her I understand. Are you sure? She looks at me with skepticism. Well, okay. There are two more things I wanted to tell you. First, the freezer zone. I think you should make this area optional instead of part of the main path. Why? I ask. It's because it's filled with gore. You shouldn't force players through an area like that unless it's the theme of your dungeon. It's the same as your fear of the abyss. How would you react if you found yourself in the middle of abyss monsters when diving into a human dungeon? Abyss monsters, where? I shudder. No thanks. Yes, I understand. You don't need to tell Anima a broken bar. But I like that area. It's a nice change of pace. Complains Clara. That's why I told him to make it optional and not to remove it. Marta turns to look at me before continuing. You could reward the players that clear it however you like, but don't force the players to go through it. Not everybody can stand gore, and coming to a dungeon famous for the unpredictable monsters, only to be forced into something else you don't like isn't funny. Yes, don't worry. I understood it perfectly when you talked about the abyss. So broken bar, what was the last one? The last one is to add something else inside the boss room or make it smaller. I'm not sure how it'll be when the boss is still alive, but if the players manage to kill it, the room ends up being too empty and boring. We all know the reason it was boring, so don't feign ignorance now, Marta. If you didn't kill the boss in a single strike, you could have seen how it was when the boss was alive. But, well, a broken bar. I understand it was boring. She's right, Andreu, says Clara. It was tedious to come and go through the area because there was nothing other than laboratory equipment and water canals. Yes, a broken bar. I'll do my best. I have no idea what I can do with this. Not at all. I look at Marta hoping to find a solution, but she only crosses her arms and says nothing. Well, here go my hopes of an easy way out. You still haven't said if you liked my dungeon or not, Marta. I know what Clara thinks because she came a few times already, but you didn't say anything yet. You mean a broken bar in general? In general, What do I think of your dungeon? Yes, with as few words as possible. I nod. It takes a while before she answers my question. Unpredictable, annoying, and too random. Way too random. I like that assessment. And it comes from a pro player. Foo. Ha ha ha. Which faction do I like the least? When it comes to invading a dungeon of that faction, it's undoubtedly the flesh monstrosities. Why is it like that? Do I really need a reason to hate them? A broken bar, but you're right. I do have one. And it's because every time I enter a flesh monstrosity dungeon, it brings back awful memories of when I went into the Mad Rat's lab. I'm sure you can understand what I mean. Interview with a random DMA player. Dungeon invasion successful. Rewards obtained. A broken bar. Where did I put the list of broken bar? I search my pockets. Oh, here it is. I take out a crumpled list and carefully open it. Of course. This is all unnecessary and purely aesthetic. I could make the game show the list in front of me using the game's interface, but I like it best when it matches the roleplay. I take a pen and scratch one of the elements in the list. With this, I've finished capturing the goblins. It's a shame I didn't find any trolls. Well, I did, but it's useless if the troll is the boss because I can't capture it. A broken bar. If I want to increase the number of hauntlings, I'll need at least one troll for the regeneration skill. I want to create more of them, and with the same skills, so there's no other way than to get a troll somehow. This is why my faction is considered the worst when it comes to efficiency. A broken bar. Sure, we have the most versatility and can make the strongest units, though it's only when we reach the maximum level and have an absurd amount of CP to spare. But, and this is a big but, it takes so long for us to capture the units we want that it isn't worth it. Of course, it's not worth it for most players. If you want to play as a mad scientist, as I do, there's nothing better. But the flesh monstrosities being amazing doesn't make the faction any easier. It'll take a lot of time to find a dungeon around my level with a troll I can capture. A broken bar. If only I wrote the name of the dungeon where I found the first a broken bar. Ladies and gentlemen, please, don't be like me. When you find something important after lots of time looking for it, don't say this is done, now let's forget about the pain it was to search for it. As I did, and plan for the future instead. I scratch my furry head in annoyance. If I don't want to spend any more time with this, I'll have to ask Ricard to help me. A broken bar, but I don't want to do it. A broken bar. The problem with asking Ricard is that he'll treat me like a noob and he'll start explaining a lot of random stuff about the game, rambling for hours. Sometimes, it is so bad that it feels as if he is trying to turn you into one of his undead minions, either by brainwashing you or by killing you out of boredom. Guess I have no choice, then. I'm going to regret it. So make a broken bar. Maybe I can pull Laura into this mess so I don't have to suffer Ricard's wrath alone. Yeah, broken bar, let's do this. I've solved one of the biggest problematic items in the shopping list, as I like to call it, so I move on to the next item. I'll have to capture some rabbits too. They're the most common in human dungeons, but there's no way I'm going into one just to capture some rabbits. Let's hope I find some somewhere else. I'll hope for the best and ignore them for now. I have to capture a few rabbits too, and it isn't unusual for them to be mixed with rabbits. If I'm lucky, I'll find both at the same time. The problem is going to be to find the rabbits themselves, but this and that are two different things. The next one is a broken bar. Geodes, the earth elemental. This one should be easy to find. A broken bar. Yep, let's go for this one next. It should be easy to find because it's the second tier of earth elemental units, the one that costs around 100 CP. There should be plenty of them in any primordial dungeon around my level. If I find a dungeon themed on a specific type of elementals, which are very easy to spot after the teleport if you pay enough attention, I only need to abandon the dungeon invasion and look for another one. There's no need to waste time. Are you curious about what I'm going to do with them? You'll have to wait to see it. Foo. Ha ha ha. Primordial dungeons, get ready because here I come. I prepare my usual follower mobs, the 3 good followers and Siam, and select the first primordial dungeon I find with a similar level to mine. The dungeon is called Elemental Totems. I don't know what I'll find in it, but at least the name promises more than one elemental type. The light from the teleport fades away. I stretch. It's been a while since I was last alone in a dungeon invasion a broken bar except for the last one with the goblins, but it doesn't count because I'd already been in that dungeon before. I hope I didn't lose my touch. I turn to my support mobs and start giving orders. For now, you'll stay on guard mode. And you, Siama Broken Bar, you do whatever you usually do. The guard mode is one of the basic modes available to all units with at least 4 in the intelligence stat. When a unit is in this mode, it'll always stay within 5 meters of the player they belong to, or the unit you order them to guard. It might be the mode most chosen by all players in this game. Monsters in guard mode do join combat if the enemies are close, but they'll never wander away. You also don't need to worry about them sticking too close to you unless you're in a very narrow space. The only drawback is that mobs in the guard mode will never chase or attack ranged enemies unless they themselves have ranged attacks too. They can be poked to death easily. But this isn't really a problem because you can simply give them the order to attack, and they'll follow your orders. The problem with the monster's AI comes when they have 3 or lower intelligence because they don't have the guard mode by default. And it gets worse as the intelligence goes down a broken bar. The best example of this are the stitched, with 1 intelligence. I'm sure you remember all the trouble I had just to make them move as groups. Why am I saying all this? It's because Siam doesn't have the guard mode. After all, it only has 3 intelligence. It also doesn't help that I had to use 2 of the allowed AI changes to make him capture units and never look away from petrified enemies, to prevent the status effect from wearing off. The only other change I could make to Siam's AI was to follow me. It stays right behind me most of the time and continuously bumps into my legs. But don't be deceived, it isn't as disgusting as with the stitched. Siam is a cockatrice and giant spider chimera. It looks weird and funny, but not extremely disgusting. Disgusting as in wanting to tear your eyes away. I mean, it isn't too annoying either, as it's only about 50 centimeters tall. You would imagine giant spiders to be the size of a human by the name. But giant spiders are just about 50 centimeters tall, and heck if they are giant compared to real-life spiders. I don't think a spider taller than 10 centimeters exists in the whole world. Cockatrices, the weird chicken-like monsters, are a similar size too. So as much as Siam bumps into my legs all the time, it's easy to imagine it as a chummy, although extremely weird, small pet. A winged giant spider pet with a crest, reptile tail, and 2 chicken legs, sure, but still a pet. Siam is my adored weird pet. The saving grace is that Siam can at least understand the simplest of commands, like A stay still, A attack, and A run. As long as he understands those, I can make anything possible. By the way, our broken bar, I'm sure you suspected, but the Stitch don't even understand those simple commands. They're the worst in so many ways. A broken bar so stupid, slow, ugly, disgusting, useless, weak. A broken bar. Did I mention they're stupid? They're so stupidly stupid. I'm sorry, I lost myself a little there. Broken bar. Where was the broken bar? I always get sidetracked when I start complaining about the Stitchida broken bar. Oh, yes, Siam's AI. In short, Siam isn't as smart as the good followers, but he's the best. You can't imagine how many times he saved me by luckily petrifying an enemy at the most dangerous moment, and he's captured so many units without me having to lift a finger. You can't imagine how much time he saved me. Having finished my usual preparations, I take a look around our current position. A broken bar. There are 2 paths. On the left one seems like there's some magma, and a broken bar is that snow. What I can see on the right path. Since I can see 2 different areas from here, this dungeon has a high probability of having most, if not all, the elemental types, separated by zones. If that's the case, a broken bar. If there's magma, there must be fire elementals close by. But magma is also related to rock. A broken bar. I'm here to capture earth elementals, so it's clear which path I need to take. Without hesitation, I walk into the left path. Let's see if I'm right or not. No, please, stop. Not one of you again. I stumble, trying to raise my body from the floor. The enemy takes this chance to get closer to me. This is bad. Don't come. This isn't fair. I can't fight like this. To broken bar. This situation is so stupid, I can't stop laughing. My wobbly legs can't sustain my weight, and I can't focus on the fight. Ha ha ha. I never expected this when I came here. This isn't fair. There should be a warning somewhere, telling invaders what to expect. Pew ha ha ha. How am I expected to defeat them if I can't stop laughing? Still on the floor, I raise my head to look at the monster once again. Or should I say monsters, in plural a broken bar, because there are two of them, one Geodes, the earth elemental I want to capture, and one Pyrus, a fire elemental of similar strength to the first. But the problem isn't with the units themselves but rather with what they're doing. Who was so stupid to think it was a good idea to make them walk like this? I mean, I can understand the dungeon is called A Elemental Totems, but did you have to take it so literally? Yep, you're right. The two elementals are walking in my direction as if they were a totem, and with this, I literally mean one on top of the other. Ha ha ha. This is so ridiculous. I thought it was a glitch the first monster we encountered, but two in a row it's impossible. This is designed to be like this on purpose. Who is the player who thought of this? This is an idea worthy of me. As I laugh on the floor, the Geodes Pyrus totem keeps approaching. Soon, it will engage in combat with the closest good follower. They're currently surrounding me on both sides. This is bad. A broken bar. I can't allow it to happen again. A broken bar. Let me explain. In the first fight, I had such a hard time refocusing on the fight that the A totem managed to kill one of my good followers before I could recover. It'll be really bad if another good follower dies because of me. A broken bar. I'm not sure I'll be able to beat the dungeon with only one remaining. Is this totem thing a mental attack? A way to incapacitate your enemies without the need of any skill? I must admit it works. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's focus. A broken bar. Ha ha. It was very close. I managed to calm myself right as the A totem reaches one of the good followers. They start attacking each other. Go and join the fight, you dumbass. Don't leave one of you to die alone. I order the remaining one. I cast a chain lightning, which obviously hits the two elementals, and start to channel the next one. This fucking totem is a joke, but a well thought one. You could expect them to be a prank, but the combination of both and the terrain is quite strong. A broken bar. I could learn some things from this dungeon. My dear audience, allow me to explain. I'm sure you remember this is a magma area, right? The thing with magma is that it deals constant fire damage to any unit that touches it. This includes the monsters that protect the dungeon, of course. Now, what do you think is the advantage of the fire elementals? Their innate skill prevents up to a certain amount of fire damage, completely negating the damage from the magma. So, if you put a fire elemental in a sea of magma with small rock islands, it'll have a tremendous advantage over the invaders. Now let me ask, what is the advantage of an earth elemental? Their innate skill gives them protection against all damage and a whopping 50% of that as long as they don't move. Don't move means not walking around. Attacking doesn't count as moving. I'm sure you know where I'm going now, right? Yep. The fire elemental is at the bottom of the totem, soaking, ignoring all the damage from the magma, and freely moving around. And on top of it is the earth elemental, sitting still and thus not moving, receiving the damage protection. And both of them are free to attack as they want. Well, the fire elemental can't use melee attacks because it's holding its companion, but can still cast spells. Quite a deadly combination if you ask me. But the reason I'm laughing so hard is because of how they look. Both have humanoid shapes but are quite different. The Pyrus, the fire elemental, is about 1,8 meters tall. Its shape is like a triangle, with no legs at all. It can't fly, but its movement is more like levitating than walking. It has wide shoulders and strong arms. In general, the feeling it gives is that of an inverted fire, because fire is usually wide at the bottom and thin at the tip. The Geodes, the earth elemental, is huge, about 2,5 meters tall. It's obviously made of rock and has extremely thick arms and legs. It looks as if it could squash a human with a mere swing of its fist. When they're side by side, they're fine. The problem comes when you put one on top of the other. In particular, if you put the Geodes on top of the Pyrus, the cauzy broken bar. It looks like a fucking golem that continuously spews fire from its butt, flying around as if wearing a jetpack. Can you imagine it? A huge golem spewing fire from its butt? I sure can. I have it in front of me right now. This isn't fair. A broken bar. How do you dare to make mental attacks against me, dungeon owner? I have the exclusivity. I patented it first. Nobody can do it unless I give them permission. I shout. Of course, it reaches nobody. Ha! A broken bar. Let's focus on the fight. Again a broken bar. I don't want to lose a second good follower to this stupid gimmick. The problem is this combination is quite strong. A broken bar. I'll start by attacking the Pyrus. It's weaker than the Geodes, and if I kill it first, the A Raider will be forced to move around, losing its damage protection. It's also better because I came here to capture the Earth Elemental. Leaving it for the end will make it easier to capture. Eat this. Cold blast. Cold blast. Cold blast. Like a Gatling gun, I start casting the strongest, as well as the only one, single target spell I have. It's more cost efficient when fighting against few targets than chain lightning. Mana broken bar. I really need to upgrade my champion and get another spell. A broken bar, but I can't decide which one to take. It's so frustrating. The real reason I didn't upgrade my champion yet is because I forgot. But let's keep this between us, okay? Not everything in your dungeon must be there to make it better. Sometimes, it's a good idea to surprise the invaders with something they never expected, something they've never seen before. Of course, if it makes the dungeon better or worse, it's up to the players. You'll find it. The objective here isn't to improve the dungeon, but to make it different from every other one out there. Maybe the most important is this: by adding a surprise, you not only increase the chances the players will remember your dungeon and talk about it with other players, but you also increase the chances of throwing them off, maybe giving you an edge to defeat them easily. You never know when one such surprise will immediately, or as an indirect effect, cause the players to die or make a mistake. Don't underestimate the effects of psychological warfare. Fragment from A: Surprises and Unexpected Stuff, one part of A: The Dark Teachings series, and this makes two of them. I stand up from where I was capturing the Geodes. Of course, I could have left it to Siam, but it's dangerous because of the magma. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, what if Siam goes and captures a random critter that's swimming in the magma sea? Well, a broken bar, I'll solve it when the need arises. Also, there's the passive healing from the good followers too. It'll mitigate the damage Siam takes if he decides to do something crazy. I shrug my shoulders and look around. In the distance, I can see another one of these fire-earth totems. The first time it took me by surprise and I couldn't hold it in, causing the death of one of my followers. The second time was close, but I recovered fast enough to prevent a disaster. Now that it's the third time I see them, I don't burst out laughing anymore. Well, the saving grace is that I'm in the correct place to accomplish my objective via broken bar, I mutter. The not so great part: the totems are decently strong and hard to deal with because they properly use their innate skills and the terrain. I wonder, a broken bar, if the magma area has fire and earth elementals, as I expected, what elementals will be in the snow area? Water and wind, maybe? I wonder if they move like a totem too. Of course, it would make more sense if it had ice elementals, but for some reason, players always prefer to use the four classic elements: fire, earth, wind, and water. If I'm not wrong, those four are also the elements unlocked from the start. Players from the primordial faction need to unlock the rest of the elements over time: a broken bar, ice, lightning, light, dark, and some more I can't remember. This comes from one of Ricard's knowledge drilling sessions, so I might have or might not have properly paid attention to his explanation. I warned you, so I won't take responsibility for any misinformation. Let's move to the next one, shall we? I asked. Oh, broken bar, well, to nobody. It isn't like the support mobs are going to answer me. As before, focus on the Pyrus first, and don't use poison attacks on the Geodes. I order the good followers. It isn't as if they can understand complex commands, but simple ones like A attack X first and A don't use Y skill work perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but most of the time they do work. As you might expect, the last thing I want is for the Geodes to die while I try to capture it. Because, you know, the poison damage A or any damage over time skill, In fact, A and my stun that leaves them at 1 horsepower aren't very compatible when I try to capture them. On the other side, it's perfect when I want to kill the enemies. The poison kills them as soon as the stun takes place. It's the perfect combination of skills to maximize the amount of damage I deal with the chain lightning while killing the enemies instead of leaving them alive. A Nora skill, you're right, it could help with the killing, but it would be awful when trying to capture any unit. Aura skills can't be deactivated, after all. Cold Blast. This time, instead of falling to the ground, laughing, I make a preemptive strike with the only single target spell I have. I'm going to save as much MP as possible. I don't want to run out of fuel anytime soon. Sure, I have the mana core that regenerates my MP at a very fast speed, but it does so by spending EP. It takes a lot longer to reach 0 than MP would, but it's the same problem. The Pyrus responds by launching a fireball at me. The spell explodes in a burst of fire, and everyone, except Siam, who I have waiting some distance away, takes fire damage. That hurts, I shout. It doesn't, but I can shout anyway, can't I? But you can't win in a spellcasting contest against me. Eat this. Cold Blast. Cold Blast. Cold Blast. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Like a machine, I cast one spell after the other. With every hit, a chunk of the Pyrus HP bar vanishes. Cold Blast is one of the most basic spells, with the lowest damage possible, so it shouldn't deal so much damage a broken bar. But I'm overpowered. Ha ha ha. See this? This is the effect of the champion's buff plus a 40% damage increase. The immobilization effect takes place after so many hits, and the Pyrus can't do anything else until it dies. How pathetic. It could only cast one spell before dying a broken bar. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. I laugh like a maniac as the Geodes falls into the magma. But the totem was close to the shore when the Pyrus died, so it soon gets out of it, magma falling from its stone body. The Geodes glares at me at the same time. It starts running in my direction. Oh ooh. I got its aggro with my spell burst. The good followers engage in combat and try to prevent the elemental from coming near me. It doesn't work. I mean, how can you expect to stop something as big as that? My minions are tall and muscular because they're an orc and dwarf hybrid. A broken bar, but they can't compete with something like an earth elemental. I take a step backward, but my foot touches the magma. I'm faster, so I could run away, but not if there's nowhere to run away. Yuga broken bar. I guess I have no choice. See a broken bar, I'll have to take the beating. A broken bar. It's better to take the beating than take the magma damage. A broken bar and the beating too. You know, it's less damage overall. The elemental's giant fist falls on me. Shit, it's almost as big as I am. A broken bar. I instinctively raise my arms to protect my head from the impact. I know a broken bar. It makes no sense because this is a game and the damage will be the same regardless of where the attack hits. It's a good thing the game works with stats and not on physics. I don't think I would survive a hit from that giant stone arm otherwise. I grunt as I feel the hit. I quickly take a look at my status screen. My broken bar is at about 50 damage. Not bad, but not enough to put me in danger. Oh. Shit, I'm stunned. So the Geodes used a skill. A broken bar. The problem is which one. And also, I hope it doesn't stun me again. The good followers are attacking the elemental as it continues to strike me. It would be bad if it died before I could order them to stop and cast chain lightning to capture it. The beating continues and I get stunned once again. Oh, come on. I can't do anything or say anything while stunned. I anxiously look at the Earth Elemental's HP bar as it keeps decreasing. I get stunned again. Oh, come on. A stun lock. But luckily, the Geodes passive skill activates once again and the damage it takes gets halved. Oh, yes. I remember Ricard told me something about it. Our broken bar. What was it? Something about the game developers giving the passive some time to activate so players couldn't make a step and stop, keeping the 50% resistance to all damage activated when receiving an attack, and immediately moving afterward. A broken bar. It was a tactic used by the top rankers at the beginning. As expected, the DMA staff fixed it immediately, but not before about 90% of the top rankings were filled with players from the Primordials faction. After the fix, most of them quickly fell off the ranks, but it's still ridiculous. I snap out of my thoughts right as the last stun wears off. Finally, I shout, and just on time, stop attacking. I order my support mobs as I cast Chain Lightning. I was hoping for Siam's petrification to activate and help me with the capture, but it didn't. Well, the chance is very low since it depends on the status difference. I start the capturing process as I order Siam to come back. The good followers took very little damage from this fight. In fact, only the first fireball dealt damage to them. You're supposed to protect me. Why am I the one who took the beating instead of you? I complain. Maybe, and only maybe, next time I should wait for the tanks to take the aggro before I go crazy with the spells. A broken barn. Who am I kidding? I'm incapable of doing that. I finish the capture process and stand up once again. This makes 3. Let's see how many more I can capture a broken bar. I'm curious. Will there be a boss in this dungeon? And if so, broken bar, will it also be a totem? Thinking about random stuff, I resume the dungeon exploration. Pew ha ha ha. No, not again. I burst out laughing at the monster in front of me. Dungeon owner, why are you doing this to me? I'll sue you for permanent brain damage. After finishing the magma sea area, I reached a room with 3 doors. The first one was the one I came from. I took a peek at the second one, and it connected to the frozen area. There was a giant, half-frozen lake, some islands, and a colossal waterfall. A broken bar, but I didn't see any monster. I think I was right. The area must be filled with water and wind elementals. As you already know, the water elementals are invisible inside water, and the wind elementals can fly, are hard to see. They're almost transparent and have a high chance to evade attacks thanks to their innate skill. Well, I say evade, but it's more like not taking damage. Wind elemental, innate passive skill. When you would take damage, there's a 10% chance you take no damage instead. If you ask me, from the 4 classic elements, the wind and water elementals are the trickier ones, but the strongest in a straight fight are the fire and earth elementals, which a broken bar makes sense, if you think about it. And finally, the third door. What can I say? The third door was closed. But when I reached the center of the room, the 2 doors closed and something fell in front of me. Now, I'm laughing like a maniac while staring at that something. Okay, broken bar, I can understand the totem theme and name. But did you have to take it to this extreme? Ha ha ha, this is so ridiculous. If it was funny with 2 of them, now that there are 4, a broken bar shit. Stop laughing, me. The 4 elementals are standing one on top of the other, like a totem. However, this time they have different shapes and sizes instead of being all humanoid like the fire and earth totems from before. From bottom to top, there's an earth elephant, a fire lion, a water, a broken bar dolphin. That is a dolphin, right? And on top of everything, there is a wind chicken. At least, it looks like a chicken from this distance. Now that I take a closer look, doesn't it resemble a weird pyramid instead of a totem? Well, a broken bar, who cares? The 4 elemental totem is kindly waiting for me to start combat. Something I really appreciate because I'm incapable of focusing on what's important right now. Similar to what happened the first time in the magma area. Let's see a broken bar. I'm sure what I have in front is a boss. A type of boss that's formed by multiple monsters instead of a single one. This type of boss is called a broken bar. What was their name? A broken bar. I scratch my head in annoyance. Who cares? It's a boss type I can't create yet, so I don't know what it's called. Let's call them Amalgam Boss for now. I know it's wrong because Amalgam is the name of one of the Flesh Monstrosities units, but a broken bar, I don't have a better name. So, as I was saying, this Amalgam Boss, temporary name, is a special kind of boss that's formed by multiple monsters instead of a single one. They all receive the boss buff that raises all stats by 100%. And the boss isn't considered defeated until all of them die. They also receive the extra 3 skill points, but they share them. This means you have to split the points between all the monsters. This part limits how strong they can be individually. Between normal and amalgam, temporary name, bosses, you would expect the latter to be stronger, but it isn't necessarily so. The accumulation of skills on a single unit, if they're synergistic, can turn out to be a lot more dangerous than having multiple monsters with the boss buff. How do I know about this kind of boss, you ask? It's because I'll unlock this type of boss as the reward on the next level up. Or the one after the next, I'm not sure. I just know I'll unlock it soon. Anyway, let's not waste any more time. Chain lightning. As soon as the spell hits the boss, or should I say bosses? It roars and the room rumbles. Then, the terrain starts to change. The ground cracks and lava pours from it. The earth rises at places, turning the previously flat room into a difficult to navigate one. Water starts pouring from geysers that blow part of the ground. As soon as the water touches the lava, steam is created, generating a toxic fog. At the same time, thick thunderclouds appear on the ceiling, and a strong wind starts blowing. Wow, this looks amazing. Maybe I could take this and use it somewhere in my dungeon too. These changes are amazing. It's almost like a film. I eagerly wait for the changes to end and the actual combat to start. Yes, come at me with all you got. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I have no idea how this will turn out, but I don't care. I came here to capture a few Geodes, and I already did. I won't lose them even if I die. So let's enjoy this battle to the fullest. The elemental totem roars once again. It splits up, and the four elementals rush in our direction. This is a battle against the four elements. A battle against nature. I'm sure you know the primordial faction, the one with the elementals, has a lot of variety and elemental types. But did you know they only start with the four classic ones: fire, earth, water, and wind? To use elementals of other types, they first have to unlock them. All types cost the same to unlock. But there's a catch. The cost to unlock a new elemental type rises as you unlock more types, and the cost rises exponentially. This is why it's easy to find primordial dungeons with 5 elemental types in the lower levels, but it's close to impossible to find one dungeon with all of them until they reach the maximum level. It's also the same with the shapes they can give to the elementals. They have to unlock them by spending CP and other resources. Though, in contrast to the elemental types, the shapes do have a fixed price, and it depends on how strong that unit is. Like with all other factions, you can't expect a fire titan to cost the same as a fire lion, don't you think? Some knowledge drilling done by Ricard, which Andreu might or might not have listened to. The earth elephant charges at us in a straight line. I know this is a game and most stuff is determined by stats, but I still fear the moment we will collide. After all, it's a huge monster, over 3 meters tall. It's impossible to ignore something like that when it's running towards you at full speed, ready to stomp you into oblivion. You, go and stop the elephant, I order one of the good followers, pointing at the charging elephant. I'll play it safe. Safe for me, I mean. I have no idea how this exchange will conclude, but I don't want to be the one to stop the charge. If I were me, I surely would give such a monster some kind of charge skill, and I sure don't want to be the one receiving it. I feel something hitting my shoulder and turn to look at the aggressor. The wind chicken, because that is a chicken, isn't it? Is flying about 10 meters over the ground. It's funny because it doesn't flap its wings, it just floats there with its wings open. This isn't a problem because all wind elementals can fly regardless of their shape, but it does look weird. The chicken is attacking me with what must be the wind blade spell, one of the basic spells. Instead of dealing a special damage type, like fire or lightning, wind blade deals physical damage. Wind blade, active skill, cost 20 MP. Deal 2 plus 0,5 SPI, physical damage to a single enemy. There is a 10% chance of inflicting bleeding on the target, causing it to lose 0,2 SPI, HP in the next 5 seconds. The problem with Windblade is that it's easier to avoid compared to other spells like Cold Blast, which explodes right next to the target. But the drawback is covered with the chance it has to inflict bleed on the target. From all damage over time effects, bleed can be considered the best or worst, if you're the one affected by it, because it's the only one that can't be reduced by resistances. Annoying. A broken bar. Cold Blast. The chicken is sending one blade after the other at me, and I do my best to avoid them as I counterattack. A broken bar? Is it me, or it's easy to avoid them, compared to what I remember? Maybe, and only maybe, Is it thanks to my sister's training? I could swear I wasn't this good at evading attacks before a broken bar. Nah, that can't be. I'm sure it's only because I'm comparing them to Marta's flying strikes. Bang. I turn my head to the sound and see one of my good followers flying. It's the result of the collision with the earth elephant. Oh, it's good that isn't me a broken bar, I mutter as I watch it fly. I'll give you 7,5 points for this jump. I was right to put somebody else in its path. The remaining good follower soon starts attacking the earth elephant. It gets their aggro, and the poison will soon stack. But now that the elephant has stopped, comes the hard part. Keeping it moving so that its innate skill doesn't work, while at the same time preventing it to move enough to make the charge skill usable. How annoying a broken bar. Why did this dungeon's owner have to give both skills to the same monster? Don't stand still, keep moving, I shout. But it's obvious the good follower doesn't understand complex commands. What a headache. This is going to be very difficult to micromanage a broken bar. In the middle of complaining, I keep avoiding the wind blades the best I can. Roar. The fire lion takes this chance to pounce on the good follower that just landed a broken bar, the one that was gently tossed away by the elephant. Like a real predator, it waited for the best chance to strike. Oh, no. I get closer to them and start attacking the lion. I can't let my loyal subject die like this. Cold blast. As I get closer, I notice the lion is surrounded by fire. Well, stronger fire than it should normally be. When I get closer, I start taking fire damage. This must be the effect of some skill. A broken bar. If I'm not wrong, there's a high chance it's the In Flames skill, the same one I gave to my fiery flies, who also have the fire elemental innate skill. How dare you copy my combo? I complain. I know it's one of the most common combos in the game, but I can complain, can't I? I'll have you apologize, dungeon owner. The lion and the good follower are entangled in combat, rolling on the ground, but the lion clearly holds the advantage. As I continue to spout bullshit, I cast a few more spells to try and get the lion's attention. This time, from afar, so I don't take unnecessary damage. Finally, the lion turns around in my direction, and the good follower can finally stand back up. And this all happens while avoiding the wind blades. Aren't I amazing? Go and help your brother defeat the elephant. I give the good follower a command before I start running. I must stay alive until they defeat the elephant. It's the only way I can do this. After all, I'm about as fast as the lion, so I can keep running and I won't take damage from the aura. But the good follower is slower. Now I've got the attention of two of the bosses. I'm in trouble. But as long as the earth elephant dies, I think we can manage. I peek at the earth elephant. Its HP is steadily decreasing thanks to the accumulated poison stacks. Thanks to the good follower's resilience, as long as the elemental doesn't get the 50% damage reduction, it can handle it alone and achieve mutual destruction. So now that it's a 2 vs 1, the battle shouldn't last too long. I only need to survive until the broken bar. Ha ha ha. We'll win. As long as the earth elemental dies, we'll win this fight. Ha ha ha. I laugh as I continue running. From time to time, I cast a cold blast, chipping away at the lion's HP. When the earth elemental dies, I'll order the good followers to attack the lion, and I'll take care of the chicken. This is going to end easily. But, somehow, I have the feeling I'm forgetting about something. A broken bar. What could it be? Broken bar? As I think so, I run over part of the terrain covered by water. Immediately after, the water rises, and it envelops me, restraining my movement and forcing me to stop. Oh, no, fuck. I forgot about the water elemental. I watch the lion, ready to pounce at me, and the chicken, that continues to cast spells. Shit, I'm so screwed. How could I forget about the water elemental? A broken bar. It disappeared as soon as the fight started, so I naturally forgot about it. Our broken bar. But it's a battle against the 4 elements. Until now, I was fighting only 3. How can I be so stupid? You get broken bar. Let me go. I shout and struggle, but I can't get free. This must be some skill. Don't disgrace me anymore. Kill me. Hee hee. I've always wanted to shout this. I take a look at the status screen, and it says I'm immobilized for 3 more seconds. But in less than that time, the lion will be here, and the spells will hit me. Am I going to die like Caesar? I'm ready to accept defeat when an idea comes to me. Oh, this might work. A broken bar. I stop in the middle of the phrase, make sure the good followers are far enough for the plan to work, and start laughing. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. You fell for my amazing trap. Ha ha ha. Pretending to have a plan, I continue laughing as the lion jumps at me. I activate my last resort at this precise moment. Did you think you got me? You're wrong. It's me who got you. Both the lion and the wind blades hit me, but I take no damage. This is because I'm in a invulnerability time. I'm sure you know what I mean. Both good followers and the earth elephant are outside the grand finale's area of effect, so I don't have to worry about their survival. In fact, from what I can see, the elephant won't last more than 5 seconds, and the fire lion and water elemental are clearly in the area of effect. With the huge damage of this spell, I'm almost sure they'll die when the explosion happens. The only one I'm not sure about is the wind chicken because it's flying quite high. A broken bar. Depending on how far it is, the explosion might not affect it. But I'll think about it when the time comes. I continue laughing. Ha ha ha. Eat this, you stupid elementals. Grand finale. Boo-oo. The light expands from me in all directions. The fire lion can only release a pitiful roar before dying. The water dolphin can't even do this and dies before it can make any sound. When the light disappears, I feel my stats dropping. I feel a broken bar sluggish. I look around in a panic. Please, tell me the chicken died. Please, God. I'm screwed otherwise. Please, please he broken bar be a good dead roasted chicken. A broken bar. Fuck. I finally spot the chicken, who's circling above me and ready to launch a few more wind blades. I think I never hated the chicken so much in my life. Why didn't you die? I complain. Strategic retreat. I run, limp, toward the good followers while trying to avoid the chicken's attacks. It's a lot harder than before because of the reduced stats. The more noticeable ones are speed and agility. I watch as the earth elephant's HP drops below 10%. Come on, just a little bit more. A broken bar. My own HP is at 62 right now. I knew I would survive the grand finale's stat reduction, but I also knew I would be left with very little HP. And now, this is going to be a problem. One wind blade hits my back. 47 horsepower left. Please, no bleed. A broken bar. Please, no bleed. A broken bar. I pray to the god of games, the devil, or whoever might listen to me. The earth elephant's HP is now below 5%, but I have even less. I dodge the following wind blade, but not the next one. 32 ha broken bar. Fuck, the bleeding. I see the bleed debuff applied to me. 29 horsepower, 26 horsepower, 24 ha broken bar. The bleed reduces my HP to extremely dangerous levels. I don't dare counterattack the chicken. With my reduced stats, I won't be able to deal much damage. A broken bar, but this isn't the important part. If I counterattack, it'll be harder to dodge its attacks. I can't risk it because a single more wind blade that applies bleeding, or two that don't, will kill me. Of course, I've already achieved my main objective, to capture some GRDs. But, if possible, I also want to leave this dungeon without dying and obtain the bonus CP from the clear. After all, to create monsters I not only need bodies, but also lots of CP. Boo-oo. The elephant cries as it falls to the ground. Finally, I'm tempted to jump around to celebrate but stop myself. What if a wind blade kills me when I'm celebrating? I don't want to die such a pathetic death. A broken bar. Quickly, protect me. The two good followers surround me, and I end up sandwiched between them. Like this, the wind chicken can't attack me directly. Right now, I'm so glad this is a game. No stuffy feeling, nor sweat. A broken bar. The wind blades start hitting the good followers. The target is still me, but it doesn't matter. Thank God this game's combat system works with collisions and not with targeting. Now that I'm safe, I spend all my remaining MP on cold blasts, but the chicken's HP barely changes. This won't work. A broken bar. With my reduced stats, I won't kill it before it kills us all. And the good followers don't have any ranged attacks. I never thought they'd need ranged attacks because I would always be there to fill that trolley. Broken bar. The aerial assault continues, and my minions' HP slowly but steadily decreases. Thank God they're resilient, because what we need now is a broken bar time, and a miracle. Siam, you're the only one who can save us. Our survival depends on you, my kidnapping buddy. There's a very slim chance the petrification will work due to the stat difference, and it will only last a few seconds at most against a boss. But this is all we need. As soon as the chicken falls to the ground, petrified, the good followers can jump at it and prevent it from flying away. If the petrification works, we're sure to win. Otherwise, we're doomed. I think I've never relied on luck as much as right now. A broken bar, I mutter. Come on, gods of luck and chaos. I implore you for your assistance. 40% HP remaining. This is uncomfortable. Being sandwiched between two muscular orc dwarfs isn't the best experience. 30% HP remaining. I start biting my nails. 20% HP remaining. There are no more nails, so I start biting my fingers instead. Oh, I'm tasty. 10% HP remaining. Come on, gods of luck and chaos. Are you going to abandon your most devoted follower, since today? What I've been waiting for finally happens, and I order my minions to attack. Don't let this opportunity go. All hands, attack! I shout. I limp behind the two good followers too. Heck, I even make Siam join the fight this time. We pummel the petrified chicken from all sides. When the petrification wears off, I order Siam to use the spider's innate skill to immobilize it for some extra time. Even 1 or 2 seconds will do. Siam, use web throw. Hee. I feel like a trainer from a certain game right now. Web throw has a very short range, so it couldn't be used until now. The wind chicken struggles, and gets free from the webs. But we won't allow it to get away so easily. Come on everyone. Let's kill this stupid chicken. We continue the assault, while not leaving space for the chicken to fly away. In the middle, it turns to me with the intention to fire some more wind blades, so I have to quickly hide behind a good follower. Again, Boku. The wind elemental makes a stupid cry as it dies. Finally, we did it. I jump around in glee. I hug Siam. You did it, my buddy. It's thanks to you we beat this dungeon. Siam stays still and ignores me. Well, what could you expect from a game's broken bar? I turn to the third door, the one that was always closed but is now open. There, I see the purple glow of the dungeon core. Nice. We beat this dungeon. We won't have to go back to the entrance, and instead, I'll get extra CP for reaching the end. I quickly go to the dungeon core and shatter it. Dungeon invasion successful. Rewards obtained. I check the rewards, and see there are the 9 geodes I captured this time. I got enough geodes, humanoid. Now, with this, I stop and take another look at the reward screen. Geodes, humanoid. It says a broken bar humanoid. A broken bar humanoid. Shit. I forgot how the elementals work when I capture them. No. I drop to my knees. This can't be broken bar. Somebody, please tell me this is a dream. Humanoid. They're humanoid. I hit my head against the wall a few times. Of course they are. All geodes are humanoid, similar to the Pyrus, Hydrus, and the others a broken bar, and I can't change their shape after capturing Thema broken bar. I want to cry. Anybody else wants to cry with me? A broken bar. Did I waste all this time? I didn't want humanoids because I wanted to make chimeras with Thema broken bar. What the hell am I going to do now? I completely forgot about this. So the thing is, I got the elementals with the skill I needed, but they're useless because I wanted to make chimeras with them, and I can't use humanoid bodies to create chimeras. A broken bar. You know what? Screw this. I'm not going to spend any more time looking for earth elementals. The shopping list is long enough as it is. So they're humanoid. So what? I'll have to create humanoids instead. I can always use them to create monstrous hybrids and give them the innate skill of the non-humanoid unit I plan to. They'll be more expensive, but who cares? Yes, let's do it like this. Foo. Ha. It went all according to the plan after all. I try to delude myself, but I'll still need to capture a non-humanoid earth elemental in the 400 CP range. This isn't negotiable. I stroke my chin in thought. The problem is a broken bar. Where the hell can I find one such elemental and not die in the process of capturing it? Usually, my greatest enemy is myself. I'm not proud of it. 1. wetted his pants. Two players, a man and a woman, find some monsters in front of them as they turn around the corner. Ah, monsters. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. The woman cowers behind the man. He, after enjoying the woman's reaction, smiles and assures her before combing his hair back with his hand. He calmly unsheaths his sword, without forgetting to wave his cape to look the best he can. Ha, ha, ha. Come at me, let's dance. Oh, you're so cool, Brimmer. The man smiles. Hey, of course I am. The combat starts. As disgusting and pompous the man's attitude is, he does show skill with his sword. In fact, the group of Stitched only manages to hit him twice before they're all defeated. This was a broken bar easy, says Brimmer, with the same smile as before, combing his hair yet another time. Don't worry, Tyrell, as long as I'm here, you'll be safe. After all, I've already cleared this dungeon 3 times. I'm sure you did. Those monsters didn't have a chance against you. Hey. The stupid duo continues the dungeon invasion. It doesn't take long for them to find a door leading to a chaotic and a messy laboratory. Now a laboratory, a broken bar. I wonder what will be inside a broken bar, mutters the man. Did you say anything, Brimmer? It's nothing. I was talking to myself. Okay. The woman inspects the area. Are you sure you don't need my help? This looks dangerous. Nah, it's fine. This'll be easy peasy. The man makes the same cheesy smile as before and confidently walks inside the room. Inside, he finds a weird deformed humanoid wearing a white lab coat. Ha, you want to defeat me with a pencil? You shouldn't underestimate your seniors. But when the combat starts, the man frowns. This one is a lot stronger than the others. A broken bar. Hey, are you sure you don't need my assistance? Nah, if I get serious, I can easily deal with this monster. Oh, Brimmer, you're so cool. The man takes some distance from the monster and starts chanting. Geyser, he shouts, loudly. At first, nothing happens, and the lab assistant takes this chance to go closer to the invader. But then, 2 seconds after Brimmer finished chanting, the ground below the lab assistant bursts open and a stream of boiling water hits it from below. A large chunk of the lab assistant's HP vanishes. Hey, so easy to predict. Il starts cheering for him. Go, Brimmer. You can do it. In response, Brimmer strikes the coolest pose he can, and the battle resumes. TSK. This is taking too long. A broken bar. Unhappy because the battle is taking too long, Brimmer decides to retreat and prepare another geyser spell. But he doesn't know now is the worst time to do it. Because, as he casts the spell under his feet so that when it activates the lab assistant is on top of it, an ice nova comes from the lab assistant and encases him in ice. No, there's a broken bar. Why? Brimmer looks around in a panic, but he can do nothing to stop the geyser spell from firing right below him. Ah, this is Bard, a broken bar. PSHHHH. The water bursts from the ground and hits him on his royal jewels, sending his body flying, and thanks to the damage he took from the fire aura, he dies as he hits the ground. Brimmer, shouts the woman as she runs in his direction. Ha ha ha. That was so ridiculous. Weren't you supposed to protect me? Huh? How are you supposed to protect me if you're dead? She kicks his body. A nasty grin appears on the woman's face as she moves her hands around, manipulating some menus. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll take a screenshot of this, and also of the moment you attacked yourself, and send it to all my friends. Ha ha ha. No, please, anything but that. TSK, TSK. TSK. This is your punishment for lying to me. Do you think I'm stupid? If you had cleared this dungeon a few times as you said, you would have known about the monster's skill. I won't be able to show off to my friends about clearing the dreaded the Mad Rat lab, so accept your punishment. The man, in his phantasmal form, starts moaning in despair. I want to crawl under a rock and die. A broken bar. The lab assistant is still alive, but it looks like this is more important for the woman. She doesn't even defend herself as she is beaten to death. 2. Mobbed. A broken bar. Where could my support mobs be? Broken bar? An orc is looking around as he roams the tunnels. Since I got eaten by the worm, I haven't found a single one of them. A broken bar. I'm sure they scattered after losing track of me. Who knows where they might be? He turns right to avoid a patch of poisonous mushrooms. The tunnel gets more expansive, and he can see an overhead bridge in front of him. This must connect to another tunnel or broken bar, but I can't reach it. It's too high. The man stops for a moment as he inspects the area. Huh? Wait a moment, a broken bar? Isn't that a broken bar? He notices a small green-skinned humanoid hiding behind a rock. The little creature is close to the bridge but doesn't seem to notice the orc player. If only I can catch his attention. A broken bar. Hey, goblin, over here. The man starts shouting and waving his hand. TSK, not enough? Thump, thump. He hears heavy steps coming closer. Is this the famous monster train? Shit. What a bad timing. A broken bar. Let's try this. If the goblin doesn't react, I'll leave it here. The orc grabs the bow behind his back and aims at a spot close to the goblin. Startled, the goblin looks around, trying to identify the attacker, and finally sees his owner. It leaves its hiding spot and moves as close to the player as it can, which is right next to the edge of the bridge. Yes. Now, jump, orders the orc. The goblin complies and jumps to the tunnel below. Usually, this height would be enough to kill any low-level goblin, but the orc catches it, reducing the fall damage they both take. Now we have to run. The man releases the goblin and gets ready to leave the place when the stomping stops. Distracted by catching the goblin, the player doesn't see the huge shadow looming above him until it's only 2 meters away. He raises his head and tries to avoid the monster. What the broken bar? No. Stop, you fool. Why did you jump, too? If only it were a goblin instead of a troll, he could have avoided it. But it isn't easy to avoid a 3-meter object falling on top of you when you're in a narrow tunnel. Bam! The troll squashes both the orc and the goblin. As the only survivor, it stands back up and stays close to the corpse of its owner with a stupid face. Fuck that sound. It was you? And why did you jump? I never gave you any order. The orc, in his phantasmal form, starts to complain about the absurd situation. Yuga broken bar, this stupid ya broken bar. And the fucking poison mushrooms a broken bar. If only I had higher HP, I would have survived the hit. 3. Deadly jump scare. Why is this so quiet? A heavily armored man advances through a rocky tunnel. He trembles and shivers. This is weird. A broken bar. Everybody says there's a lot of noise and cries coming from random directions, but it's been 5 minutes since I last heard anything or I found any monster. Only mushrooms. A broken bar. The man reaches an elevated passage. He looks around with his eyes wide open, searching for something. This is it. I'm sure there's something here. Broken bar. Will something crawl up from the cliff, or maybe flying enemies? He lowers his head, trying to see what's on the bottom of the cliff. I don't see anything. A broken bar. Just at that moment, a weird cry resounds through the tunnel and the man jumps, surprised. But he does so with such bad luck that he slips, falling to the bottom of the cliff. What the hell was that? Shouts the man as he falls. A message appears in front of him. I died. A broken bar? Well, I was at low HP because of the poison, so it isn't a surprise. But what the hell was that? Nobody told me this was a horror dungeon. Liars. Everybody is a liar. 4. Man thing brainwash. Boo-ha-ha-ha. Guess who's on the menu today? I can't. A broken bar. Continue. Anima. A broken bar. Please, help me. You monster. You're so hideous. My eyes are going to rot. A group of human-headed sheep slowly tread through a partially inundated passage. Following them there's a green-skinned child, or at least it looks like one. He's walking on 4 legs, imitating the hideous sheep he's tailing. Bah-ha-ha. Guess who's on the menu today? Says the green-skinned child. A broken bar like this, they won't attack me and I'll safely explore and map this area. A broken bar. What a good idea to imitate and follow the harmless man-sheep. The group continues moving through the abandoned laboratory. When they get close to another group of enemies, they turn around to avoid the sheep's group. As long as the monsters don't see the camouflaged green-skinned child, they seem to avoid each other's paths. The player and the monstrous sheep continue walking, shouting random things and screaming from time to time. In fact, the player is so absorbed in his roleplay that he doesn't notice his MP being depleted. Finally, he dies, but he doesn't change his behavior either. Give it bawak, you thief. Give it bawak. Imitating the man-sheep, the green-skinned player, now in his phantasmal form, continues his roleplay. A broken bar, leaving his dead body behind. 5. It's so cute. Save me. look, Eliza. It's so cute. Yeah, broken bar I saw the first 20 times, you don't need to point it out anymore. He, but they're so funny and squishy. Also, this one is black. It's the first time we see one that's black. Oh, you're right. Wow, amazing. A broken bar. The woman, made literally of fire, rolls her eyes around at her persistence. She looks at the other player, a rabbit woman, with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Pam, I know you like cute monsters a lot, the same as me. But do you think it's really necessary to show them to me every time? Yes, I do. Sigh. Eliza suspires. At least, let them go once you capture them. There's no need to bring them with you. A broken bar. Never. True to the fire woman. The rabbit is covered from head to toe with gummy-like geckos with all the imaginable colors. Almost the only parts that aren't covered are her feet and hands, so she can move and grab more monsters, and her head and rabbit ears. I can't understand why the other players are afraid of this dungeon with so many cute Mona. Oh, look at that, Eliza. This is a new one. Ma broken bar? Hey, wait for me. Pam suddenly starts running, and Eliza follows after her. Curiosity etched on her face. She might be trying to dissimulate and act calm, but she likes the cute monsters as much as her friend. Ooh, look at this. It's a cute cat and octopus mix. Oh, so fluffy. Let me touch it too, Pam. No, it's mine. Also, weren't you complaining about it a second ago? Come on, a broken bar. Eliza extends her hand and tries to pat the cat octopus, but Pam squirms around and does everything she can to avoid it. In the end, the octocat ends up on Pam's face, grabbing her head with its tentacles. Help me, Eliza. I can't see. Stop running around. I can't help you otherwise. No, I'm sure you'll steal the cat from me if I do. Then, how am I supposed to help you? Just help me, Eliza. Help me, Pam runs around like a headless chicken. Eliza tries to catch and help her, but every time she's close to grabbing her, Eliza suddenly changes direction and slips away. Help me. Then, stop running around, you fool. Help me. The shouting and chasing continues until the rabbit woman accidentally falls into the river. The water ants nearby immediately rush at her and start biting. I'm being eaten. Do something, Eliza. You can save yourself. You just need to use one of your area spells. I can't. I don't want to damage the cuties. A broken bar. Then I won't help you either. You need to learn your lesson. The firewoman then adds, in a lower voice so the rabbit doesn't hear. And I don't want to hurt them either. A broken bar. You traitor. I thought we were best friends. I won't talk to you ever again. The fiery woman waves her hand in dismissal. Yeah, broken bar. Whatever you say. A broken bar. Let's see if you really do it this time. How much time will you last? An hour, maybe? 6. Minotaur bowling. A miniature minotaur with wings and a crown slams into a chubby and deformed humanoid. As a result of the clash, the tall humanoid flies away, leaving disgusting body fluids on its path. A broken bar. Fluids coming out from its hanging entrails. It hits a cloaked skeleton with bright blue fire inside the eye sockets and explodes upon contact. Boom! The room shakes and lots of silhouettes fall to the ground as the damage spreads. They fall one after the other, like bowling pins, after receiving the explosion of the big, chubby, fleshy humanoid. When the dust settles, only the miniature minotaur remains alive, standing still where it collided with the chubby humanoid. Fuck! The skeleton, in phantasmal form, starts shouting profanities. Why did I have to believe him? I knew it wouldn't work. I wasted so much time and effort to reach this place. The man turns around and watches the destruction caused by the explosion. Not only him but all his support minions also died. Stupid fucking useless guidance. I'll never believe what he says ever again. Bring a bloated zombie with you and give it self-destruct, he said. It'll kill the Minotaur Queen upon impact, or at least inflict a huge amount of damage so you can easily kill it later, he said. Fuck you. The only thing I achieved with it was killing my own team and ruining the dungeon invasion. 7. They're everywhere. This is bad. A broken bar. They're getting closer. As much as we run, we can't shake them off. Woohoo! This is so much fun. Bron, We must repeat this later. A short and stout dwarf, with an impressive beard, is running through a rocky passage. There's a small fairy too, flying and tumbling through the air. She sometimes spins round the dwarf as if to make fun of his slow speed. Fun? This is too much for anyone. I can't understand. How are you enjoying this, silly? It's because you're jinxed. Also, you didn't bring any poison resistance skills as everyone suggested. Look at me, I'm having a blast. Well, you're right about the poison a broken bar, but it isn't the problem. The distinctive sound of thundering steps from the monster train gets closer as they talk. The problem is with the monsters. They coordinate too well. This is precisely why this is so funny. The dwarf groans in annoyance. If only you could help me, a broken bar. It's your fault all our minions are dead. No thanks. I came for the spectacle. Aha, broken bar. Why did I think it was a good idea to bring you with me, a broken bar? It's because I'm cute. Hee. Pissed at her, the dwarf doesn't reply. They continue running and finally, the sound from the monster train starts to fade away. But the dwarf doesn't relax his expression yet. I'm sure this isn't the end. Every time I think we lost them, we meet them again from the front, coming after you, broken bar. You're right. It's so entertaining, watching you run away in fear. It's like watching a cat chasing after a mouse. Silly, shut up. If you're not going to help, at least stay quiet. Bron got angry at me, a broken bar. Silly makes a sad face and wipes her tears, as if she were crying, as she laughs. In response, Bron raises his hand as if wanting to strangle the stupid, annoying fairy. A few goblins start attacking the duo, forcing them to retreat into another passage. Why are they so smart? Complains Bron. They know how to ambush, they coordinate between groups. They use the gap created by any trap we activate. A broken bar. They know how to surround us so we can't escape. Yes, isn't this why it's so funny? I said shut up. Running away from the goblins, the two reach a place with several tunnel mouths. There, as if waiting for them to come, groups of enemies appear from all the entrances, blocking all the exits. Goblins, brain deeds, hauntlings, demonic swarmers, a broken bar, even the tunnel's nightmare. And as if this wasn't enough, an avalanche of stitched starts pouring from above as if they came from a broken faucet. The first ones to hit the ground die from the falling damage, but there are so many of them, that the others use them as a cushion to soften their fall. Bron looks aghast. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. Hey, Bron, a broken bar, good luck there. True to her word, Silly activates her innate fairy skill. Trickster, turns invisible, and flies away. She hides in the best spot she can find. A spot from which she can properly see Bron being swarmed to death. Come back here, you stupid fairy. These are Bron's last words before being swallowed by an unending stream of monsters. The outcome of the fight is evident. The dwarf, now in his phantasmal shape, starts talking to himself. These monsters are too smart, a broken bar. They're everywhere. Everywhere. You turn a corner. Monster. Defeat one, there's another. Escaped from a group, here's a few more. This is impossibly broken bar. Monsters, monsters everywhere, monsters. Ha 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 ha. The man starts laughing like a madman. His mind, even if only momentarily, completely shattered. Silly waits for all enemies to leave the scene before abandoning her hiding spot and flying toward the other player. Then, the little fairy starts poking Bron's corpse with her stick-like staff. She chuckles. Hey, Bron, let's do it all from the beginning. But Bron the dwarf ignores the little fairy's words as he continues to laugh. 8. Slimy Benny Hill. From one tunnel, a weird blue human-like slimy creature appears, running. From the several tunnels that connect to this place, it chooses one and goes inside. Soon after, a heavily armored man enters the scene, chasing after the slimy creature. There are several more humanoids chasing after him. He looks around. Fuck. Where did it go? Now? He chooses a random tunnel, which, luckily, happens to be the one the slimy creature chose, and runs into it. Both the man and the blue creature come into the same intersection once again, but from different entrances this time. There are fewer creatures chasing after the man than there were before. The two meet in the middle. The blue creature spits blue goo into the man's face and quickly runs away into another tunnel. Not again. Stop running away. But the man doesn't give up, raises his sword in anger, and chases after the blue creature. A very well-known music starts playing as the action speeds up. The blue creature and the heavily armored man start appearing from different entrances, coming and going without any logic or sense. 3 more slimy creatures join the chase, their colors green, red, and yellow. They sometimes appear in groups, they sometimes spit goo of their respective colors at the man, and sometimes they simply appear from one tunnel before quickly disappearing through another. The man, from time to time, manages to strike one of the creatures with his sword, but he can't deal the finishing blow because there's always another creature that appears from behind and slows him at the critical moment. The chase continues. The only thing that truly changes is that the units behind the man are slowly dwindling. Finally, the man grabs the blue creature, the first one, and is about to do the killing when a yet not seen creature enters from the side. At the same time, the music stops. The man turns his head to the intruder. It's too late for him to do anything. Oh, no. Not again. It's already the 3rd time. Why can't you leave me alone? I just want to kill them so I can move forward. The new monster, a pitch-black, horrifying wolf-like creature, releases a howl and the man starts running away in fear. The humanoids that were chasing after him are affected too and scramble away, each one choosing one of the multiple tunnels. Okay, this is it. You made me angry. This is personal now. Even if it's the last thing I do, I'll make sure to kill you all. Just wait and see. Ha ha ha. These are the last words the man says before he disappears. Then, the chasing scene starts once again and the music resumes playing. A long time later, the man finally dies, exhausted. 9 to -100% damage. Am I healing my enemies? Wahahaha. What's this? This is all too easy. Wahaha. A horned man stands on top of a Radosh's corpse as he laughs. He wears next to no armor, all of it consisting of a big shoulder pad. His uncovered bulging chest, his bat-like wings, and the colossal sword on his back give him a tremendous presence. But this is getting annoying. There are only weaklings everywhere. I heard this dungeon was extremely dangerous, but it was a lie. And I didn't bring any support mob on purpose. I'm tired of this. Where does a demon lord like myself need to go to have an enjoyable time? The demon looks around in annoyance. He only sees more rabbits. Weaklings. Only more weaklings. A broken bar. Let's deal with this all at once. Eat this. Wahahaha. He casts a spell and soon the whole area is covered by black flames. The rabbits, as the weaklings they are, soon die, except there are a few of them that don't die and instead transform into more of the same rabbit he's stepping on. They didn't die yet? Well, it won't change anything. A broken bar. The demon waits for the monsters to die in the fire, but instead, they run at him and start attacking him all at the same time. The man tilts his head to the side. This is weird. Maybe they're resistant to fire? Then I'll just have to deal with them with melee attacks, like I did with the first one. Sword slashes and claws fly everywhere. The battle continues, but there's no winner even after a minute. The demon furrows his brows. This doesn't make any sense. He broken bar. Why won't they die? Not even dragons can survive this long inside the fire while I attack them. If the man wasn't so proud, he would have noticed that the hybrid monsters hadn't taken a single point of damage since he first used Hellfire, and only from the first damage tick. But he's too proud to take a look at his stats while fighting weaklings. Something's wrong. Is it a bug? Or maybe a broken bar? The demon finally inspects the monsters he's fighting. It isn't them a broken bar then, is it me? The fuck? -100% damage? When did I get this debuff? Does this mean I'm healing my enemies instead of dealing damage? Well, I only need to wait until the debuff disappears. The demon, surprised, doesn't notice another thing. He doesn't notice that his HP is getting dangerously low. He usually relies on his damage drain to survive prolonged fights, but since he's not dealing damage, he isn't healing either. Another minute into the fight, the demon's corpse falls to the ground. He only notices after the "you have died" message pops in front of him. What the heck happened here? Shouts the demon, now in the translucent phantasmal form. 10. Poison dreams. An extremely pale human with bright blue eyes rushes into an empty cave. He looks around, checking for traps and enemies, and only relaxes after making sure there's nothing dangerous. The only slightly suspicious thing is some tiny bluish particles floating around, but they don't look dangerous. No monsters, traps, or poisonous mushrooms. Finally, a safe place. The man happily goes inside. That was Clusie Broken Bar. I have to heal myself, and faster Broken Bar meditation is very useful, but can't be used in dangerous situa. In the middle of speaking, the pale human's body falls to the floor. What? The poison shouldn't have killed me yet. I should have a few seconds. In the temporary translucent shape that appears when the champion is incapacitated but not dead and can't be seen or heard by other players, the man quickly opens the status screen and sees that his champion is sleeping. Sleep a Broken Bar? I won't survive this. The poison will kill me before the sleep goes away. If only status effects counted as damage, then the poison would break the sleep a Broken Bar. The man stops talking and waits for the inevitable to happen. About 30 seconds after his death, the pale human opens his eyes again. He stands up. Thank God I'm a revenant and this isn't the end yet. He dusts himself and starts walking away. I don't need healing anymore, so let's leave Thesa. The man falls to the ground for the second time. Sleep again? What the hell's wrong with this place? I'm a fucking revenant. After resurrecting, all the debuffs should disappear. There's literally no enemy or trap that could have inflicted sleep upon me. This is bullshit. A hack. I'll make sure to report this once I come back a Broken Bar. The scene speeds up. It takes about 8 minutes for the revenant to die again, this time because of its own resurrection skill, so it takes a while even with accelerated speed. During this time, he doesn't stop complaining and spouting insults. Covering most of the screen, a text with all the things he says appears, coming from bottom to top. It's amazing how much cussing and swearing, as well as how many profanities, can somebody say when they don't have anything else to do. It isn't until the message of "you have died" appears in front of him that he stops his ramblings and leaves the dungeon. But not before swearing revenge. You'll see. I'll find your real ID and make sure to make you pay for this, dungeon owner. Whatever it takes, I will. PFFFT. Ha ha ha. They're so stupid. Yes, they are. But why are you laughing? Isn't it you in this video? No. You must be confused. But didn't you tell me you were called like this? Number. My nickname is with AE instead of AA. Yes, this isn't me. It's somebody who has a similar name. It definitely isn't me. So Broken Bar, which one did you like the most? If you say so Broken Bar, I'm not sure which one is the best. It's hard to decide. Broken Bar. Hey, can I put the video again? I want to see the face you make when you die another time. This video drove countless men out to see a Broken Bar. A Broken Bar. This video drove countless players to Other Mad Rats Lab. This is the main reason the video series called Other Mad Rats Lab Trop Deaths never ran out of juice. It fed itself. Inside a dark cathedral, several hooded figures stand in a line. They all have different heights and shapes. The only light, coming from a few candles distributed in essential points of this cathedral, does nothing to reveal their faces. They stay completely still, not daring to move a single muscle. The eerie silence continues until a loud male voice breaks it. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, those who are ready to see the truth of this world. Foo. Ha ha ha. Dramatically raising his arms up, the man starts laughing. Lightning falls outside the cathedral, temporarily illuminating the scene. The man's silhouette is clearly defined against the bright light, though his expression and face can't be seen. His exaggerated laughing pose as well as the crest on top of his head are evident to everyone present. The light also illuminates 10 more silhouettes of different shapes and sizes surrounding the man in a semicircle. They're on top of the cathedral's altar, standing completely still, similar to the hooded silhouettes. But unlike them, they aren't hiding their faces. The man stops laughing and looks at the hooded figures. He slowly scans them one by one. You're the chosen ones, carefully selected from all the unworthy players. Today, you came to join our holy order to show this world the truth. Together, we'll change this world and their worthless beliefs. Because, as you all know, a Broken Bar, all shall despair. All shall despair. The 10 individuals surrounding the man start echoing his words in a chorus. The man lets them do so a few times before raising his fist, and they all immediately stop. But first, you'll have to pass one last simple test. Today, you all will form teams with one of our veterans and be initiated into the truth of this world. Today, you'll have the greatest honor of entering the Mad Rat's lab, and enjoy the worst things in it, guided by our most devout believers. The man makes a signal, and the 10 players surrounding him go down the altar's stairs and walk in front of 2 of the hooded figures. Go. Feel despair. Understand despair. Embrace despair. The man extends his hand as if wanting to grab the sky. For sooner or later, the world will understand. Nobody's free from it. All shall despair. All shall despair. All shall despair. The 10 veterans start chanting again, and soon the hooded newcomers join them. Meanwhile, the man starts laughing. Learn from him, enjoy his dungeon, and finally, show the world his greatness. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. All shall despair. All shall despair. Still chanting, the hooded players follow behind the 10 veteran players and leave the dark cathedral. Today is the day I'll get initiated into the Mad Rat's cult. I know what you're thinking, and no, I'm not crazy. It's just a broken bar. It's been some time since I started competing with my friends on who could reach the end of the Mad Rat's lab first. A broken bar, but nobody has completed the dungeon yet. So I thought, what's the best way to clear the dungeon? And came up with a crazy idea. Crazy as in unexpected. Don't misunderstand. This crazy idea was to join the Mad Rat's cult. What could help me more than receiving advice from those obsessed with the dungeon? In the forums, they say the mad cultists say, as they like to call themselves, they know absolutely everything that happens in it. After all, every secret, every monster, every trap, every passage. They say the mad cultists even know what's the worst way to clear the dungeon, making sure to encounter all the dangers. If so, shouldn't they know how to avoid them too? That's the reason I applied to join them. Feigning passion for the all shall despair cause, I applied to join them. The introduction ceremony was weird and creepy, and now I'm ready to enter the Mad Rat's lab, supervised by one of the veteran players. I think he called himself the First Apostle, or something similar. A broken bar. We form a team and enter the Mad Rat's lab. After the light disperses, the usual forest area appears in front of me. From here, it'll slowly get creepier as you advance, and the plants will start to have a suspicious reddish tint. Alright, rookies. You're the luckiest rookies in this batch, as you have the honor to be taught by me, Bill, the greatest and first Mad Rat's apostle. I'm the only player who has been directly taught by him. Aren't I amazing? The self-called First Apostle looks at us, waiting for our reactions. He's using a shark as his champion. His pointed teeth and wide smile give him a stupid and somewhat ferocious look at the same time. Similar to what happens with all beasts, the shark is a humanoid with shark traits. With this, I don't mean a human with a shark head. That'd be too disgusting and ridiculous. The traits all sharks share in their humanoid form are thick grayish skin, a big dorsal fin on their back and smaller ones on their arms and legs, and a long and thick shark tail. Then, there's the head. Sharks have a slightly longer neck than humans, which is as thick as the head, making it impossible to differentiate between the two parts. The snout extends over the lower mandible, the same as real sharks. And finally, both upper and lower jaws are filled to the brim with dangerously pointed teeth. 3 rows of them. Oh, amazing. We're so lucky. The other initiate, right next to me, says with enthusiasm. I never expected to meet a legend like you on my first day. Great First Apostle, do you think I'll be able to meet Mad Rat? I've been looking forward to it since I watched the tournament. She's a female player, and she's playing a well-endowed succubus. Her horns are big, her eyes and hair are the same red color, which contrasts with her pitch-black wings, and her figure is incredibly alluring. It isn't only me, so don't call me a pervert or broken bar. I'm sure any male player would agree with me. Rumors say there's been an increase in female players using succubus as champions since the last tournament. It's because of Mad Rat's companion, who liked to physically stick to him, and he didn't mind it. Of course, this only applies to the Mad Rat's cult or similar crazy players. Distracted, I'm late to react. Ooh, yeah. It's amazing. I try to sound as excited as possible. It's hard when you don't really care. A broken bar. Nice. Then, Let's start by introducing ourselves. As I already said, I'm the Great A First Apostle. Name's Bill. Bill sticks out his chest proudly. Then Broken Bar, you look more enthusiastic, so you go first. Bill points at the succubus right next to me, and she introduces herself. My nickname's Anaconda, because I like to strangle and torture my victims before I finally eat them, as any normal demon would. But please, call me Anna because it's shorter. She curtsies and softly chuckles. I involuntarily make a step to the side at her words. This woman is dangerous. She's like a poisonous apple. It looks amazing, but if you take a bite, a Broken Bar. Nice name, I like it, says Bill. It is a very good name, indeed. It brings me back to some of my best memories. A Broken Bar, a Broken Bar. He chuckles to himself, remembering something. I have no idea what it might be, nor do I want to know. Now it's my time to introduce myself. My full nickname is Sleeping Spy Master, but please call me Spy. As you can see, I'm a human because they don't have any specific weakness, unlike most other factions. TSK. Humans are Broken Bar. Bill looks annoyed. I don't like humans. As he says, humans are the worst and should go extinct. But our strongest player is also a human, so we haven't banned Thema Broken Bar. Yeah, humans are boring. Adds Anna from my side. Sorry, not sorry for being boring. I prefer being boring than crazy. Bill looks around. I see you haven't brought any support mobs as instructed. He nods to his own words. Okay, Thema Broken Bar. Oh, I almost forgot. What are your roles? Tank, DPS, healer? I'm a melee bruiser, I say. Depending on the situation, I can protect the team or join the attack. I see a Broken Bar. Bill looks uninterested. I'm a burst mage. I can deal a huge amount of damage in a large area in a very short time, but then I'm completely useless until I recover my MP. Says Anna. I took this idea from Mad Rat, but my build is better when dealing with strong enemies. Ooh, nice. I see you've already been introduced to his great ways already. Bill pats Anna's shoulder. But you should never compare yourself to him in the future, okay? Nobody should. He's too great for us to compare to, understood? Okay, First Apostle. I'm sorry, a Broken Bar. Anna lowers her head in shame. Will I be eliminated because of my mistake? Ha ha ha, don't worry. It's great you're so enthusiastic. I would never disqualify you because of this. Is it just me, or this situation is getting more ridiculous as time goes by? KHM. Bill clears his throat and tries to adopt a dignified posture. I say try, because he fails at it. Now, you two will take this dungeon head on. I will follow you closely and evaluate your performance. Remember our leader's words, feel despair, understand despair, embrace despair. I'll decide if you can join us or not depending on how you react. Are we going alone? Us two? Are you kidding me? I haven't managed to clear this dungeon even with two of my friends, all of us with our support mobs, and you want us to clear it alone? Are you fucking crazy? No, this can't be Broken Bar. I'm sure Bill will give us tips if we ask politely. Oh, great First Apostle, I've been here before, and I have a question I would like to ask. Doing extra homework, aren't we? I first thought you weren't worthy to join our group, but I see I was wrong. Yes, I'm very motivated. So Broken Bar, is there a way to make sure you fall into one of those tunnel mimics? Sometimes, I can't find Thema Broken Bar. I put the saddest face I can make. I have to ask it in reverse so he doesn't suspect me. I want to know how to avoid them, so I need to ask how to find them instead. The tunnel mimics, huh? You remind me of Gary. He's always accidentally being eaten by Thema Broken Bar. But I'm sorry, I can't give you any tips now. My lips are sealed. Are you kidding me? You aren't going to guide us, or tell any of this dungeon's secrets? Maybe, it's classified information. It wouldn't be so weird. If so, I'll need to pass this test and join the Mad Rat's cult before I can obtain the precious information. What a hassle. I expected the initiation to be enough. But not everything is bad. I managed to fool Bill into thinking I'm one of them. I worry about the future. How much will I have to suffer today? Me, alone with this crazy bitch that only knows how to blow stuff up, in the Mad Rat's lab. This is the worst recipe I can think of. One that assures disaster. A Broken Bar. This was amazing. Don't you think so too? Rookies. Exhausted for running away for a long time, Bill turns around with a crazy expression on his face and asks a stupid question. I say stupid because of what happened just now. Yes, it was. I was so close to dying, says Anna. First I wanted to cry, but then I understood what despair means and really enjoyed it. You're making nice progress there, Rookie. Ha ha ha. You'll soon be ready to join our ranks, the two idiots say, as well as Bill's support mobs. A got caught in a hide-and-seek game with the goblins not long ago. Arno nearly died after running out of MP, and Bill needed 5 whole minutes to get rid of a single enemy. And now, they're celebrating it. Crazy. They're crazy. Though I must admit I enjoyed watching them running around without a clue of how to do this properly. Yeah, it was quite good. A broken bar, I add. A tad too late. If I want to join them to get all their secrets, I must first earn Bill's recognition. But I don't know, I think there must be a better way to enjoy these. A broken bar. Contrary to what I expected at the start, I didn't learn how to beat the goblins easily. Instead of focusing on killing them fast, Anna, and then Bill too, followed them at their own game. The worst thing you can do, really. What I did learn, though, is how I shouldn't fight them. Thanks to the two of them. From this fight, I can infer that the best way to deal with the goblins is to either ignore them until they decide to start combat or use something with a high chance of hitting, and hopefully killing, them as soon as you spot them. I also never expected Bill to join the fight just to suffer with us two instead of helping, but this is now irrelevant. Ah, I see. A broken bar. Bill awkwardly scratches his head. I see you don't like fighting the goblins too much. I can understand not everybody likes the same, but you should learn to enjoy other stuff too. You can't always be focused only on the tunnel mimics, you know. Why the tunnel mimics again? I don't like them. Okay, I asked you about them to try and get information on what's the best way to avoid them, and not because I enjoy being eaten by them. I force a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you got me there, broken bar. But don't worry, spy. Bill gently pats my back. When the time comes, I'll teach you everything you need to know about the tunnel mimics, I promise. Of course, I'm not as much of an expert as Gary, but I've heard so many times how much he enjoys being eaten. I can consider myself half an expert. Ha ha ha. Finally, some useful information at last. Bill gets closer and whispers right next to my ear. For example, and this comes directly from his mouth, a broken bar. A very good way to enjoy it is to allow the worm to eat and digest you until you believe you're going to die, and then start attacking like a madman until only one remains. A fight for survival. A fight against time. And the best is that so much time will have passed since you got eaten, that you'll have absolutely no idea of where you are once you get out. The thrill, the unknown. A broken bar. Bill hugs himself in ecstasy. Hey, this isn't fair. I want to know it too. It isn't fair if you only tell him. A broken bar. Anna complains, but Bill only shrugs his shoulders. Why did he? A broken bar. Why did I think, even if it was only for an instant, that what he's saying makes sense? I shudder. There were some crazy players, arguably as crazy as those in the Mad Rats cult, who were willing to pay other players to infiltrate the aforementioned group of madmen and get all the information they could get before they were discovered. The problem with this, most players didn't dare to join the cult because there were almost no players who came out of it not sane, at least. That's why they had to give awesome rewards. What nobody can be sure of, is if those rich players were really expecting to get any useful information out of it, or if they only desired to watch other players fall into madness. Come on, a broken bar please, gods of chaos and luck. I need your help here. I put my hands together and pray. What I need is extremely simple. I just need the most ridiculous and absurd combination ever. I hesitatingly extend a hand to the lever and pull it. Then, the cryogenic-like chamber in front of me opens and white fog fills my vision. Come on, a broken bar, luck. Be on my side, dear broken bar. I wave my hand to disperse the fog. A futile effort since this is a game and the fog a visual effect. Yuga broken bar. Another failure. A broken bar. I drop to the ground, on my knees. How many times has it been already? Isn't this the 6th time? A broken bar. The chamber is empty. If the chamber is empty, it means the experiment failed and I wasted yet another unit and some resources. It was a stitch I lost, so it isn't a problem a broken bar, but still, I wanted to see it work at least once. Why do I have such bad luck when it matters the most? Haha, I'm sure Marta would explode if she heard me say this. I turn my head to the side, to the other 3 identical capsules right next to this one. Well, I at least have 3 more pulls. Let's hope for the best. A broken bar. Are you curious about what I'm doing right now? The answer is simple. I got tired of the shopping list, and since I didn't want to start creating and modifying only a part of my dungeon, I got distracted by something else. Something I've been delaying for quite a lot of time. If I'm not wrong, since the very first day I started playing the game. Though it isn't like I had the extra CP or resources to play with this yet. Also, I forgot, kind of. It was on my to-do list, but I only write new stuff in it but never actually read it. So broken bar. I'm talking about the mutation vats. The mutation vats. These machines can give one unit a random innate rate, but they have an extremely high chance of failure. You remember them, right? Just in case you forgot, here's their description. Mutation vat cost, 3000 CP, 200 metal, 200 food. Use cost, 100 food. 30 electricity. You can put a humanoid or smaller unit inside for 24 hours and activate the device. Once it finishes, there is a 90% chance that the unit is destroyed and a 10% chance that the unit gains a random innate skill. If successful, the unit's CP value will be increased by 50 CP. I've tried a few times already, but all my experiments ended in failure so far. This is why I was praying to the gods before. A broken bar. If this doesn't work, I'll soon start praying to the devil. I know there's a 90% failure chance, but I can't be this unlucky, right? And it takes a full day to finish. I can't waste so much time with this. If it doesn't work this time, me a broken bar, I guess I can only a broken bar do it all again. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Yeah, ha, broken bar. I don't learn from my mistakes. I stop in front of the second mutation vat and pull the lever to open it. Same as before. A white fog covers my vision for a moment and a broken bar. There's nothing inside. Again, I start pulling my fur. This is so annoying. Do you know how much effort I put into this? Literally, no effort. I only had to create a stitched, put it inside the vat using the dungeon menu, and press a button. But I can complain anyway, can't I? Okay, broken bar. I'm sure the next one is the one. I'm sure the next one is a success. I walk to the third mutation vat and quickly pull the lever. The fog disperses, but I cover my eyes with my hand. A broken bar. I don't dare to look. A broken bar. What if it disappears when I look? Hesitating, I finally open my eyes, only to see the chamber is empty. No. I was so sure this was the good one. I drop to my knees yet again. But this time, I start rolling on the floor too, like a kid throwing a tantrum. I don't like this. This isn't fair. What's this shit? Why am I so unlucky? Usually, it would have succeeded at least once by now. Calm down, Andreu. You can't behave like a kid. You're a proper adult. I don't see why I shouldn't behave like a child. I can, so I'll do it. This is so unfair. I don't like it. Bwah. After a while of fooling around, I stand up and dust my tunic. Okay, this was enough. Better open the last one and see if it's a full miss or if I won the jackpot. I extend my hand toward the last lever but I hesitate to pull it. Wait. What if the problem is I didn't pray enough? Maybe I should make a deal with the devil? A broken bar. Yes, let's do it. Hey devil, are you there? If you are, I promise you this. I'm ready to give my life away as long as this last mutation vat works and the mutation is successful. Do you agree? Of course, there's no answer. I'll take this silence as a yes. Here I go. A broken bar. I pull the lever and the mutation vat opens. This is a broken bar. These a broken bar. It's a success. Yes, finally, a success. Oh. Yeah, I can't forget to say it. It's alive. It's alive. I laugh like a maniac. I even use my chain lightning spell and adopt my most famous and epic pose. Then, I remember something and immediately stop. My broken bar. Okay, this is a broken bar. I scratch my head. I'm not sure what expression I should make. Wait a moment. I make a signal with my hand to the non-existent audience. I must a broken bar first. I must keep my promise. Let's inspect the stitched and the mutation later. The last thing I want to do is anger the devil. It's important for the future. Future pacts. I open the dungeon menu and teleport myself to a very special area. The same very special area I used to train my human nuke when I was planning on defeating my older sister. Of course, this was before I knew she was my older sister, but it doesn't matter. This area can be described very easily. An extremely tall platform with nothing else in the room. Ready for me to jump and splatter myself on the ground after the fall. I jump. I shout. You must shout when falling, right? This brings back some memories. A broken bar. Awful ones, sure, but it brings them back anyway. How many times did I do this before I learned when to time the grand finale skill properly? A broken bar. Plof. My body hits the ground and my HP falls to 0. In my phantasmal form, I look up, at the platform where I jumped from. I can barely see it from here. Well, this is done. I press the resurrect button and the game brings me back to full HP. Now I can go look what I got. Ha ha ha. It must be something amazing, I'm sure. I rub my hands. It must be something amazing. I'm sure of it. It's the result of a pact with the devil, so the stitched must have gotten a crazy good skill. I quickly teleport to the previous room, right in front of the last mutation vat. The stitched is still inside, not moving at all. Until I place it somewhere else, it will remain inside the machine. Let's see what we got. A broken bar. I inspect the stitched. This is a broken bar. Stitched, LV1, HP 60, STA 5, SU 3, EP 50, MP 30, STR 5, Con 7, AGA 2, SPI 4, Will 4, Dex 1, SPD 3, INT 1, Com 0. Skills. Passive, echolocation, innate, ... echolocation. Are you fucking kidding me? After all this time and tries, I finally got a hit, and the skill I got was echolocation. What the heck am I supposed to do with this shit? This can't be, I must have read it wrong. Let me read it again, just in case. Broken bar. I inspect the stitched once again. It clearly says echolocation. Fuck. What am I supposed to do with the stitched with echolocation? Put it on the ceiling inside a dark room, and hope for it to kill somebody when it passes below it by dropping on top of the intruder. A broken bar. It might not be such a bad idea. A broken bar. No, stop your delusions, Andreu. This is awful. The lamest idea you ever had. There's absolutely nothing you can do with a stitched with echolocation. Nothing useful, at least. Maybe, if it were another unit it would be doable, but not a stitched. They're too dumb. Yeah, broken bar. I must agree with myself here. Shit, a broken bar. There are so many cool innate skills it could get, but it had to be one of the most useless ones. And I was planning on unlocking the cloning vat and using it on the mutated stitched if I got a good random innate skill. A broken bar. What a shame. Cloning vat cost 30.000 CP, 20.000 metal, 20.000 food. Use cost 1.000 food, 500 metal, 200 electricity. CP. You can put a humanoid or smaller unit inside for 7 days and activate the device. Once it finishes, you will obtain a copy of the first unit. Activating this device costs CP equal to twice the CP value of the unit you want to copy. The cloning vat is a new building I can now unlock. You can say it's an essential building if you really want to go heavy on the random nature of the mutation vats. Getting the same mutation twice is close to impossible, so if you want more than one creature with the same extra innate skill, you must clone it after the mutation. It can also help with the creation of normal units, if you're too lazy to go capture the units to create them, but the doubled CP cost is so absurd it isn't worth it. Broken bar. What am I going to do now? A broken bar. So much resources spent, only to get a useless stitched. A broken bar. This is such a letdown. Why couldn't I get a broken bar? I don't know. A dragon's breath innate skill, For example, can you imagine, stitched with the same dragon breath as a real dragon? That would have been so amazing, so stupidly broken. A broken bar if you ignore the fact the stitch don't have enough EP or MP to cast it, of course. But it can be solved with enough level ups and stat boosting skills. Well, a broken bar, I guess a broken bar. There's only one thing I can do now. Yes, a broken bar, only one thing. The only thing I can do now is prepare a new batch of stitched and start a new round of mutations. I'm sure I'll pull something good next time. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you don't try this. Once you start, you can't stop. What can I do now? I've prepared the next round of mutation vats, but there's nothing more I can do here. I should go and continue with the shopping list, but I don't want to. So broken bar, what else can I do to procrastinate a broken bar? I put a hand on my chin, thinking about some options. Then, I remember something very, extremely important. Something I almost forgot yet again. Oh, yeah, I still have to level up my champion and give myself another spell. It's amazing how, sometimes, you can forget the most important things. And repeatedly, immediately forgetting about my repeated errors and failures, I open the status screen and press the level up button. Now that I think about it, our broken bar, I could have done this at any time, and spent the skill point lateral broken bar. I could have gone shopping with higher stats. Well, it's already done. So who cares? I rub my hands together and crackle. Ha ha ha. I feel stronger. My power is rising. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. It's only a 10% increase over the basic stats, I know. But 10% can be a lot. I'm unstoppable now. I laugh some more. Okay, that's enough. Mere broken bar, let's stop fooling around and focus on the task at hand. Now for the new spell. I have two requirements for this new spell. That it deals damage, and that it deals high amounts of damage. Okay, broken bar, you got me. It's the same requirement, but it's important to differentiate between the two. It isn't the same to deal some damage than a huge amount of damage. After all, I filter the list of all active skills so that it only shows spells aka skills that cost MP, and only MPA, so that I can get the bonus damage, and only spells that can actually deal damage. I don't want utility spells, healing spells, or anything similar. Burst spells. This is the only type of spell that is useful. Ha ha ha. Immediately, a list of all the spells that deal damage appears in front of me. It's so long a broken bar, I guess I must spend some time to, at least, read the names of the spells. Fireball, a broken barn are too classic and boring. Cone of Cold? No. The damage it deals is too little. Also, I already have a spell that deals ice damage. Magic Missile is a broken bar. This is yet another classic, but it ice a broken bar. Okay, I can increase the damage by spending extra MP, and choose to split or focus the damage on a single target. Yeah, let's put it on the A might be good enough list for now. I continue browsing the list, writing the names of those spells I like, and discarding those I don't. Until broken bar. What the hell is this? Chaos Bolt. The name alone already sounds amazing. Let's take a proper look at it. A broken bar. Wow, a broken bar. This ice a broken bar isn't these a broken bar. I gulp. Perfect a broken bar. Chaos Bolt. Active skill. Cost 1.000 MP. Deal 30 plus 1,5 SPI. Damage 5 times. The damage type of this skill is selected at random from all the existing types every time it deals damage. Also, every time this skill deals damage, there's a 15% chance to inflict one random negative status effect for 5 seconds. Against bosses and champions, the same status effect can only be applied once every minute. The timer resets after the status effect wears off. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. I burst out laughing. This is perfect. Perfect. It can deal a stupid amount of damage, applies random status effects a broken bar, and what's more, this spell fits the mad scientist roleplay perfectly. The random damage types are so good, it meets all my needs. The perfect spell. Ha ha ha. I quickly open the calculator array, which is part of the game's menu. I'm sure you understand why, and start using it to calculate the damage and the chances to inflict status effects of this skill. 1,5 times SPI, add 30 to it, and multiply it by 5 a broken bar, then add 40% bonus to it. From Maniac and Mana at you need a broken bar. I quickly press the buttons. This is a common skill for anybody who plays the game. This gives me around 900 damage. 900 damage. And this is without the champion's bonus, which almost doubles it. Isn't this skill as strong as Grand Finale? But I don't need to cripple myself by using it. I review the numbers to make sure I didn't screw it. It seems I didn't. As for the probability to inflict status effects, a broken bar Maniac doubles my chances, so it's 30% instead of 15%. These calculations are a lot more complex, so I'll spare you the details. But if I didn't make a mistake, these are the results. A broken bar, around 83% chance to inflict at least one status effect, and about a 0.2% chance to inflict all 5 of them. Not bad. Not bad. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I continue laughing like a madman, as usual, until I notice something I ignored the first time I read the spell's description. A tiny, insignificant detail, really. 1.000 MP? A fucking 1000 MP? It's so fucking expensive. If I pick this spell, I'll only be able to use it a single time. And this is only when I have the champion's buff. Well, maybe it isn't such an insignificant detail. What to do? Broken bar. This spell is so amazing, so perfect. But I can't use it. This ice, a broken bar, this is the worst. It's like starving to death, and somebody giving you poisoned food. You really, really, really want to eat it, but it'll be worse if you do. I want to cry. A broken bar, such a shame. A broken bar. If only I was at a higher level. A broken bar. This wouldn't happen if I had the same MP as Marta's champion Dois. A broken bar. I slump on the ground, but then an idea comes to me and I quickly stand back up. This is it. The Chaos Bolt can't be the only spell that has similar effects. There must be something similar. Something I can actually use. I open the skill list once again. Now that I know what I'm looking for, it doesn't take too long to find it. This is it. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. With this, I'll rule the world. Chaotic Beam, active skill, cost, 220 MP. Deal, 10 plus 0,7 SPI. Damage 2 times. The damage type of this skill is selected at random from all the existing types every time it deals damage. Also, every time this skill deals damage, there's a 15% chance to inflict one random negative status effect for 5 seconds. Against bosses and champions, the same status effect can only be applied once every minute. The timer resets after the status effect wears off. Yes. Yeeeees. Huge amount of damage. Check. Random nature that might make the spell do nothing if unlucky. Check. Status effects. Check. Does it fit my roleplay? Hell yes. It does. I don't waste any more time adding my skill to my skill list. Chaotic Beam, a broken bar. I think I fell in love today. Come forth, my loyal minions. It's time to go test my new skill on some unlucky peasants. And as we go, we might as well get some more units to turn into your future friends. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. I open the shopping list and choose one of the remaining items on it before starting a new dungeon invasion. In case you're curious, this is my current champion status screen. Without the champion's buff, of course. Madrat, LV7, HP 592, 370, STA 41, 26, SU 51, 32, EP 480, 300, MP 656, 410, STR 40, 25, Con 56, 35, AGA 56, 35, SPI 67, 42, Will 49, 31, Dex 51, 32, SPD 7. Madrat, skills active triggered passive rat transformation, innate, chain lightning, chaotic beam, cold blast, grand finale, shared voltage, LV2, battery, lightning shield, mana attuned, innate, mana core, innate, maniac, LV2, expert. There are some skills you better not take. I like to call them noob traps. They're skills that look amazing but can be awful depending on the situation. I generally recommend you don't pick them unless you know what you're doing. The easiest example are the chaotic spell series. Their damage output is usually higher than spells on the same level, but their chaotic nature can bring you lots of pain. For example, what happens if you hit a fire elemental with it, and it chooses fire as its damage type? Instead of doing a lot of damage, it does almost nothing. You want to avoid these situations from happening, so I'll never recommend them. A tip from a professional DMA player to newer players. Good morning. Good morning to you too. As soon as I enter the classroom, the guys greet me. I give an appropriate response and sit at my usual place. Oh, hi there. It's unusual for you to come this early, Ricard says as soon as I sit down. Yeah, broken bar. I agree. Today is one of those miraculous days when neither of the two buses I take were late. Ahaha. He scratches his head. I feel a broken bar. Public transport is usually shit. If only we were as lucky as Andreu, who can come walking a broken bar. You're right. And talking about the devil, here he comes. Good morning, Ricard. With a sleepy face, he sits between us and yawns. Oh, and good morning to you too, Laura. Good morning, Andreu. What's up with the baggy eyes? You almost look like one of Ricard's undead minions. Did you have more nightmares? I joke, trying to get his attention. No, this time it wasn't anything of the like. I just a broken bar spent too much time with the slot machines and went to bed too late. A broken bar. His voice trails off, almost like he's falling asleep. Slot machines? What the hell's he talking about? He, who likes to spend all his free time playing games or meeting with friends, spending time in a casino. It can't be broken bar. But contrary to my reaction, Ricard's eyes start shining brightly. Oh, so it's something related to my broken bar. I should have expected it. The slot machine is a broken bar? Do you mean the mutation vats? He grabs Andrew's arm and starts shaking it. Tell me everything. I want to know everything, in detail. Okay, I will. But stop shaking me, please. Sure thing. So broken bar, what did you get? Anything interesting? Well, I got mostly failures. Buta. Ricard interrupts Andreu. Did you get anything good? What are you going to use it for? Let me explain. Don't interrupt. And like this, both of them start excitedly talking about the game stuff, like the two nerds they are. Though Andreu is less so, Ricard can be considered the king of nerds. As I observe the two, debating about how useful or useless a stitched with echolocation can be, I start thinking, aha, broken bar, what a shame. A broken bar. Here goes yet another chance gone to waste to a broken bar. Why? Just why? Why aren't you looking at me? You only glanced at me a single time before starting to talk with Ricard. I spent 30 minutes in front of the mirror before coming, but you ignored me. A broken bar. This isn't fair. After dressing up and putting on some makeup, I can feel the gazes of most of our classmates on me. There are some who are even drooling. But not you, the only one I care about. A broken bar. Even Ricard, the nerdiest of nerds, tried to woo me before he found out I liked you and not him. Foo. It was funny to see his face when he misunderstood the reason I got close to you two. Though, I can't deny he's a good friend. He helped me with my first steps into DMA so I could chase after you. He even looks for opportunities so I can spend some time alone with you. But you never react to broken bar. What are you, a rock? Is your heart made of stone? Why do you never react to anything I do? How a broken bar? I sometimes ask myself why I even try so hard. But then I remember your clumsiness and recall why I'm like this. The face you make when you fail at something, sometimes with a plan of your own, is so adorably broken bar. The trembling lips, the look of despair. A broken bar like a puppy. But you never stop trying, and when you finally succeed, your reaction is so funny I can't stop laughing. Yes, you're a cute, silly man. But, after trying for so long, anyone will get tired of broken bar. If it weren't because of my pact with Clara, I might have thrown the towel by now. She told me you actually find me attractive, that you're actively ignoring me because you're not sure what you actually want, that my efforts are slowly paying off. So I'll persist. I'll pester you until you fall, and then I'll devour your soul and plunge it into darkness, Like the amazing succubus I am, foo-fa-foo. And then, I'll be able to come walking to class too. Maybe. Of course, this isn't the main reason I'm doing all this, but it's still a nice side benefit. Foo-fa-foo. SHHT. Shut up. The teacher is here and class is about to start. I stop Andreu and Ricard's heated conversation when the teacher comes into our classroom. Ugh, how much I hate this teacher who treats us like little kids. A broken bar. In fact, everybody hates her. Everybody except those who, for some reason, think she's beautiful and like being mistreated. Disgusting perverts. A broken bar. How a broken bar. Finally, the class has ended. I swear, this might be the worst class we have in the whole degree. Not because of the content itself but because of the teacher. But well, a broken bar, let's forget about it for now, Andreu. There are more important things to do right now. As Ricard and Laura stand up, I call them. Hey, Ricard, Laura, are you free this afternoon? Why do you ask? I was planning on invading a few human dungeons to collect easy and plenty of souls for my eternal undead army, but I can always do it another dire. Broken bar. Yeah, ha, broken bar. I kind of expected Ricard to say something along these lines. Laura looks at me with inquisitive eyes. Why do you ask? Now comes the moment of truth. I must choose my words properly. I know Ricard will agree to my request, but I also need to drag Laura into this, or else broken bar, my head might explode soon, due to information overload. I certainly don't want to do this with him alone. Well, you see, a broken bar, I try to make the best puppy eyes. I need help to capture some monster because I can't do it alone, so I was thinking of asking you to go with me. So, do you want to play together with me this afternoon? Ricard's eyes start gleaming with a dangerous light. Oh, so you've come to ask the great and amazing me for help. I see, a broken bar. Of course, I'll help. How can I abandon my pathetic and noob friend when he needs my support? Ha ha ha. Ugh, so annoying. A broken bar. If he continues with his antics, one day of these, I'll snap and punch him in the face. But I'll stay quiet because I need his help. A broken bar. For now. Laura thinks for a while before answering. Today afternoon. A broken bar? I can make some time for it, but I need to know when you want to meet. She tries to dissimulate, but I can clearly see her excitement. In fact, a broken bar. Is it my imagination, or is she actually more excited than Ricard? Wait. More excited than Ricard? A broken bar. Is this actually possible? Why don't you ask your sister too, Andreu? She adds. This way, it would be the old team, playing together. The old team? You say. A broken bar. It's only been 2 weeks since the tournament. It isn't that old. I counter. You're right. But we haven't played together since, so it's the old team. Okay, broken bar. I won't argue about it. I surrender. But my sister? Huh? Well, I'm sure she'll agree as long as she doesn't have other plans. So broken bar. If your sister joins us, it means the League of Evil will make a comeback. Tremble and shiver, players. Because we're back. Ha ha ha. Please Ricard. A broken bar. Can you drop that lame name already? I send a deadly glare at Laura. She was the one to talk about the old team, so it's her fault. In response, she turns slightly red and turns her head away. Yeah, feel shame, Laura. You're the one responsible for Ricard's outburst. I'm gonna blame all the time Ricard spends in this state on you. But surprising both of us, Ricard stops talking bullshit about the League of Evil, albeit temporarily, and asks me a question. Wait. You said you needed a help to capture a new unit, right? You are broken bar. Yes, I did. Why do I have a bad feeling about Ricard's question? A broken bar. Then tell me, what do you plan to do? Which unit do you need? Maybe I can help you with my vast knowledge. All alarms start sounding at the same time, warning me of the danger. But I can't ignore him, can I? After all, I do need his help with this. Oh, how much I wish I didn't. A broken bar. I'll tell you, so calm down, okay? I say. I'm calm. I always am, as calm as the sea without wind. No, Ricard, you aren't. But well, it isn't like I can change his personality, so I'll have to bear with it. I describe what I need. So broken bar, what I need is an earth elemental that isn't humanoid. Ooh. Do you plan to create a new chimera? Yes, you're right. But let me finish first. will you? Okay, broken bar. Ricard's eyes dim and his expression warps. He now looks as if his soul left his body. Hey, Ricard, a broken bar, do you always need to be so dramatic? I decide to ignore his stupid actions and continue my explanation. The problem is that I want it to be strong, maybe around the 400 CP range. I'm not sure. And I also want it to be very big, and have the shape of some predator, like a bear or tiger. Alternatively, the shape could come from the other unit. I don't really care, but I do want it to be able to change shape so that it looks like a normal rock. But the main problem is I don't know much about the primordial units, nor do I know where I can capture such a unit. A broken bar. As I talk, Ricard's expression starts brightening up. Every time I explain one of my doubts, his eyes shine more and more. Oh my god, I'm going to regret this so much. A broken bar. We've now left the classroom and are walking to the next one. There's Ricard on one side, and Laura on the other. Oh, I see, chimes Laura from my side. She nods to herself as if determining she's right, before continuing. I'm sure this is related to the giant claw marks at the entrance, right? Is this monster a new boss, or something similar, that you want to put in the big cave? These kinds of things show her experience as a game master for TRPG. She guessed most of it from only a part of the info she got. You're surprisingly close, I say. But it won't be a boss monster, only a strong one. I plan to make it look like a rock and give it several ads that can do the same. They'll hide and only attack those players who are extremely unlucky to poke at them by accident, or those who attack them intentionally. Kind of like a secret, and extremely difficult, fight. Ooh, I see. A broken bar. She nods again, imagining what I'm saying. It's similar to a scary movie. And then, when they're surprised, they'll be like, save me. And stick to the closest player, won't they? She demonstrates what she's talking about by grabbing my arm and sticking to me. A broken bar. Did you really need to stick so close to me to demonstrate it? I try to keep my face as impassive as I can and turn to look directly at her face. She holds my gaze for a few seconds before blushing and turning away, liberating my arm. You, really a broken bar? Oh ho, I see now. So this is why you need my counseling, don't you? I hear dangerous words from the other side, so I turn around. Ricard is trembling in excitement at the prospect of what's to come. So tell me, Andreu, a broken bar, do you have free time after this class? Do you want to eat together? I shiver in despair. No, please, not again. A broken bar. I knew it was going to come, but it's scary anyway. My eyes spin around, searching for a way to survive. And they inevitably get stuck to my only option. Laura, please, save me, don't leave me alone. I try to convey with my eyes. She smirks and returns the look. Help, with what? I'm sure she's doing this on purpose. Broken bar. She wants me to beg and offer something in exchange. Come eat with us, please. Don't leave me alone with him. I pray to God she understands what I want with my expression and desperate eyes. She slightly tilts her head to the side and raises her chin as if indicating me to continue. What's in for me? I'll treat you to lunch, and I'll also let you ask for anything. I plead with my eyes. Anything? I see a dangerous gleam in her eyes. Well, not anything. But I'll owe you one. She reluctantly nods. Okay, broken bar. Wait a moment. A broken bar. Is that a smirk I see on her face? A broken bar. I'm not sure about it. Well, the important part is that I got what I wanted, and successfully dragged Laura into this mess. Ricard hits me a few times with the elbow. So, are you coming or not? Yes, I'm coming to have lunch with you. And you, Laura? Do you want to come? We already agreed on it, but we must make it look as natural as possible so that Ricard doesn't suspect anything. I don't know. A broken bar. Maybe, if you treat me. A broken bar, she says, holding her hands behind her back and making a sly smile. Sire, broken bar. Sure, I'll treat you. A broken bar. I agree. Then sure. She hops in glee and hugs me to show her thanks. Then let's go. We can't be late for class because otherwise, there's a chance the teacher will get angry and tell us to stay after the class ends. Come on. Ricard starts pushing me from behind. Hey, calm down. We're still on time. I complain. But we can't risk it. I struggle to get rid of him as he alternates between pushing and dragging me. Meanwhile, Laura observes us with a smile on her face. Well, there go my plans to do some homework before playing VRMMORPG Broken Bar with regards a knowledge drilling session. There won't be any time left for them. But well, a broken bar, who cares about homework anyway? As expected, Clara agreed to play with us. Clara, are you free this afternoon? Yes. Let's do it together. I couldn't finish my sentence before she agreed to whatever I was going to ask. But this is weird because, usually, she lets me finish talking so I can't change what I was planning to say. Maybe she already knew it beforehand. A broken bar? Nah, it can't be. I'll take a break from so many shopping trips and start using theme a broken bar. I chuckle as I rub my hands together. Ha ha ha. What about our time playing together? It was okay, I believe. But nothing unusual happened. In short, the dungeon invasion was a success. I got the monster I wanted. We had a happy time together, and we even managed to clear the dungeon. If you exclude the fact that Clara and Laura were competing all the time about who got my attention, that Ricard never stopped blabbering about irrelevant stuff, and I ended with a huge headache, and that we almost died 4 times a broken bar, it was a success. A huge success. Who am I kidding? A broken bar. I only care about the earth elemental I wanted to capture, the rest is irrelevant. I got it. So everything's good. Ha ha ha. Now, it's time to put it to use. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. Okay, I know, you're right, a broken bar. I should be capturing the rest of the units I need for all the dungeon upgrades first, and then make all the changes together, to save time. But I don't want to. I'm tired of going into random dungeons to capture monsters. I must have some fun now or I'll explode. I'm not kidding. I have the button to self-destruct right here. Broken bar. As always, the first step is to change the environment and the dungeon layout. It is important to do this first because if I do it first, I'm more motivated when the time to create the monsters comes. And because I might forget about it later, or grow too lazy to do it after I finish with the monsters. Hey, don't tell anybody this. But this is one of those rules I make on the spot and change when and how I see fit. A broken bar. Ha ha ha. Chuckling to myself, I open the dungeon menu and start editing the dungeon. The first thing is to make the first cavern bigger. This will mess up the tunnels, so I'll have to fix them, but I can move the entrance away and it will reduce the problems caused in the tunnels. A broken bar. I smack my lips, planning how to do this as easily as possible. I don't want to redo all the dungeon only for this change, after all. Yes, I think this is the best option. After deciding how to approach this, I start by moving the different dungeon parts around. The first thing I do is move the entrance area, including the slope that leads to the cavern, about 30 meters away. Then I extend the cavern up to the new entrance and also make it slightly wider and taller. Of course, this forces me to reconnect the multiple tunnel entrances to their new positions. I take this chance to increase the number of entrances and tunnels, making the dungeon layout slightly more complicated. I also add the usual crevices, cliffs, and rocky terrain to the newly created area. But I'm not convinced with the result. It looks a broken bar artificial. The cavern is now way too large to be a natural occurrence, even with the multiple columns and rocks supporting the ceiling. At least this is the impression I get. So I decide to split it into smaller parts, each one connected with the others through large holes, crumbling ceilings, or wide archways. All in all, when I finish, you can see most of this area from everywhere like before. But it feels more natural because it's made out of several interconnected caverns instead of a single, enormous one. The new, smaller, caverns also complicate the layout. Players won't have such an easy time navigating this area as they did before. In certain parts, I add crude, carved rocky stairs, artificial archways, and similar stuff. Not too much, but enough to show this isn't a completely natural environment. I don't know how to properly explain this feeling a broken bar, but upon discovering those artificial parts, it brings you the chills and you can't avoid thinking, there's something here. Which is exactly what I want. The last change I make is to extend the underground lake until the central part, splitting the caverns roughly into two halves. I connect the two halves with two stone bridges and an island in the middle of them. This new water area will help me with a broken bar KHM. A broken bar future and secret plans. A broken bar maybe, or it'll turn out to be just a decoration, who knows. Of course, I don't forget to cover the new caverns with glowing and giant mushrooms, the same as it was before. I sometimes surprise myself. Ha ha ha. This looks so amazing. I clap, simulating an audience. Thank you, everyone. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. After a while of fooling around and making sure everything was perfect, I swear, I didn't waste time, it was completely needed. I save the changes without updating the dungeon yet and move to the most awaited part, monster creation. Finally, the most awaited monster, the one that can leave the huge claw marks on the ground, will make its debut. But first, a broken bar. There's another monster, even more important than the clawy monster, that I must create. So much stuff to do, and so little time. A broken bar. Yep, you're right. I'm talking about the monster that's going to fill the gap left behind by the demonic swarmers. I open the templates menu and start the creation of a new basic chimera template. This one will be a cousin of the kidnapper number 2, the supposedly a failed experiment of the, actually, failed silent kidnapper. Why do I say they are cousins? It's because although the purpose and behavior of the two will be completely different, the two will look similar and one of the units to create them is going to be the same. So broken bar more like third-grade cousins? Distant relatives, maybe? You know what, let's forget about this simile, okay? Where was a broken bar? Oh, yeah, the template. I choose the two units I want to use from the list of available bodies. They're the myconid and the giant turtle. Then I set their appearance. A turtle with purple spots of varying sizes covering the entire body, and a giant mushroom growing on top of the shell. I already told you they would look similar to the kidnapper number 2, didn't I? They both have a mushroom in the same place, and both are about the same size. The only other monsters in this area, except for the goblins that are everywhere and the hidden monsters I'll create after this, will be these turtles. My plan is to turn them into heavy artillery tanks, filling a role not yet seen in this dungeon. White tanks, you ask? Because if they're resilient, the players will be forced to spend quite some time dealing with them, time the goblins can use to play with them. And why artillery? It's easy to understand. In this somewhat open area, what can be more dangerous than a monster that deals lots of damage from a long distance? So with their aspect and role settled, I move to the skills section. I don't want them to have too many skills. I want to keep them simply broken bar. I talk to myself. I think giving them the minimum skills and then upgrading the relevant ones will be nice. Yeah, let's go with this. I already have an idea of what skills I want to give them, so I won't waste any time choosing the first one. Light beam. Light beam, active skill, cost, 100 MP. Deal, 5 plus 0,6 SPI. Light damage to every unit in a 50 cm wide beam. It's been some time since I started searching for a laser beam skill, and this one, light beam, is the closest one I've found. Of course, it isn't perfect. The damage is relatively low, it's a wide beam instead of a thin one, and it doesn't deal continuous damage. A broken bar, but, technically speaking, it's a laser beam, so I can't complain. Also a broken bar 3-meter tall turtles, including the mushroom cap, that shoot light beams from their mouths. Sure, sign me in. Similar to the active skill, I also know which triggered skill I want to give them, so I quickly select it. Reflection, triggered skill. When receiving a single target ranged attack or spell, there's a 10% chance to reflect it back to the attacker. Reflection is a very funny skill that usually is only used on tank-type dungeon monsters because it's almost useless for the invaders to have. Of course, it only has a 10% chance of working, and the reflected attack can be avoided as per usual. A broken bar. But this skill will make the turtles a lot harder to deal with. They'll attack from a long range and the players won't be able to retaliate without getting close or risking a free counterattack. Foo fa foo. Ha ha ha. And if you add the giant turtle's innate skill, Shell, a broken bar, I'm sure they'll be very difficult to kill. Shell, innate passive skill, reduces all damage taken by 3 level plus 0,2 con damage. You could argue this flat damage reduction is worse than a percentage 1. And you'd be right. You'd be right, a broken bar, if only the turtles didn't have the reflection skill. This is because reflection especially punishes strong attacks, and hardened shell is the opposite. With both, there's no safe way to attack the turtles unless you use area attacks, which definitely aren't cost-effective against a single target, or get close to the turtle to attack in melee, receiving the light beams to your face on your way there. But then, when you get close, there's the myconid's paralyzing spores to deal with. Ha ha ha. Isn't this combination perfect? With this, only the passive skill remains, so broken bar, do I want to make them more dangerous, or more annoying? A broken bar. I think for a while, but then I realize there's only one correct answer to this question. And the answer is a broken bar. Yes. Surprised? The answer is a yes, because a broken bar, I want to make them both more annoying and more dangerous. And I believe I've just found the perfect skill for this. Sniper, passive skill, increases the range of all your ranged attacks and spells by 20%. What's more annoying and dangerous than a tank-like turtle that shoots beams from afar? The same turtle, but that can attack from even further. Don't you agree with me? With this, I have the minimum non-innate 3 skills, one of each kind. Now I can start upgrading. This looks promising. A broken bar. Ha ha ha. Chuckling, I select the most important skill, light beam, and look at the possible upgrades. Light beam, active skill, cost 100 MP. Deal 5 plus 0,6 SPI, light damage to every unit in a 50 cm wide beam. Available upgrades: light absorption, reduce the MP cost by 15. Wide beam, increase the beam's width to 1 meter. Dispersion, after hitting terrain or reaching maximum range, the beam explodes in a 3 meter radius, dealing 2 plus 0,2 SPI, light damage. Converging rays, increase the light damage to 10 plus 0,8 SPI. Wow, there's some very interesting stuff in here, I exclaim. Although all the upgrades look powerful, I immediately discard the wide beam and dispersion upgrades. I'm not interested in dispersion's effects, and regarding wide beam, though it would make hitting targets a lot easier, I don't want to make the turtles dangerous. Well, not too dangerous. Increasing the beam width to 1 meter would make the spell almost impossible to avoid except for pro players, and I don't want that. I want the invaders to jump around, drop to the ground, push each other, a broken bar, or whatever it takes for them to avoid the beams. Really, I want them to be a pain in the ass, not unavoidable. On the other hand, light absorption and converging rays are too good to ignore. 15 MP seems like nothing, but it adds up quickly, and the extra damage is always nice to have. What's more, if I pick up both upgrades at the same time, they synergize and make the light beam ridiculously powerful and MP efficient. I don't think it twice, raising the level of the template to 5 and giving the turtles the 2 upgrades. As for the other skills, a broken bar, I scratch my head in thought. Is there anything interesting? A broken bar? I browse the skill upgrades and start crackling. Ha ha ha, I know I wanted them to be an artillery tank, but if I give them these 2 upgrades on top of the light beam ones, it would be so ridiculous. A broken bar. I love it. I'm sure you're curious which ones I'm talking about. Well, here they are. Reflection, LV2, triggered skill. When receiving a single target ranged attack or spell, there's a 10% chance to reflect it back to the attacker. Upgrades: reflecting rays, rise the chance to reflect attacks and spells to 15%. Shell, LV2, innate passive skill, reduces all damage taken by 3 level plus 0,2 con damage. Upgrades: hardened shell, increase the damage reduction to 4 level plus 0,3 con. No extra functionality, just an improvement over the base values. But oh my god, what an improvement. Foo-fa-foo. Ha ha ha. Marta, you were complaining about how easy my dungeon was, weren't you? Now, I want to see if you can say the same after I put these babies into my improved dungeon. Imagining her despairing face after receiving her own attack back, a nasty grin appears on my face. Ah. I tremble in excitement at the prospect. What a shame it's not going to happen, at least not anytime soon. But it isn't the same for the usual invaders. They're going to find them soon. Very soon. I wonder how they'll react to broken bar. This makes the turtles level 7, the maximum level I can get for now. They're the only ones with the highest level right now, the same as my champion. As for the AI, I only want to make sure they stay as far away from each other as possible, to prevent two of them being at the same place. In fact, I can set it directly on the zone options, so I don't need to change the AI at all. By default, their AI, when out of combat, makes them randomly walk around or stand still for a while before moving again, and this is good enough. There's only one thing remaining, to give them a name. An artillery tank monster, a turtle with a mushroom, a broken bar. I turn my head around in thought. Turtleinator, a broken bar? Nah, too lame. Mushroom, a broken bar? Even worse. This is hard. A broken bar. Beaminator, a broken bar? Uck, I disgust myself with the last one. Somebody wants to kill me. I'll accept it. I deserve it. I think for a while without coming up with a good name. Some of the worst ones I come up with are Shelly, Portable Turret, and, for some stupid reason, Bob. As any normal human would expect, I hammered my head on the nearest wall as a punishment for coming up with the latter. I don't know, a broken bar. Maybe I should keep it simple. Why not call them Beam Turtle? It's short, easy to remember, clearly represents what the area broken bar, and, most importantly, it doesn't give me the creeps when I say it. Yes, let's go with Beam Turtle. I write the name in the templates section and save it. The next step is to start the creation process. If I use all the bodies I have, I can create 6 of them. I know this area is huge, but given their long range, this should be enough. Too many of them would overwhelm any noobish player. For now, I've decided to create the 6 I can. If, later on, I find the need for more, I'll have to add more ingredients to the shopping list. The total cost is a broken bar, 310 CP for each one, 20 from the basic chimera, 120 from the myconid, and 170 from the giant turtle. This times 6, 1.860 CP. Not too bad. The lab assistants are going to be busy for a while. Broken bar. Oh, yeah. Before I forget, these are the Beam Turtle's final status and skills. Beam Turtle, LV7, HP 512, 320, STA 35, 22, SU 33, 21, EP 400, 250, MP 368, 230, STR 41, 26, Con 64, 40, AGA 17, 11, SPI 41, 26, Will 49, 31, Dex 11, 7, SPD 3 INT 4, 1 skills active, Light Beam, LV3, Light Absorption, Converging Rays, Paralyzing Spores, Innate, Triggered, Reflection, LV2, Reflecting Arrays, Passive, Sniper, Eternal Pain, Innate, Shell, LV2, Hardened Shell, Innate. I'm sure you already know about the myconids, so I'm not going to comment on that part. Regarding the giant turtles, as you would expect, they have average stats, but they excel in defense. In particular, they have an extremely high constitution. The worst part about them is their speed. But it doesn't matter, since chimeras and all other mixed units always use the speed of the fastest creature. I say slow, but they're still faster than the stitched, at 2 speed. Though the myconids aren't the fastest either, with a speed of 3, fucking stitched. You're slower than a turtle, and I mean it literally. The Beam Turtle's attacks are easy to evade. You fool. Don't dare say such blasphemy. Sure, 1 turtle is doable if you know how. 2? Not so much. 3? Wish one of them is close to death or you're in deep trouble. God forgive you if you ever have to avoid the crossfire of 4 or more at the same time. A broken bar. If you do, run away as if your life depended on it, because it does. Tread with care, because this is an open area, so it's bound to happen sooner or later. Extract from the chapter A: Unexpected Dangers from A: How to Stay Sane in the Mad Rats Lab.